People, are we live? I think we're live. Let's see if the audio good. Oh boy. Morning here. I'm listening to Law and Crime. I'm going to wait a few seconds before bringing this up because we're looking at a graphic image of Johnny Depp's finger. It looks like you know what, I might just have to share this. We're going to pull hold on. Just to catch up where we're at right now. Good morning, everybody. Apparently, Johnny Depp is going to be called in Amber Heard's defense as a witness today, which I thought was going to be sufficiently interesting. But right now, we're looking at Johnny Depp's exploded finger, and they're having an orthopedic expert testify. Let me share screen and share the link around. This was a short notice again, just so we can. Okay, here we go.
Important that the jury understands the basis for your opinion.
Can we hear this?
That a bottle couldn't have caused this coming in from above.
They've called in an expert to claim
again that the mechanism described would have almost certainly led to severe nail injury. I see no subungual hematoma. Again, it's a palmar tissue loss. And the loss is from distal to proximal, which is from the tip back far below the nail. And so for it to create that tissue loss down there, there would almost certainly have to be injury dorsally with that described mechanism.
Okay.
So what you're saying is that something coming from the top could not have left the nail intact and yet caused injury from the tip of the finger underneath the nail.
Objection leading.
To testify that in his expert opinion, the injury could not have been sustained by a vodka.
You can answer.
So I believe that with the mechanism described, that if the bottle struck the nail, there would have certainly been an injury to the nail bed. And in order for the
this is
soft tissue
injury
to be created by that mechanism, there would have almost certainly been tissue loss on the top of the finger as well.
Does Mr. Depp's description of what happened line up with the undisputed photographic evidence that you've reviewed?
No.
Viva, no audio.
Now, we mentioned the term crush injury a few minutes ago.
Feed from trial, great. Viva, no audio.
I'd like to show you DX360, please.
We can't hear you. Okay, hold on. Let me bring up my audio.
We won't publish this this time. Is this a document that you reviewed in connection with your expert opinion in this case?
Yes.
And
my audio is up.
Michelle, if you can please go to pages.
Audio is fine.
I believe they're 5 and 6.
Yesterday? Sorry, sir.
Your Honor, I'd ask for
no, my
permission to
birthday's
publish
today.
these as a demonstrative.
43, baby.
Page 5 and 6.
Sorry.
Okay.
09 and 10.
I have audio. Let's see. I hear you fine. Viva can hear you, but volume is low.
Also, so plaintiff can see it.
So this expert, by the
no
way,
objection, Your Honor. Okay,
they've qualified him as an expert. They had a voir dire. He's got some very good
Dr. Moore, what are these pictures of?
And this expert is going
these are
to
X-rays
testify
of the injured digit.
that the injury could not have been sustained the way Johnny said
in these X-rays? Explain to the jury what you see.
You should set
so
your
these are
play the
two views. So one in the plane looking through the finger in this direction, and one in the plane looking through the finger sideways. And you can see that the tuft or the tip
them showing that fingertip
is
not going to
the last bone of the finger called the distal phalanx is shattered. You can see there's multiple little spicules of bone, and there's also a transverse fracture at that level, which runs through the bone. So this is what we would describe as a comminuted fracture, and it's commonly associated with crush injury.
He's saying the finger is associated with crush injury.
Dr. Moore, have you ever seen a comminuted fracture like this result from an object thrown in the way that Mr. Depp described?
Well, not with the constellation of findings shown on the X-rays. I mean, I think that could create a fracture, but in this setting, it wouldn't create a fracture with without the associated other injuries that we would anticipate.
And in your decades of practice, when you see a comminuted fracture like this, what are some things that typically cause it?
Bring up my audio a little bit more.
So crush mechanisms could be slammed in a drawer, caught between two logs in the fireplace, car door, sliding glass door. Those are all any mechanism that squeezes the finger between two hard opposing surfaces.
Oh,
could create
anything that
this type of
squeezes
injury.
the finger between two hard surfaces,
In
like
the
a vodka bottle
statements
on
of
your
Mr. Depp that
fingertip
you
on a
reviewed,
table.
how did he describe what happened to the alleged bottle when it hit the bar?
I believe he said it exploded, shattered.
If a bottle had exploded near his finger,
ask hypothetical questions
in the way that he alleges, what would you expect to see?
I'd expect to see cuts and broken glass
that you have reviewed.
Well, I think that the physicians did a good job of documenting the presentation, the appearance of the wound. They did not document the presence of any glass shards, and there were no other associated injuries elsewhere on the hand.
And I just want to step back for 1 minute. Michelle, can you pull up the next page of the X-ray here?
Well, okay, I'll fix the audio in a bit, guys. Right now, I'm just
thank you.
I would expect to have seen broken
Moore,
glass
just before
elsewhere.
we move on from
Depends
X-rays,
what kind of vodka bottle.
can you? I know that this, when it's blown up like this, it's a little bit blurry, but can you point out
this is ridiculous,
or describe to the jury where the multiple bone fragments are?
This is Amber's
so they're in the
witness.
very tip. You know, if you see the joint,
that Johnny's injury could not have been sustained.
What we call the transverse fracture, which is across the middle of the bone in the same plane as the joint, and then the multiple fragments are in the tuft. And with a Xerox copy, the quality is not as detailed as a true X-ray.
You can take that down, please, Michelle. Thank you. So back to the glass. In the records that you reviewed, Dr. Moore, did you see any adjacent injuries? In other words, injuries to any other part of Mr. Depp's hand other than the tip of his middle finger?
No.
Let's just fix it right now. Sorry, peeps. Yeah, it's very loud. Let's just go with Johnny Depp. So what's happening right now, people, is Amber has called this doctor, who's an orthopedic specialist. He was recognized as a specialist after a voir dire.
Documentation in the medical records.
Now you're all going to say it's too low, but we're going to live with this, and I'll lower my volume.
Did any of those providers report retrieving glass from the wound?
No.
What about any glass near the site of the injury?
No.
What about any glass in other?
No glass, so it couldn't have happened. You've just showed that gory finger to the jury.
The other fingers.
And you think this is going to be convincing.
Is there any reference at all, Dr. Moore, that you've seen to any glass in the records that you've reviewed?
Okay. Sorry about that earlier.
Dr. Moore, in your decades of practice, have you
this.
ever seen an injury associated with a glass explosion that was focused on the end of a single finger in the way Mr. Depp describes?
Well, not consistent with the clinical images and the findings in this case, no.
No, it's just goes to an expert. You can find an expert to say anything.
Glass explosion where no other glass was found on any part of the patient's
Have you ever
body
seen
or clothing or
an
anything?
injury?
No.
Yeah. Have you ever seen it? Vodkas are thick bottle. They are thick, and they don't.
Been talk of a glass.
He said his finger exploded, not that the glass
there's
exploded.
Seems to have been a suggestion that somehow glass may have sliced off the end of Mr. Depp's finger. Is that what's going on here?
No,
can't tell.
This wound doesn't really appear to be a sharp glass laceration.
You referred earlier to an avulsion, which is a term I had never heard before. Your opinion in this case. Explain to the jury what that is, please.
So often with crush injuries and we'll see tissue loss that we call an avulsion, or where the tissue's actually pinched or pulled away rather than sliced or cut. And it's not uncommon with crush injuries to see that.
Answer. I don't understand that.
Decades of practice, Dr. Moore, have you ever seen an avulsion injury with a partial amputation that results from an object thrown from the top of the finger in the way that Mr. Depp describes?
No. Again, I think that the description differs from the clinical appearance on the images.
Michelle, can you please pull up Exhibit 369?
This attorney keeps asking bad questions. Have you ever seen an injury like this? And he's answering, no, I've never seen an injury like the one that would have been hypothesized by Johnny Depp, but I'm saying that is not what happened now because
Dr. Moore, you said you've treated
ex post facto findings.
Thousands of hand injuries over the course of your career, correct?
Correct.
What is that on Mr. Depp's hand?
So we describe that as a
Objection calls for speculation.
The picture just changed.
Sorry, page 12, please.
That's an immobilizing cast with a pin in the finger to replace and hold
What is
still
that on
while
Mr.
it
Depp's
heals.
So that's a plaster
I'm sorry.
splint.
Overruled the objection.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. I'm sorry. Please tell the jury what that is on Mr. Depp's hand.
So that's a plaster splint. A half a cast is how I sometimes describe it to patients, and it provides stability for comfort and to protect fractures in the course of treatment.
Is that plaster splint hard or soft?
What's plaster Paris? It hardens.
It's
like a cast
hard.
does.
Dr. Moore, does Mr. Depp's description of how his finger became injured line up with the facts that you've seen?
No.
I have no further questions.
Oh, God.
Thank you, Dr. Moore.
Maybe you want to show the jury the big bloody fingertip again, just for full traumatic effect. Show them the finger again, Amber's team. Show the bloody nub of a finger to the jury, and then expect them to think that what they're
Good morning,
looking at.
Dr. Moore.
Expect them not to be traumatized by what they just saw.
You said you reviewed Mr. Depp's video deposition. is that
Inconclusive,
correct?
he
That's
said.
correct.
He said
And
the injuries
you
were
said you
inconclusive.
reviewed Mr. Depp's testimony at this trial, correct?
That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
And was that also a video of his testimony?
Yes.
And you testified that Mr. Depp demonstrated that his hand was flat on a surface. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's not entirely accurate, is it, though?
No, his description was relatively consistent in both, including turning and resting the hand on the edge.
This expert is going to get
Isn't it true, Dr.
destroyed.
Moore, that when Mr. Depp did the demonstration in his deposition, he showed that his fingers were hanging over the bar?
Well, even hanging over the bar, it still leaves the dorsum of the hand or the nail vulnerable.
That's
to
not
the-
my question, Dr. Moore. My
exactly. Thank
question
you.
is,
That's good,
isn't
Camille.
it true that Mr. Depp said his fingers were
Was
not
hanging
laying
over the
flat
bar.
on a table, they were hanging over the bar?
Yes.
Okay, so you just
in fact,
misrepresented
you
the
knew
injury
that.
then.
When you made that opinion. Isn't that correct?
Well, I believe that as I demonstrated sitting here, that I said that he had said they were slightly curled over.
No, you said flat on the
Was
table.
the description
Expert.
that I gave.
Your description in this courtroom was
that it was
laying
flat
and I
on the
think you've
table.
done that now twice. But in your deposition, you testified that his fingers were actually hanging over the bar. Isn't that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Misstates the witness's testimony. He
Then
clearly
read his
indicated
testimony.
they were curled. They could have been curled.
Overruled.
Go replay
So
his
that's
testimony.
So that's a distinction that perhaps I
Ought to have done. Yeah, maybe. Expert.
misstated in one of the two descriptions. However, that does not substantially change my opinion of the impact it would have on the
Oh.
mechanism.
When facts don't change your opinion, you have faith and not science. Ooh, that's good.
Isn't it true that Mr. Depp also testified that the bottle came from an off angle?
Yes.
This is going to hurt. I don't
And
want
you
to think
consider
about this
that
first thing in the
rendering your
morning.
opinions today, correct?
Yes, I believe he stated that it came from between 6 and 10 feet. I think he demonstrated it was off to his right. I can't recall specifically, but it was off angle, yes.
So it didn't come from the top, as you previously testified just a few minutes ago,
A
correct?
change in fact
Well, no,
would
it
not
would
have changed my
struck
opinion.
The top of the finger, but it may have been slightly off angle in its approach
Hmm.
based on the description.
Hmm. So the
Mr.
broken
Depp
glass,
described it as off angle, correct?
Correct.
that's not flat.
Dr. Moore, just at the outset, your billing rate for providing deposition testimony is $1,000 per hour, and you were deposed in this action for several hours on March 22nd, 2022,
That's correct.
and your billing rate for providing trial testimony is $5,000 per day.
That's correct.
You were retained in this case by Ms. Heard's legal team, correct?
Correct.
And over the last few years, you've provided expert services for one of Ms. Heard's law firms on at least 2 other cases, right?
That's correct. Yes.
Sounds like this guy's living on
Dr.
living
Moore,
on
is
the
it fair to
dole of
say that
Amber
you have
Heard.
no personal knowledge as to how Mr. Depp injured his finger in Australia, correct?
Well, he has no personal
I have
knowledge.
no personal knowledge. My impression is based on his
Testimony,
description
yeah,
of
yeah.
the injury and the available medical records for review.
But you weren't in Australia with
I was-
Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard,
I was
correct?
not in Australia. No.
And so therefore
didn't
you have no
invite me.
personal knowledge as to how that injury was sustained.
That's why he's an
Correct.
expert witness and not a witness of
You
fact.
also
But
never personally examined Mr. Depp's finger, did you?
Correct.
Mm,
You didn't examine Mr. Depp's finger at the time it was injured.
I
mm.
did not.
And you never provided any medical treatment to Mr. Depp in connection with this finger injury, did you?
I did not.
Now, you've testified that you identified Mr. Depp's finger injury as a crush injury, correct?
Correct.
And a crush injury is when a body part is crushed or
In
trapped
between two objects.
opposing firm surfaces. Yes?
Yes.
And a crush injury to a finger can occur when a foreign object hits the finger, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And based on the pictures that you reviewed of Mr. Depp's finger injury, you cannot determine what particular object caused the injury to his finger. Yes?
Well, I can't.
Oh,
I can't determine
he's going
exactly
so
what object
far
did it.
down.
I think that I can say with confidence that the described mechanism of the bottle hitting and shattering the finger was not consistent with the appearance of the injury.
That's
My
because you
question
misstated
is
it,
just very
doctor.
specific.
That's because you misstated
can't
it.
Determine
You said his
the
hand was flat.
object that caused the injury to Mr. Depp's finger.
Well, it's a little bit more of a non-specific answer. I mean, I can't determine the exact object, but I can determine that it's unlikely that it was sustained in the manner described.
Unlikely.
A bottle is a foreign object, isn't it?
Yes.
So you can't rule out that the injury to Mr. Depp's finger was caused by a vodka bottle, correct?
Correct.
Well, based on the injury pattern, I can say that the described mechanism of injury is inconsistent with medical findings.
Right. But because a vodka bottle is a foreign object, you can't rule out that a vodka bottle is what caused Mr. Depp's injury.
Well, I can't rule out that a vodka bottle caused the injury, but I can rule out that it was caused in the manner described in his testimony.
Because you misdescribed
You
it,
can't rule out
doctor.
that the injury was caused by a knife, right?
Ugh,
I think
yeah.
it's unlikely that the injury was caused by a knife.
But you can't rule it out.
Well,
He would more easily be able to rule
simple
that
knife
out.
Laceration wouldn't impart
Crush
the
the bone.
injury to the distal phalanx to result in the comedy of fracture. Now, a chopping type, but again, that would likely come from a direction that would create a dorsal injury to create the fracture that was developed.
Do you remember giving testimony in this case, Dr.
Oh,
Moore?
I do. I got paid healthily for it.
Deposition?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes, yes. I remember
And you
every
were
hour
unbiased,
of it.
Correct?
correct,
All right. And that was on March 22nd, 2022. Yes?
correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
So, okay, by the way, guys, before I went live, he specifically said it was inconclusive how the injury was sustained. So it's used the word inconclusive in saying, well, when looking at it, inconclusive. He's now saying, well, it's unlikely that it was caused
Dr.
in.
Moore, may I please have you go to page 163 of your deposition?
He says it was unlikely that it was
Specifically
caused
line 17.
in the manner Johnny Depp said, because he misstated it. He says his hand was flat, and it couldn't have been caused flat because the blah blah. He's like, okay, well,
163.
his hand was also over the corner. So yeah, maybe I should have said that. Well, it couldn't have happened in the manner in which you misstated
Actually, apologies,
how
164.
he said it happened. This guy's in big trouble with this. I can't rule out that it was a glass bottle.
Line 4.
Correct.
Question, but you can't rule it out completely, right? Answer. I can't rule anything out completely. I can't rule out that he caught it in the door, cut it with a knife, or slammed it in the car door. As Dr. Gilmer said, we can't definitively say what caused this injury. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Your Honor, I
But
would object as the incomplete impeachment. I think if she's going to read his answer, she also needs to read or give Dr. Moore the chance to read the paragraph below. She just picked out half of his answer.
You can redirect. Oh,
Yeah,
We'll
as
rule the
well as the
objection.
paragraph
And by the way,
above.
that might be
Dr. Moore, there's no question
improper
pending.
speaking.
Thank you, though.
Telling the witness where to go to, refresh his memory.
So you can't rule out that the injury was caused by a car door either. Is that right?
I think you could rule out a car door.
Correct.
Oh God.
But it's your testimony sitting here today that you can rule out that the injury was caused by a vodka bottle. Is that your testimony?
My testimony is that I can rule out the injury as caused by the mechanism described by Mr. Depp in his
No,
deposition.
by the mechanism you misdescribed.
But you can't
Sir.
definitively say what caused the injury to Mr. Depp's finger.
Well, the definitive injury is a crush injury, again, I can't say. I mean, I think that it's quite likely that the initial mechanism described at the time of presentation of the accordion doors would classically create this injury pattern. You know, the hand up in front. If you picture accordion doors as the
Yeah, except even Amber didn't say it was a door.
The palm is exposed. If the door's pushed,
Dr. Moore,
Amber said it was him
I
smashing the
understand.
phone on the
But
wall.
my question is,
I think it's important that they understand that.
this is the time for me to ask you questions.
Oh boy, look
Your
at this
counsel
guy.
will have the
He
ability
wants,
to
he's
rehabilitate you and
begging.
ask you questions on
He's
redirect.
begging to tell
Right
his
now,
story
let's try my question.
uncross-examined.
Okay.
You can't definitively say
Yep.
what caused the injury to Mr. Depp's fingers. Yes or no?
No.
Thank you.
In conducting
And
your
the
analysis
truth
of Mr. Depp's
shall
finger
set you
injury,
free.
you did not attempt to reconstruct the incident. Is that right?
No, of course not. Nobody
Well, I
paid him
think
to do that.
the incident was
That could be prejudicial.
reconstructed. You mean, did I throw a vodka bottle at something?
No, no, Dr. Moore. I mean, you didn't do any type of accident reconstruction, either computerized or you didn't conduct any type of accident reconstruction of the.
Dude,
alleged-
I
That's
guarantee
correct. My
you I
opinion's
could
based on
replicate
the
that
medical
injury
records and
with
the
a vodka
clinical
bottle.
images and
Do I have
Mr.
one here?
Depp's description.
And your analysis is based on an understanding of how Mr. Depp described the exact position of his finger at the time of the injury. Yes?
Yes.
And your analysis is also based on the assumption that Mr. Depp's hand remained completely still in the instance that a vodka bottle was hurled at him. Yes?
No, my assessment is on his description of the vodka bottle striking the top of his finger.
But his hand stayed still, according to your analysis. Yes?
I guess it was still long enough for the bottle to hit it, but natural reaction would be to try to pull away.
When you perform traumatic finger surgeries, you inquire about the cause of the injuries, correct?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
And your best information on that is typically just the self-report of the patient. Yes?
Correct.
And your assumption is that the patient is trying to get care. Because the patient is trying to get care, that patient is generally telling the truth, right?
You would hope so.
Yeah. You reviewed Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony informing your opinion about Mr. Depp's finger injury, correct?
Correct.
Informing your opinion, did you consider Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony that while Dr. Kipper was providing emergency treatment
Objection,
for
Your
Mr.
Honor.
Depp?
Let her finish the question, please.
Okay.
Okay, so by the way, I hope he's being paid $1,000 an hour and not just that she pledged to pay him $1,000 an hour. Bada bing, bada boom. This is going down. This cross-examination or his testimony. In chief, he says, it's inconclusive, but his hand was flat on the table as per his testimony, so it's unlikely. You would expect to see glass everywhere, yada yada. The bottle exploded. In cross now, he has now been forced to say, yeah, oh, I'm sorry, the finger was curled over the side of the bar. Maybe I should have said that. Yeah. Would that have changed your opinion? No, because
it's important the jury hears this. So informing your opinion, did you consider Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony that while Dr. Kipper was providing emergency treatment for Mr. Depp's finger injury in Australia in the driveway of the house, Mr. Depp told him that his finger was injured when Miss Heard threw a vodka bottle at him?
I don't recall that from the deposition. I'd be happy to review it if you have the deposition available.
Did you consider Dr. Kipper's testimony that he recalled that Mr. Depp's finger was found in the kitchen?
I do recall that.
Dear God.
So you must have also seen Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony that he wasn't the one who actually found the finger, correct?
That's correct.
That's
Dr.
just for
Kipper
the expert.
testified that someone he thought was the chef told him he found the finger in the kitchen area, correct?
I'm going to assume so without reading the deposition now.
Did you review any testimony from Ben King in rendering your opinions today?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did you see any of Mr. King's testimony at this trial?
I did not.
So you're not aware that Mr. King testified that he is the one who found Mr. Depp's finger, are you?
Can you imagine?
And you're not aware that Mr. King testified that he found Mr. Depp's finger in the bar area, right?
Correct.
And you're not aware that Mr. King testified he found Mr. Depp's finger in a piece of tissue in the bar area?
Exactly.
No.
And you're not aware that Mr. King testified that multiple broken liquor bottles were also found in the bar area, right?
Yes, but you see, it's possible he took his fingertip
Could
to
you
the
please
bar
pull up
afterwards
Defendant's Exhibit
and planted it there.
1817, which is already in evidence.
And by the way, that Johnny's testimony, unless I've mistaken it or misremembered, not that the bottle exploded, but that his fingertip exploded, and it was Vesuvius. I'm sure the bottle shattered, but everybody, knows what a bottle breaking
And
looks
it may
like.
be published, please.
I just don't have it.
Oh, yes, my lips are addicted to Lipsil. Chapstick actually makes my lips drier.
I just have a blank screen at the moment. There we go. Oh, sorry, something.
Thank
There we
you.
go. Okay.
It's my birthday today, by the way, just in case
Have you ever
anybody
seen this
doesn't yet
picture
know.
before,
Ooh.
Dr. Moore?
No.
Oh, you've never
So you're
seen
not
this?
aware that this is the bar area where Mr. King testified he found Mr. Depp's finger.
No.
Enhance. Let's
Do you
see the
that
finger.
broken vodka bottle in the back corner near the bottom of the bar?
I don't. Let me see this here.
Yes.
Oh, okay, fine. That's a thick vodka bottle, people. What kind of vodka bottle?
Do you see
Internet.
the blood drops on the floor?
Yes.
Stop it. Stop it.
Can we
My
please
legs
pull
hurt.
up Defendant's Exhibit 1820, which is already in evidence?
This actually makes the upper part of my thighs of my legs hurt looking at this.
Have you seen this picture before, Dr. Moore?
I have not.
So you're not aware that this is also a picture from the bar area where Mr. King testified he found Mr. Depp's finger?
Correct.
Would this
Do
change
you see
your
the bloody tissue on the ground at the bottom of the bar?
Would this change your opinion, doctor?
Yes.
Do you see the blood drops around that tissue?
Yes.
So you didn't consider any of this evidence in rendering your opinion about how Mr. Depp injured his finger in Australia, did you?
I did not.
Nothing
Would
further,
this
Your Honor. Thank you.
Redirect.
Oh, I might have
Yes,
asked.
sir.
Would these findings maybe you're better off not asking the would.
Exhibit 1817.
Please
That was
show the
witness, please.
show the finger again, Amber. Show it to the jury.
And
and
can you blow up that what Miss Vasquez referred to as a broken vodka bottle, Michelle, please?
Blow up. Maybe you don't want to use
Dr.
words
Moore,
like that.
What, based on your review of the documents in this case, what did you understand to be the size of the bottle of vodka that Mr. Depp alleged
Vodka.
cut off his finger?
The description was that it was a handle, a half-gallon bottle.
And that's bigger than a
Half
750
gallon.
mil or fifth of liquor, correct?
Yes.
And what size bottle, if to the extent that's even a bottle, what size is that?
Oh, give me a break. He can't
Calls for
answer that.
speculation, Your Honor.
Jeez
I'll sustain the
Louise.
objection.
Does that appear to be a handle?
It is.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Come on. This is terrible. This
You
is
can take that
terrible.
down.
Yeah, take it down, man. Think before you
Dr.
ask a
Moore,
question.
Ms. Vasquez just asked you about Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony. And she said, is that where she claims that Mr. Depp allegedly told him that
What do you mean,
finger
do I
was
still? I
severed from the
always
vodka
do.
bottle. Do you remember that question a few minutes ago?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
I do
Is-
remember that question.
Thank you. Is that consistent, that alleged account, is that consistent with the texts you reviewed between Mr. Depp?
Oh,
and
he
Dr.
reviewed
Kipper?
texts, but not photographic evidence.
And what did
So
those
a hell of a
texts
good expert.
say?
As I recall, Mr. Depp indicated that he had cut his finger off.
Now, Ms. Vasquez wouldn't let you finish when you were trying to explain to the jury
Where is good logic?
how Mr. Depp's account of injuring his finger in an accordion door would be perfectly consistent with the photographs you saw. Could you please explain that to the jury?
Well, so again, we tend to try to believe patients. We hope that they come in with an honest
would-
history initially, and that's
I would have thought they would have had
a
better
reasonable
vodka than
mechanism
Belvedere.
for this to have occurred. And again, if you picture your hand up with either a closure of a hinge or a closure of a door, the palmar surface is exposed. If it's caught in that hinge as it closes,
Stop it.
could
Stop
be-
it.
It could be slightly off center. It would pinch that
It-
tissue away in a similar fashion. But because it's below the level of the nail bed, it could create this injury with the fracture, the tissue loss, and preserve the nail bed.
Oh gosh, I'm taking my shoes off.
Can you look at page 164 of your deposition, the one that Ms. Vasquez just showed you?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to object on hearsay grounds.
Your Honor, she only,
Oh, overruled.
thank you. Ms. Vasquez asked you a question and then she read your answer, trying to impeach you, but she only read half of the answer. So
Well,
I'm
let's-
going to read the whole answer.
Please,
to the
please
jury, and
do.
I'm going to ask you to tell me if I'm reading your answer right.
Oh,
Okay.
Another reading right
question.
question.
Is on page
Okay.
164, line 4, but you can't rule it out completely, right? And you answered, I can't rule anything out completely. I can't rule out that he caught it in the door, cut it with a knife,
Mhm.
or slammed it in the car door. Or again, as Dr. Gilmore said, we can't definitively say what caused this injury. And then you go on to say, this is where Ms. Vasquez cut you off and didn't let you finish.
Oh, quit with the just
I
read it.
don't think that's in the transcript. Objection.
Okay, thank you.
The rest of your answer that she didn't read to you, Dr.
Oh,
Moore,
just
is
read it already and stop.
the question I can answer is that the mechanism that was described by Mr. Depp
Mhm.
and demonstrated by Mr. Depp
Mhm.
is inconsistent with the injury pattern that's found on the images and the description. Did I read that right?
Yes.
And does that remain your opinion today?
Yes.
Has anything that's been presented to you on cross-examination
Stupid
changed
question,
any of the
Rottenborn.
opinions that you
Is this
hold in
Rottenborn?
case?
No.
I have nothing further.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you, Dr.
Has
Moore.
anything that you've
All right,
seen
Dr.
today,
Moore, you're free to go, or you can stay in the courtroom.
would it change your opinion?
Thank you.
Like where the blood
Your
was,
next
where the
witness?
fingertip
Your
was,
Honor,
where the broken
I'd like
glass
to
was?
call Dr. David Spiegel.
Dr. Spiegel?
Would any of that change your opinion? No. That is because you are operating on faith or paid testimony
All
and
right,
not
that's
actual
fine, yes,
expert
sir.
scientific evidence. Would any of the additional facts that you now admit in front of this jury you did not consider in your original opinion, would it change your opinion? No. Okay. Thank you. We have exited the realm of scientific expertise and entered the realm of paid testimony. Yeah, but Team Amber, go ahead and show the fingertip again with your explanation as to implausibility of a certain cause of that injury, and expect anything to stick in the jury in their mind except that bloody image of a knob of a fingertip. Today is Viva's birthday, and by the way, to the question who asked what gas station gift did my wife get me, at the request of my youngest, we got the DJI Mini 2 drone. So I can now officially go back to flying a drone lawfully anywhere I want, because the DJI Mini 2 weighs 249 grams. And the regulations, at least as of now, apply to drones weighing 250 grams or more at takeoff. So I can fly this drone anywhere I want. And it's beautiful, by the way. It's amazing. So this guy, he gets up, the expert testimony, they have a brief voir dire. The issue is never going to be whether or not he's going to be recognized as an expert in his field of practice. The dude's an expert. He's an expert doctor, surgeon, not necessarily a forensic assessor of damages. You know, he was a fellow, whatever. He extensive experience in surgery and orthopedic medicine or orthopedic doctorage, but not necessarily in forensic analysis of how injuries were caused. So he says, yeah, okay, they gave me the documents. I looked over texts. I looked over pictures. I looked over Johnny Depp's testimony. It is inconclusive how he sustained this injury, but I could rule out or rule unlikely that it was caused by his hand being flat on a table, injured by a bottle being thrown. The bottle explodes, which was, I think, mischaracterized in the testimony. You'd expect to see glass in the injury, yada, yada, yada. In cross-examination, Camille rightly gets him to recognize that no, even by the testimony and even by the story, even by his own, acknowledged facts or allegations of fact, the fingertip might have been bent over the bar. And the expert says it was, in his expert opinion, caused by a crush. It was a crush injury. Broken fingertip bone, shattered, but not a crush of a bottle on a finger, wedging it between a bar and the bottle. Inconclusive. That didn't go well. That did not go well. And that was a bad testimony. Well, he contradicted himself in that he said, my opinion was based on the finger being flat on the table. And then in cross says, yeah, well, it could have been bent over the side of the table. All right, would that change anything? No. Would broken glass and blood drips on the floor by the bar change anything? No. Would the fact the fingertip itself was found near the bar change anything? No. Well, that's great. We'll see who is determined to be credible in that testimony. But thank you for refreshing the jury's memory as to how horrific that injury actually was. Oh, God. Who's Marcus Ray? And John Allen if you would be so kind as to not spam, but who is Marcus Ray? I guess I should go Google that. So who are they going to call now? Another expert to say in their forensic assessment analysis, their experts going to say, I don't know what caused it, but yeah, I'll do some better fishing videos sooner than later. Oh, yeah, the $1,000 an hour. That's a double-edged sword. If the expert is being paid $1,000 an hour, you're going to say they're doing it for the money. If they're not being paid anything, you're going to say they're doing it for some other underlying belief, equally impeachable. Say they're either doing it for the money or they're doing it for bias. So it's sort of a lose-lose situation. People generally expect experts to get paid for their expert testimony. $1,000 an hour to tell an implausible story to a jury who they're not even getting $1,000 a week for this. I mean, I don't even know what $100 a day, maybe, if anything. $1,000 an hour for hardworking people to hear somebody try to twist the facts to come to the conclusion of another person who's worth millions and millions of dollars. No. Yeah, that was a good. There's a child bringing in a birthday card. Let's see this. Ooh, why? Thank you, sir. Should I open it live? This is. I've got a birthday card. It's the DJI.
Will you please tell the jury your full name and business?
And
David.
$2.50. Thank you, sir.
Okay, go get out of here. I work at 825 Fairfax Avenue in Norfolk, Virginia, as part of the Eastern Virginia Medical School.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a physician psychiatrist.
Physician
And
psychiatrist.
Where do you work?
Okay.
Do you work at?
I work at Eastern Virginia. I'm employed by Eastern Virginia Medical School, but I also work at Norfolk General Hospital, which is a teaching hospital in Norfolk.
How many years have you been practicing as a psychiatrist?
I entered residency
The leader of
in
gas.
1989. I graduated residency in 1993. So from 1993 to today, I've been in physician practicing.
In my experience,
That's almost
30
psychiatrists
years, yeah.
psychiatrists are very eccentric
Please
people.
describe for the jury the nature of your clinical practice.
So my clinical practice is comprised of both inpatient care. at
John
the
Allen,
General
please stop
Hospital,
spamming. I don't
as
want to
well
have to
as
block
my
you. We
outpatient
read it.
practice
Please stop
at Eastern
spamming.
Virginia Medical School. About 85 to 90% of my day is clinical between the two components.
And what is involved in a comprehensive evaluation?
Comprehensive.
So in a comprehensive evaluation, in addition to reviewing the
1.21
historical information
gigawatts.
that you receive from collateral other sources, you undertake a history from the patient. You get, whether it's the history of current illness, the past psychiatric history, family history, social history, legal, substance history. Then you do what's called a mental status exam, which is the psychiatric version of the physical exam, where you're actually giving a description of what you see in front of you. Then you can do cognitive testing, which tests the patient memory, attention, concentration, etc. Then you come up with a working and a differential diagnosis, describe any other additional testing you may need or not need, and then you come up with a treatment plan.
How many patients have you treated over the 30 years?
Quite a lot.
What did I miss?
Probably in the tens of thousands.
And how many patients do you regularly see?
So inpatient is generally about 5 to 8, sometimes more.
But are they
Outpatients,
inpatients?
probably 5 to 6, sometimes more. I should point out that my inpatient work is divided between consultation, psychiatry, and I believe we're going to talk about that, as well as working on the inpatient service. So we'll talk about that.
What, if any, differences are there on how many patients you see on weekends as opposed to weekdays?
So when I'm on call, which is on either a Saturday or a Sunday meeting.
So he's an
I have to be in the
oncologist.
hospital.
I'll shut my
around
mouth now.
Probably
Okay.
an additional 35 plus patients.
How frequently do you treat patients who abuse drugs and alcohol?
Unfortunately, drugs and alcohol are part of psychiatric practice. And so probably 3/4 of my patients have substance abuse problems.
Does this include both legal and illegal drugs?
Yes, put them both together, probably 75%.
And how frequently do you treat patients who have suffered from someone in their lives who abuses alcohol and drugs?
On a regular basis, like I said, on a daily basis. This is part of what psychiatry is.
And as part of that treatment of patients who abuse drugs and alcohol, do you evaluate the impact of the abuse on their brains and personal interactions with others?
Yes, substance of abuse, both in the short term and the long term, can affect the brain in terms of mood, behavior, cognition, meaning attention, concentration, memory, ability to control your behavior, as well as your overall level of functioning. It can affect it in the short term, such as alcoholic blackouts. It can affect it by causing stroke, such as stimulants can. And so at the end of the day, it's a rather lengthy list of what substance abuse can do to the human brain.
Dr. Spiegel, how frequently have you treated patients who have suffered intimate partner violence?
Again, it's very unfortunate that probably 50% of my patients suffer from trauma. If I had to guess of those 50%, probably 25% of my practice is people who have suffered intimate partner violence.
And how consistent is that with the national average?
In America, unfortunately, it's about 20 to 25%, depending on the study of women have complained, have reported intimate partner violence.
And how frequently have you treated patients who have perpetrated the intimate partner violence?
So again, in the outpatient setting, I don't see it quite as much, but in the inpatient setting, again, it's a really relative common phenomenon that I will see perpetrators of partner violence. And, you know, they're patients who need treatment too.
Oh yeah.
And
Let's see what this
overall,
guy.
how many patients have you treated who have been perpetrators of intimate partner violence?
Perpetrators?
Yes.
Probably 5 to 10% of the patients I do is perpetrators.
And would you say tens of thousands over the 30 years?
Yes.
And leading.
Overall. Thank you. As part of treating patients,
Elaine
who
has
live
to
in
thank-
intimate partner violence,
has to
do
thank
you
the judge every time a
regularly
question
evaluate
gets-
these patients.
Objection gets
Regularly
overruled.
evaluate the patient?
Evaluate the patient.
Oh, yes. Yes, regular. I mean, they get the same comprehensive.
All right, we
evaluation
got to get
that I
to
described before.
we got to get to the
Are you
testimony here.
licensed in Virginia?
Yes, I am.
And when did you first become licensed in Virginia?
1993.
Have you been qualified by courts as an expert witness?
Yes, I have.
In how many states have you been qualified as an expert?
7.
3, which would be Virginia, Maryland, and South Carolina.
Dr. Spiegel, can you please review for the jury your educational background?
Is his name
with your
Schmigel?
Undergraduate studies.
What's this
So,
doctor's
I
name?
went to Duke University undergrad. I went to
92,
medical
03.
school at the State University of New York Health Science Center in Brooklyn, formerly known as Downstate Medical Center. I did my internship and residency between Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Center and Penn State Hershey Medical Center.
It's taken a little longer than
And
I'm
than
also
you'd think it
fellowship,
would.
Board certified in consultation.
But I'm curious to see what he's going to testify on.
And where did you do your residency and your internships?
So I did my residency for Penn State and internship at Dartmouth.
Oh, get to it. Okay, he's a psychiatric
What is your
expert,
current
psychiatry
title and
expert.
position?
So I am in the acting chair,
Smigel.
endowed chair,
Dr. Sch-
professor.
It's not
in the
Dr.
Department of
Spiegel.
Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences at Eastern Virginia Medical School.
Are you board certified?
Oh,
Yes,
he's
I am.
bored, all right. Oh,
And
sorry.
what are you board certified in?
General adult psychiatry and consultation liaison psychiatry is a subspecialty.
Okay, so you have 2 board
Yes.
certifications. Okay. Can you explain to the jury what's involved in board certifications in those 2 fields?
Lots of study, lots of
So,
practice.
board
Okay, let's get to it.
certification is the standard we strive to in being a physician or any other mental health practitioner. It involves taking a very comprehensive.
It is my birthday.
Test
43
at the beginning
today.
of your career.
Oh yeah.
To initiate board certification. Then you get tested.
Tino's dad.
again after
I see
10
that.
years. Then you have to go through continual medical.
They're low on time. Okay, dude.
The entire
You could have asked
period.
credentials, area of expertise. I don't even think the
Practice,
Johnny
which
Depp's
is
team's going to
basically
object to him.
ways to
They probably want him
improve
on there.
Things in your practice, and again, this is throughout. This occurs always.
Beautiful little baby in
throughout
that
the
picture.
years.
Now, are you a member of any professional organizations?
Yes, of course I am.
Could you
I'm a
please tell the
member
jury?
of the American Psychiatric Association. As
American
well as the fellow
Psychiatric
of the American
Association,
Psychiatric
APA.
Association. I'm a member of the Medical Society of Virginia. I'm a member of the Psychiatric Society of Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a member of the Tidewater Academy of Psychiatry, and I'm a member of the Academy of Consultation Liaison Psychiatry.
Okay, good.
Do you have any teaching responsibilities?
Oh my goodness, come on.
Teaching.
Teaching.
Oh, yeah.
Teaching. Yeah.
Oh yes, of course.
So teaching is a daily occurrence as part of my job when I do my inpatient rounds. Residents, medical students, physician assistant students are assigned. So
Well, let's just see.
rounds
Hopefully, he's
together,
never had his
there's
license
teaching
revoked
with
temporarily,
every
or
single
you know.
encounter. In addition to that, I teach lectures to the residents.
This is a voir dire. I think they're just trying to get him
third,
recognized as an
second,
expert.
and first-year medical students.
Okay, good. You teach a
as well
lot.
as a fourth-year medical student lecture as well.
It's a good point. I mean, I think they
So
might. Yeah,
I'm
just trying to kill
constantly
time.
teaching.
Give it a going.
Have you engaged in any hands-on training of psychiatrists practicing in Virginia
Hands-on training. Is this the
Hands-on
proper
training with the
pun you want to be
residents?
using, Elaine?
with psychiatrists?
Oh yeah. So again, I'm teaching at bedside. I mean, we don't speak in front of the patient, obviously, but I'm
Any
teaching at
hands-on,
bedside,
any
meaning I visit the
any
patient,
exploded
we
fingertip
discuss,
hands-on
important
training.
points to learn, and again, that includes residents at every level. That includes medical students, third, second, and first year physician assistant students. So every day is a teaching explanation session to the students and residents.
What is your role at Eastern Virginia Medical School as the acting chair? Please tell the jury what
It's
that means.
very important. I'm a very
So, as
important
the
person. I have
acting
lots
chair,
of
you
leather-bound
are
books in
not
my
only
office,
accountable
and I
for
have a
your
little,
own
like,
practice,
Panther
but you are
perfume
accountable for your faculty
in a
members'
box.
practices. So
It's made
I have to
with
make
bits of real
sure that
Panther, so you know it's got to be
everyone
good.
Is treating, seeing, evaluating a certain number of patients. I have responsible for their academic requirements. So in terms of publishing, et cetera, I'm responsible for their teaching assignments to other residents, to other students. I'm responsible for fiscally that they are accountable to their fiscal productivity. So, and a heck of a lot of other administrative meetings that I go to.
I have lots of administrative
Have you
meetings.
published in your field?
Oh my goodness, is this a
To the tune
joke?
of about 80 manuscripts, and I have my own book on catatonia and the consultation liaison setting. I have a book chapter on the current and.
She's
current-
going to ask him next.
current
How many
and
times have
contemporary
your
approaches to
publications been
temperamental
cited? Watch
disease,
this.
Psychiatric portion. I'm also in a dissociative identity disorders chapter on a wiki book.
How many times have your sources been
And
cited?
Have you peer-reviewed literature?
Yes, so I'm a
Yeah.
reviewer.
Very good.
I've served as a reviewer on Lancet. I've served as a reviewer as.
I was
Innovations in,
going to make the
Clinical
Lancet
Science.
joke.
I've
I was
served on,
literally going to
reviewer
say, have you
for
published in the
Clinical
Lancet?
Neuropharmacology,
Damn it, I
and
should have
I'm
said it.
actually editor-in-chief of, at this point, of Clinical Neuropharmacology.
So he's published in the Lancet.
Have you lectured on the effects of drugs and alcohol on the human brain?
Yes, I teach to the residents. I teach lecture to the second-year medical students, third-year medical students.
I
So
was
am
literally
fully
going to
aware
make
of
the joke
not only what I
as to whether or
teach,
not
but
he's been published in
what
the
I
Lancet.
see in the emergency room and the consultation and inpatient settings.
Have you published and lectured on the causes and effects of intimate partner abuse?
Yes, I punctured, I believe, 2 articles.
Did
the
you say
effects of
punctured
trauma,
or published?
And in that trauma was intimate partner violence.
Are you familiar with the hallmarks of intimate partner violence?
Yes.
Are you familiar with what causes intimate partner violence?
One more, excuse me?
What causes intimate partner violence?
Yes.
Yes, there's a multiple explanation that cause intimate partner violence. And
Jury's
Can I
board.
just mention at this point too, that when we are discussing intimate
He
partner
did say
violence,
punctured. I thought I
think it's imperative for the jury
heard
to
that
know
too.
we are talking about repetitive behavior over periods of time. And the type of abuse can be any physical, psychological, sexual, but just as important is for somebody, one of the partners, to maintain some uneven element of control or to maintain.
I think now he's getting into
power,
the substance of his
control,
testimony, which
authority. So there are a lot of facets to
Doc
intimate
Brown with
partner
short
violence
hair.
that people tend to think of as just the actual abuse act, but there's more to it than just the actual abuse act. Abuse act's important, but it's not the sole thing.
Your Honor, I'd move to qualify Dr. Spiegel as an expert in the field of psychiatry and behavioral science.
You should have done this maybe 10 minutes ago.
Alcohol abuse, intimate partner violence, and the effect of these as they pertain to the issues in this case.
All right, any objection?
Your Honor,
You wish to voir dire?
I do.
Okay. To his qualifications.
His qualification.
Okay, thank you.
oh boy.
Sir, you talked about 2 board certifications, general adult psychiatry,
They might have something good for
Yes.
him on cross.
And-
Let's see.
liaison consultation psychiatry.
Other way around, but consultation liaison.
liaison psychiatry.
Subtle point.
Right. Now, that is not intimate partner violence. That deals with a issue of comorbidity between people who have medical problems and health problems.
So you're saying subspecialty.
Yes.
So consultation liaison psychiatry does have that, but you're also treating patients who have medical illness, who have comorbid psychiatric illness, or people who have psychiatric illness that have comorbid medical illness. And many of the patients that I see on the trauma service have tried to take their own life. And unfortunately, as part of that, intimate partner violence and trauma in general is part and parcel of that. So it's very, very narrow to say it's just a medical psychiatric interface. It's much more of psychiatric patients who need medical help, medical patients who have psychiatric problems, but also that interface.
I literally
So,
just talked about the Lancet last
As a
week,
subset of your trauma patients,
not just
which
the
you say are
retraction,
about 50% of your
but the
practice,
origins of COVID and their volte-face
as a subset
180.
of that practice, some people have been involved with intimate partner violence.
So as a subset of my overall practice, 50% have suffered from trauma. About half of that number have suffered from, I'm sorry, about 20, so it's 20, about 20% that suffer from IP, intimate partner violence.
All right. You've never conducted any empirical research on individuals who experience
my game?
intimate partner violence, have you, sir?
There it is. Okay,
Your
hold on.
definition is
try this.
trials, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Like
Okay,
pharmaceutical
I
trials,
tried.
or
Let's see
what
if that
is it?
works.
Is that what you're saying? Because I've done review articles.
This is the
on
voir dire, Maggie.
patients
They're just
who
trying to get
suffer
him
from trauma.
recognized as
So
an
the answer
expert
is, I
in a
haven't
specific
done
field.
any studies like
It's
where
going on
you,
for. They're going to bore the jury to
give
sleep
them
before he even
medication for treatment
testifies.
or try one treatment versus another. I've reviewed the body of literature on intimate partner violence to get 2 review articles. Yes.
So you've read about
1.21
what you
gigawatts.
just testified.
The only thing that can
I
cause that is a
have
bolt of
to
lightning.
disagree with you on that, sir. Reading about it and writing a review article. Are
Yeah, I'm not touching with
completely
anything here.
different things, sir.
All right. You haven't authorized.
I'll just leave it like this.
Authored any articles specifically on IPV, have you, sir?
As a subset of trauma, the answer is yes. In terms of in the name of the title of the article, the answer is no.
Okay,
You've
I've
never
lowered
written
my
any
volume
books
a touch.
specifically on IPV.
I've never written any books on IPV, although
Ooh, nice
temporal
fish.
mandibular disease,
Mm.
okay, in terms of psychiatric issues, does have a higher frequency.
Here's a question.
in
I mean,
those
they're doing
patients
this
who
for the
have
judge,
suffered
not for the
trauma,
jury now. But if they,
including intimate partner violence,
You've never.
and I am part of that book.
Okay. Temporal mandibular disease deals with problems with the jaw.
Is there a question, sir?
What is temporal
The
mandibular?
temporal mandibular disease problem with oral issues, yeah, but there are many patients who complain of oral issues where the oral surgeon cannot find a reason for it, and the reason why they can't is because people who have suffered from trauma and intimate partner violence are prone to increased sensitivity of somatic sensations, which can manifest in temporal mandibular disease. Thank you, appreciate that. Nice plug for my book too. Thank you.
oh,
There we
that's
go.
not what you want to be.
So,
Not what you want to be
you
saying as an
haven't
expert on
written
the
any
stand.
Chapters of any books specifically
Oh,
about
boy.
IPV.
Again, I think I've gone over that. I've written 2 articles on that, and I've written parts of chapters. And dissociative identity disorder, I should add, where I did write a chapter on, is completely based on trauma and intimate partner violence.
Right.
Thanks
I'm
for
not
plugging
asking
my
about
book.
trauma
I'm here as
because
an
you
expert
wanna
in a
talk
very
about
serious
trauma.
trial.
I'm asking you about IPV
Thanks for the plug.
specifically.
I will reiterate again, you cannot separate intimate partner violence and say that is a separate rubric aside from trauma. Trauma is overall, intimate partner violence is part of trauma. And the answer to the question is any individual who suffers from a dissociative disorder, which I am the author of a chapter of, suffers from trauma, whether it be at the hands of childhood or it be at the hands of an intimate partner.
Right, but you've already testified that half your practice is trauma and a subset of that practice is IPV, correct?
Which is actually I treat the national average of patients. About 20% of patients suffer from it, and that's about my practice number.
That, except you're discounting the fact that half your practice is not trauma at all. So 10% of your practice is IPV.
I don't know if the numbers add up exactly like that.
I'm just using
but
yours.
I don't know if I'm doing. I don't know if those numbers add up like that because I'm not sure if that's the case. If you say 25%, then maybe 12.5%.
Well, he definitely does have something interesting with his jaw.
Rather specific. So
in the speaking,
again,
but
a significant number of my patients have suffered from intimate partner violence. I see it on a daily basis, and I'm not sure exactly why I'm getting asked the same question again.
Okay.
Thank you, though, sir.
You listed
Ooh,
60
this
references
guy's
to
got
articles. I guess you
attitude.
said 80 now in publications.
I don't think he's drunk. I think he just has a
and
I
not
said
a
around,
speech
sorry, I
impediment.
said around.
He's got a
I
jaw
said around.
issue for sure.
60, 80, whatever it is, right?
No, 60 and 80 is not. If you go to the PubMed,
I don't
actually,
think nobody's
you go to PubMed
drunk
right
at 10 in
now
the
and
morning.
Google-
Come on.
not Google,
It's
put
10:15.
PubMed Spiegel DR, and you'll find that number is 72 with 2 waiting to be impressed. 1 submitted, so that'd be 75. So it's around 80. So again, what's on my CV is not necessarily the most updated version because I still publish since the CV's been given to you, sir.
Right. And not one of the 72, 80 articles has IPV in the title, right?
Correct. Not one of them has IPV. It does have trauma, but not IPV.
Right. And you've never presented.
Now
on
I'm.
the
What was
topic of
IPV again, people?
specifically.
This is so good. I've forgotten what they're trying to testify about.
As a
What is
function
IPV?
of trauma and as a function of somatic illness,
IPV
again, I would say to you that it's
trauma.
part
Let's
and
just see what this
parcel
is.
of these
Intimate
illnesses.
partner
So
violence.
The
Sorry,
answer is yes, I have.
IPV is
The answer
intimate
is
partner
yes, I have.
violence.
And IPV doesn't appear in your CV at all.
If you say it's not in my CV, I will believe you.
Well,
There's a lot of things that are not in my CV.
yeah, things that you're not an expert in.
And you're not associated with any professional literature. on
Master,
IPV.
grandmaster in chess is not in my CV.
I'm sorry. Repeat the question, sir.
Is there any professional literature that you've contributed to relative to IPV specifically as opposed to trauma generally?
The answer to the question again, sir, is
Uh-oh.
that you cannot separate this artificial separation you are trying to do.
That's not an answer,
between
sir.
Trauma and intimate partner violence.
Okay, so I see where they're going now.
Part and
They're
parcel
trying to
of
get him.
trauma.
They're gonna
Don't
challenge him on being an
thread it
expert
like
in
that.
IPV. Okay.
Your Honor, plaintiff would accept this witness as an expert on general psychiatry, and
Yeah.
with respect to the drug usage issues that Ms. Bredehoff referenced, but not with respect to IPV.
All right, over
Okay.
objection, he's entered as an expert as stated on the record. All right, you may continue. Thank you.
Okay.
Dr. Spiegel, at our request, what have you reviewed in this case? And just go ahead and give me more.
So
gen-
it's,
give the jury more
it's
general.
a lengthy review, but court filings
So he was not even the treating. He was
psychological
not even the
testing
treating
that
doctor.
was done on Ms. Heard by both Dr. Hughes and Dr. Curry. Other physicians, medical records, other physician note, Dr. Kipper, counselors and therapists that both parties and psychiatrists that they went to, text messages, depositions, snippets of the UK trial. And I'm sure pictures of physical injuries. So
I'm sure. Okay,
I've
they're
seen more.
going to get him. So he's not even a
What,
treating.
if
He's not a
anything,
treating
have you seen
practitioner.
in terms of emails, audios, videos? things
Yes, so I've seen videos of Mr. Depp. I think the video was showing right.
I've seen videos. I've heard
Mr.
audios
Depp,
of him being very
destroying, slamming cupboards and breaking glass and yelling at Miss Heard while having a wine glass in his with wine in his hands. I've seen videos of destruction of property in the house.
This guy's going to get destroyed on cross-examination.
And what, if any, review have you conducted of the deposition and testimony of Mr. Depp's hired witness, Dr. Curry?
Objection.
Sure.
Oy, oy, oy. So this guy, he will not have been a treating psychiatrist. He's going to have looked over, and I don't even like the way Elaine phrases the question. The evidence that what we have given you, have you reviewed? He if he's a true expert, should say, okay, is there anything else other than what you've given me? You've given me this. Are there other things that I should know? Because I'm not just a paid, I don't want to use any analogies that might get me in trouble on YouTube. I'm not just a hired gun. I'm an expert. So I don't just look at what you give me because that's a very myopic view of what I'm supposed to be an expert on. But she keeps phrasing it. We've given you stuff that you've looked at. What did we give you? Well, you gave me some very self-serving documents, pretty much only one side that I've analyzed to determine that, yes, your one side with no other evidence in there makes Johnny very bad man. Oh, an expert is someone who knows more and more about less and less. I mean, what's his book on? But that was a pretty good score in cross on the voir dire, challenging him. You have nothing about IPV specifically anywhere in your resume. That's because it goes hand in hand, so much so that it does not require its own specification or identification on my curriculum vitae, in my books, whatever. So yeah, we'll see this guy. Well, we'll see where it goes. But this is going to be another one of, we've given you half the story. Come to an expert conclusion. Birthday Viva, love your commentary. Thank you. I want to see Johnny Depp get called up. I hope. By the way, I can't go past 3:00 today, so it's going to be a relatively short stream. Only 4.5 hours. But I'm going to end at 3:00. I think Nate the lawyer's live, Alita Legal Bites is live, Emily D. Baker's live, Rakata's live. I think Good Logic is live. If Uncivil Law is not live, he probably will be at some point. Where do I see Doc Brown? I definitely see Doc Brown now. Like Doc Brown sans the hair. 1.21 gigawatts. But no, this is. I want to see them call Johnny Depp. Hail Mary is one way of looking at it. Act of desperation is another. Even in Hail Mary, there's a strategy. Acts of desperation, you just throw it all up in the air and hope it lands somewhere good. The Hippocrates Matrix. Happy birthday, Viva. Much love, brother, and have a great day. Thank you very much. And Hippocrates, when you say brother, I like it. When AOC comes out on Twitter and refers to certain people based on religion alone as her brothers and sisters, that makes me angry. That feels cheap. This feels loving. Thank you. Get the DeLorean. Oh man, let's see what this guy has to say. So you've seen.
Remember my question?
I don't, Elaine. You'll have to refresh us.
Did you review the
reviewed
deposition and testimony of Dr. Curry?
Dr.
Curry, first
Yes,
expert
I
who
reviewed
came out and talked about
So I reviewed testimony of Dr. Curry. I reviewed Dr. Curry's
BPD,
reports.
bipolar
I
disorder,
reviewed Dr. Curry's
borderline personality disorder. I'm
And
sorry.
What if
Two very
did you
different things.
review the deposition and trial testimony of Dr. Hughes?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of the disclosure.
I'll allow that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Thank
Did
you.
you
Thank you. I
interview
got
Mr.
it. I
Depp?
got it.
No, I did not.
Oh, Good Logic is in the gallery today.
I requested to interview Mr. Depp twice.
Maybe I'll send him a link. Maybe he can pop on during break.
Dr. Spiegel, I'm going to ask you some questions
Spiegel.
in this case respecting your opinions and the opinions you have formed and the bases for them.
Probably
And I'm
Patriot.
going to ask you to provide me with, in a reasonable degree of medical probability or certainty. Can you do that?
Yes.
Okay. On what were you requested to analyze and opine in this case?
So it's fourfold. One, I was asked to opine about the risk factors that are associated with intimate partner violence and behaviors that are shown, risk factors that are shown in intimate partner violence.
I can see
to be
creep show too.
consistent with behaviors that Mr. Depp has demonstrated. Two, I've been asked to opine about the acute effects on alcohol and substance use. And I mentioned that including.
But only for Johnny, not for
behavior,
Amber. Only for Johnny.
cognition, Functional impairment. Three, talking about the psychological profile, if you would, of. Is there a question? I'm sorry. Oh,
No.
okay. Of psychological and medical sequelae of patients who have suffered intimate partner violence.
But only for Johnny,
perpetrated
not for
intimate
Amber.
partner violence, and whether or not Mr. Depp's behavior is consistent with that.
Mhm.
And lastly, about alcohol and other substance use disorders, their diagnostic criteria, their medical and psychological effects, psychiatric effects, their cognitive effects, and their functional effects. And
But only for
I
Johnny,
think I would like to
not for Amber.
just go with the jury. One other thing, when we talk about when psychiatry talks about substance use disorders,
Not you,
it's
us.
imperative to understand we're not talking about someone who rarely uses and happens to have a bad night. We're not talking about someone who uses on a weekly basis and has a bad night. We're talking about repetitive patterns of behavior that meet a list of 11 criteria that can be deemed mild, moderate, or severe. Because I
This
think
guy is
people
going
get
to
confused when they hear
diagnose
the word
Johnny
substance abuse,
without
they
ever
think
having
of,
met him.
Oh, I may abuse this because I use it twice. There is a whole criteria of behavior and sequelae and consequences that go with a substance use.
This guy is going to do what
I'm not
doctors
just
are
talking
never
about
supposed to
someone
do:
who
diagnose someone they've
occasionally
never
smokes a joint or
actually
smokes a joint
met,
or
examined,
snorts
or
occasionally
been
coke,
mandated
okay, or has alcohol
to
on
diagnose.
weekends. So I really need to reiterate that because I think when you look at psychiatric behavior, we tend to people look online and say, my gosh, I have all 7 of these, right? And they're reading it not quite the way the psychiatric literature is supposed to go. So please, when I'm talking about this, I need you to understand, one, that's what's going on. As I told you about intimate partner
we now know
violence,
from the
it's
bombshell
horrible that
Ellen
anyone
Barkin
would strike
testimony, he
anyone,
threw a bottle
okay? But
35
again,
years
we're
ago.
talking about repetitive behaviors for means of control. Right. So that's real important to understand.
He's
when
going to
you're
get
moving
grilled
forward.
on
I may
cross-examination.
Say occasionally substance abuse, but what I'm referring to is substance
Objection
use
beyond the scope of the question.
I don't.
Sustained. Next question.
Okay.
Doctors not
Dr. Spiegel,
supposed
could
to
you please
diagnose
just summarize for the jury the
patient
conclusions you
they've
came to
never
with your
met.
opinions, and then we'll take you through the specifics.
So in my opinion, based on
NCBI,
my
is it
review
ever
of
ethical for
evidence,
doctors to diagnose patients they
based on
haven't
my
examined?
clinical experience,
He's
based
gonna
on my
get
publishing
grilled
experience, based on my teaching experience,
and cross?
that Mr. Depp has behaviors that are consistent with both someone who has a substance use disorder as well as consistent behaviors for someone who's a perpetrator of intimate partner violence.
Thank you. I'm going to start with the impact of drug and alcohol abuse over time. First of all, based upon your review of the record evidence, what type of drugs has Mr. Depp used?
Can you believe it? They're going. This
So,
guy.
Mr. Depp,
I don't like
and
making
again, I'm
accusations of
talking about
ethics.
use, we're talking about a
I just sent you the
substance use
link.
disorder here. We're not just talking about use. Okay, so we are talking about
Psychiatrists
alcohol.
should never provide professional
We are
opinions in the
talking
media
about
about public figures they
amphetamines.
have not personally
We
examined.
are
The
talking
American
about marijuana.
Psychiatric
We are talking
Association
about
reiterated in
cocaine.
a statement.
We are talking about LSD. We are talking about ecstasy. We are talking about opiates. We are talking about prescription benzodiazepines. And
Know
we'll
what
get
Johnny
into a
was
separate
taking?
thing about the abusability of Seroquel and or gabapentin and Iran.
Seroquel, I heard in a
we're
Tom
talking
McDonald
about
song actually for
much
the
of
first time.
concurrent use.
Boom, here. Just
meaning
go ahead and read that, people.
simultaneously.
In your practice, do some patients suggest to you that drugs and alcohol actually help them?
So I think it's patients who lack insight or are in the very early stages of recognizing they have a quote unquote problem will sometimes actually say that they have this medication actually calms me down. This medication makes me feel better. And in actuality,
He's going to get grilled on
they may
cross.
not acutely feel anything, but chronic and continual use will take its toll. on
Johnny's
the brain. So
expert,
the answer
Dr.
is
Curry,
yes,
actually
but
met
again,
Amber
people who have substance use
and
disorders
was mandated.
have lack of insight and a lack of judgment about what's going on. They're very poor.
And anyone mind if I talk over this for a second? Amber Heard was
Has
actually
Mr. Depp
mandated to
suggested,
meet with
based
Amber
on
and
your review of
diagnose
the
her with
record
PTSD,
evidence,
but
that
instead diagnosed her
alcohol
with
and
borderline
drugs
personality disorder.
actually help him?
Actually, in review of the evidence, he has suggested that alcohol, Xanax, I'm in the list of medications, do help. Although I will also tell you on review of the evidence that there were at least 2 times I can remember that Mr. Depp was referring to at least short-lived periods of sobriety, and I cannot exactly tell you what that included.
Because I never met the guy.
That he
I can't tell you what
functioned
that
better,
included.
and that he recognized that alcohol and drugs was at the root of his problems.
Now, there have been.
I'm
there's been
excited for the
testimony that
cross-examination
Mr.
of this
Depp
guy.
is quite charming, both off and on the drugs and the alcohol. What is your answer to that?
So again, let me put one thing clear here. I am not here to impeach Mr. Depp's acting skills or his persona.
Oh
He has
my
way greater
God.
skills than I do.
Thanks, doctor. That's
What I'm here to say is talk about how drugs and alcohol affect what we all have in common. We're all human beings. We can all only get so much, take so much when something is going to happen. And that's what I see every day in the emergency room, on the consult service, on inpatient psychiatry. Bad things happen, not because of anything special, except we're all human beings and our brains, substance abuse, are not titrated. They're not regulated by the FDA. We don't know what we're getting. We don't know how much we're getting. There is no
dude,
control over
even
what
when they are
makes it to our
regulated by the
brain.
FDA, you don't know what
So
you're getting or
it's
how it's going to
not
affect you.
the actor. It is not the persona. Okay. It is a person just like the rest of us who are
Who I've
human
never met,
beings
never asked,
who
never
have
actually
these
had a
effects.
consult
That's
with.
what we all share in common.
Don't know when he was
Everyone
doing
in this
what.
courtroom shares that.
Never talked to him, but I've read some
When
depositions.
Mr. Depp was in his relationship with Amber Heard, was he a polysubstance abuser?
Was he in what substance abuse?
Polysubstance
Yes.
abuser?
So
Can you
you-
explain?
Based on the
further what
depositions.
that is?
Overruled.
He took many drugs,
I'm
different
sorry.
drugs.
Go ahead.
Okay, so
mixed drugs.
polysubstance abuse is the use of 3 or more substances. And I answer, like I said, concurrently, he was. Even while I was getting ready for rehab on the island, he was. So yes, he did engage in that.
Did Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol abuse affect him cognitively?
How the hell
Yes.
is he supposed to
So,
know?
If nothing else to look at,
Oh my goodness.
Dr. Blaustein, psychiatrist at Valley, Mr. Depp, did a mini mental state exam on him. And as part of that mini mental state examination, you're asked to remember 3 words and then come back 5 minutes later and repeat those 3 words. And in the meanwhile, you're getting other types of testing for attention.
So
and
now he's
concentration
assessing
and
another
visual,
doctor's
spatial,
assessment.
and
Interesting.
language. So other things that are being tested too. Mr. Depp was unable to recall any of them. And that is very unusual for a 50-ish year old.
I don't even know how old the
male.
guy is. I
don't know
never
how
met
old
him.
he was when he took that. Generally speaking, that age group should be remembering 2 or all 3. of
Dude,
those
have
words.
a few kids. We'll see what you
one,
remember after that.
I do know that his lines were also fed to him
Dude,
by earpiece.
doctor, do
Again,
drugs and alcohol
affecting
affect
memory.
someone's
I did
mind?
see in
Well, yeah.
deposition, I'm sorry, video deposition about having to have questions. I don't want to say repeat as much as completely forgotten. So the answer is yes. And you know, any one of us who use alcohol and cocaine to that level of degree, and I'm talking about a severe level of substance use disorder, are going to have effects is inescapable, because we all have brains that are malaffected by extensive substance use, and potentially sometimes
even
less,
Amber Heard,
but certainly
even with her
more
mega
likely
pints,
extensive.
Amber Heard. Did you hear Amber Heard
What, if
slurring her
any,
speech?
anything did you observe?
Saying she couldn't
from
remember
record
things?
Evidence about Mr. Depp having difficulty focusing, his attention span, processing, whether he could function as an actor.
Dude, I have a short
So-
attention
Objection,
span.
compound.
Objection, everything.
Overruled.
Thank you.
So again, in terms of the acting part, we do know that he needed his lines fed to him for movies.
I didn't know
Part of
that. I
could
heard
be
that.
also
That's
due to-
something of a rumor.
And I don't know which movie.
This-
and please
this
forgive me about
doctor's
that,
going to-
that he
I don't know
actually
which movie,
confessed he
when
did
it
the movie
happened.
Entirely wasted. So I imagine it would be harder to do that. Additionally, like I said, when I looked at deposition, you can tell that the processing speed was down. His thinking rate was down. If your thinking rate is down, and I'm not talking about, again, I'm getting older. I'm probably not as sharp as I was at 25, okay? But I'm talking about so slow that when we're trying to move on to other questions, we're still trying to answer the original data that's presented to us. So attention span is very much impaired. And if your attention span is impaired, your memory is going to be impaired. It is inescapable that that's going to happen. So all that comes into play there. And that's what I witnessed.
It's not just
in
about
the,
the Amber also
the,
drank. Amber also did drugs.
video
So by this
deposition.
doctor's own testimony, she would be
Fortunately,
guilty of
for
IPV as
Mr.
well.
Depp, I do see that during this trial, that's his cognition has improved somewhat, which will happen if you are sober.
Has improved
So I
from a
commend him on
baseline that I
that.
haven't measured myself.
But again,
Oh,
I'm
this guy,
specifically
this guy.
referencing the time with Ms.
This is why
Heard
doctors
and
are not
Mr.
supposed
Depp's
to
relationship.
assess
So
people,
we're
whether
talking
it's
about
Trump,
that.
Nixon, or whomever.
What, if any, observations from the record evidence did you have about Mr. Depp having alcoholic blackouts or foggy mind?
Again, there
I'm
were
sorry. Is there not a
times where
difference
he
between blackouts or
essentially,
foggy
quote,
mind?
unquote, passed out drunk.
Thank you,
We saw
Barb.
Pictures of him passed out drunk and not being able to remember.
Oh,
what
he saw
did,
pictures of him passed
which
out
is,
drunk.
Again, if
Oh,
you look
oh
at the
my
record
goodness.
evidence, you will see that.
Evidence,
And
3
this is
pictures,
linking intimate
and the
partner
context is
violence
that
and
which Amber
substance
gave to
use
it.
together.
Okay.
I know we're going to get to that.
This
Which is
guy,
basically,
this guy.
if you have blackouts and you're using alcohol or using cocaine, it's going to be near impossible to remember what happened the night before. I don't think I'm the first person that's ever told you that alcohol can cause blackouts. And basically,
This guy's using
alcohol,
blackouts
decreases a
interchangeably
brain
with
chemical, glutamate,
forgetting.
which is involved in memory formation. If it blocks that to an extensive degree, the individual cannot remember what happened because they didn't have enough time for their brain.
The doctor
to
can
process the
testify
memory
on
needs
hearsay
this
because
brain
they're
chemical.
answering hypothetical
So,
questions
does alcohol
as
blackouts happen
as an
every
essence
time?
to their
No,
testimony.
Of course not. But are they a complication of a use disorder? Absolutely yes. And there was record evidence of that.
or what was the record evidence of
Dr.
Johnny's
Spiegel, you said at one
blackouts?
point, alcohol and cocaine. Is it possible to have blackouts with alcohol and different types of substances?
Yes. So my clinical experience, and I'll date it back within the last month. We had a patient who was using both, especially cocaine, and she had these kind of stroke-like lesions around the brain center known as the hippocampus, which
Yeah.
is involved in memory formation. So
From a
Objection,
patient.
relevance.
Well, I would
Giving an example.
Overruled.
I would let him do this so that you can actually
combining the two
illustrate why it's
substances together
necessary to
increases the
examine an
likelihood.
actual
Even if you
patient.
don't get what is a major stroke, and again, we think of a major stroke as someone who has speech difficulties and movement difficulties. There's a lot of different types of stroke that can just affect cognition. They don't necessarily have to have severe movement deficits or severe language deficits. They can solely affect you in terms of your cognitive symptoms.
There is truth
and
to what he's
actually
saying about
known as
blackouts,
a vascular
obviously. But the question is, he's just
neurocognitive disorder.
testifying at
I- you
large
need to
based on
understand
having
that's part of
reviewed
the
depositions
psychiatric
and
diagnosis.
photographs.
You need to understand that you can have these insults, these lesions, these strokes without demonstrating physical features. And at a minimal, we know that he was using both substances concurrently. And at a minimal, we know he had cognitive issues that we talked about, or at least had some of them.
Thank you, Dr. Spiegel. What, if any, correlation is there between domestic abuse, heavy alcohol abuse, and cognitive disorders?
So
Let's hear it. Good question, Elaine, because this applies as much, if not more, to
risk
Elaine.
factors, if you would, for intimate partner violence. Okay, and there are probably many of them. I don't have time to go over all of them, but the ones in particular, characters in particular, are one, having someone in the relationship who is jealous or suspicious. Two, having someone who has a higher than average acceptance of violence ideations. Three,
Amber.
someone who has
Amber.
rapid and extreme mood shifts.
Amber.
Four, someone who has limited self-control.
Amber.
One of the roles of
This guy
cognition,
is
one of the roles of our brain
describing
is
his
to
own client.
prevent inappropriate
Ooh, I hear a dog. Hold on a second.
behaviors and acting out on thoughts. We all get angry at people. That's human. We all get angry at people. We all think things about people. The difference is when our brains are intact and working well, most of us don't act them out. Okay? Most of us do not act them out. So that's because your frontal lobe and other parts of the brain are involved in making sure these negative thoughts don't get acted
What do you have
on.
to say about this?
Okay?
Oh, yeah.
So when you have the effects of
I am
alcohol,
Winston, master of the universe.
acutely,
All
it causes
pray to me.
disinhibition, which means you are,
Thank you.
by definition,
go
losing
get out of here.
control and having rapid mood swings. Two, you are affecting parts of the brain that are involved in what we call social processing cues. So you no longer can interpret what's in front of you that is, I would say, right or wrong, or what I should act on and what I shouldn't act on. So we act on them, even though sober, and I've seen it with Mr. Depp's record evidence. I've seen it clinically. Sober, we can contain that. We can contain that. But when you have these mixtures together, knowing, by the way, that about 40 up to 60% of intimate partner violence is done under the influence of alcohol and or substance use disorders.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Knowing that treating it gets it better,
Mm-hmm.
improves. I'm not saying removes it, but improves it.
Mm-hmm.
Hearing from Mr. Depp's own text to Dr. Kipper that he was better with that things are going better, will show you that given those confluence of factors, given them all lining up, the risk factors.
I love it how he's going to
combined with something that
only rely on Johnny
any of us
Depp's incriminating
who's doing
text, but not on
certain
his
amount,
exculpatory
obviously it'll be a lot less.
texts, recordings.
If we're more experienced and have more tolerance and dependence, it's going to take a lot more, but inevitably will make us disinhibited and will make us act out. And acting out can be done in a lot of different ways.
Let me tell you something, doctor. I've been uninhibited and have never acted out in violence.
Control is the end game of intimate partner violence. So that's how they basically interact in a nutshell.
Ms. Bretterhoff, I assume you have,
I have quite a bit more.
let's go ahead and take our morning recess. Ladies and gentlemen, just do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research. We'll be back with you
I'm sorry.
in 15 minutes.
Just
We're just taking a break. No, we're just taking a break.
Remember, once again, that book was, what was the name of his book, people? By Dr. Schmiegel. Yeah, let's just wait until, hold on. I'm going to leave up a chat. I'm going to leave up a comment just to.
All right, let's just take a break till 11 then. And we'll come back at 11, okay?
Thank you.
Hi-yo. Okay, let's just see what happens in the courtroom. Apparently, good logic. Joe Neerman is in the house, as is, I think, other people. His opinion not only means nothing, he's going to get demolished on cross. This guy never met Johnny Depp. He's cherry picking, in the truest of the senses, the evidence on which, there we go. Sic semper tyrannis. Virginia's state logo. Let's remove this for 1 second. I can take these off. Oh, God. Oh, it hurts. I do know that I've got a gift coming in the mail, which are going to be better and more comfortable headphones. Okay. Let me just see what we got here. Red Pill says, I'm sorry. Thinking the break was his fault. LOL. No, sir. Let's just go pull up an article that I just sent to everybody. That was a Bach piece that I once played back in the day. Is it ever, you know what? It's not an incognito. Let's just go here. Okay, people, do we see this? Do we see this article? And just go back to StreamYard. Oh, this is why I need two separate windows. Give me, let's just get out of here. Do it like this. Sorry, peeps. I need to do incognito because I need to toggle between two windows. Must toggle between two windows. This is an article from the NCBI. Share screen. Chrome tab. Is it ever ethical? Is it ever ethical for doctors to diagnose patients they have not examined? NIH, sorry, not it's NCBI. Well, hold on. The publication is in NCBI, the National Center for Biotechnology Information. Is it ever ethical for doctors to diagnose patients they haven't examined? Psychiatrists should never provide professional opinions in the media about public figures they have not personally examined, the American Psychiatric Association reiterated in a statement. The association was reminding members about what is known as the Goldwater Rule, a guideline penned in 1973 after more than 1,000 psychiatrists went public with views about U.S. presidential candidate Barry Goldwater's fitness to hold office, calling him, among other things, a dangerous lunatic. My goodness, history doesn't repeat, but it certainly tends to rhyme, people. Mark Twain. Mutatis mutandis to what experts did with Trump. Despite this long-standing principle, however, many medical professionals have continued to weigh in over the years, particularly on the health of U.S. presidents. Richard Nixon was declared paranoid. Reagan was diagnosed from afar with Alzheimer's disease. Bill Clinton was proclaimed a narcissist. More recently, cardiologists had a field day with Donald Trump's cholesterol levels, belly fat, and coronary calcium score. At what point, if ever, should doctors go public with their from a distance diagnoses? Are psychiatrists unique? Yada, 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 yada. Let's just see if there's anything interesting. I don't want to go through. You know what? It's not that long. Let's just go here. But apart from the duty rests on having done a proper evaluation, according to Dr. David Goldblum, a psychiatry professor and senior medical advisor for the Center for Addiction and Mental Health, you are intervening to abrogate fundamental civil freedoms, he said. You can't do that from having read an article or watched television. Here, the difference is going to be this individual is called as an expert specifically to assess someone's mental standing, assess based on evidence provided to them. I know it's different, but it's still nonetheless very interesting that this guy's going to have read and assessed based on cherry-picked information from one party, and come to some pretty, on the one hand, standard conclusions, but also on the other hand, some pretty radical conclusions. I wonder if they hired this guy to assess Amber Heard. How would that go? The Canadian Psychiatric Association said it had no official position on this subject, and although the American Psychiatric Association generally frowns on diagnoses made at a distance, there are instances when it's considered acceptable, yada, 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 yada. For example, the CIA will ask for psychiatric evaluations of world leaders who haven't been examined in person. Kim Jong-un's mental state has almost certainly been opined upon by psychiatrists, he said. When a judge requests a psychiatric assessment of a person whom the psychiatrist hasn't met, the assessment relies on materials collected by others, but in some cases, the limitations of the evaluations are understood. Said exactly. Armchair diagnosis can also harm trust in the medical profession, according to Brendan Layer, a clinical ethicist at the John Dossator Health Ethics Center. Doctors are stewards of an inherited trust. Yeah. If it were an inherited trust, it certainly might not be passed down to the next generation. It will not be inherited by the next generation. It's going to have to be reestablished by the next generation. What you do can undermine that trust, he said, because diagnosing public figures on cable TV could cause you to be perceived more as a political advocate than a physician. Close this up. So people, bear that in mind. Apply it mutatis mutandis to this. We know it's an expert. This is under the caveat that this person is being called as an expert for a trial. It's going to be perceived that way, but My goodness. Okay. But yeah, it's Chairman Klaus. That is not something that we can assess. Viva, it took your entire life to get to this point. Happy birthday. Thank you very much. The psychiatrist looks like the scientist from Back to the Future. That would be Doc Brown in the movie, Christopher Lloyd in real life, and I believe we all agree on that. But no, this is it's fascinating. So the first expert, for those who are just tuning in now, was not an ophthalmologist. Was testifying on the finger injury. We had the first, which is not cognitive. You're not assessing someone's psychiatric mental state. You're assessing physical injury, which is different in nature than psychiatry, different in nature than the mind. First expert of the day, orthopedic surgeon. Thank you. There you go. The first expert of the day was an orthopedic surgeon who, there was no challenging his credentials. He was recognized as an expert after a relatively short voir dire, which is see say. It was truth say, which is testing the credentials of an expert. He was admitted as an expert, and he came in and said, that injury on the finger, I've reviewed the evidence submitted to me. Not to say it was cherry-picked, but I've reviewed evidence that was submitted to me by Team Amber. And I'm saying Team Amber, not in the hashtag Team Amber as in blindly following one team versus another in absence of assessing any evidence, but rather Amber's legal team. Reviewed the evidence submitted by Amber's legal team. Proceeded to describe the manner in which Johnny Depp allegedly sustained the injury. Said his hand was flat on a table, and in his mind, although inconclusive, very unlikely that the injury was sustained by a bottle allegedly thrown, because his hand was flat on the table. The bottle allegedly exploded, and one would assume that there would be pieces of glass in medical reports by the treating physicians, etc., etc. He said it was a crush injury, but he, in his assessment, he said, unlikely that it was caused in the way Johnny Depp said it was. His hand was flat on the table. The bottle, I would imagine, comes in at an angle, not a crush. You'd expect broken glass everywhere in the wound, etc. The fingernail was intact. Okay, fine. But he specifically said inconclusive. Cross-examination, I will say Camille destroyed him. Camille crushed him in cross-examination by getting him to recognize that, or admit that, his description of how, in his expert opinion, the injury occurred was wrong. Johnny Depp's, by his own testimony, his hand was not flat on the table, but curled over the side of a bar. She then proceeded to show pictures of broken glass at the area of the alleged incident, blood drips at the area of the alleged incident, proceeded to show evidence to the effect that the fingertip was found at the bar area of the alleged incident, asked the doctor if he knew any of this, and he said, no, I didn't see any of that. Amber's team didn't give me that information. They tried to get him to testify on what the broken glass was. And the redirect did nothing to reestablish his garbage expert testimony, in my humble opinion. Call me biased, but that expert was bad. That expert was bad from the get-go. And that expert was attempting to undermine the idea that Johnny Depp's injury was sustained in the way he said it was sustained, which was Amber Heard throwing, what was it, a half gallon? Sounds like a big freaking bottle of vodka. Thus, and that crushed his finger, smashed the tip off, and then the bottle proceeded to break. I had a thought on that. Oh yeah, although the doctor did say it was a crush injury, and it could have occurred in a sliding door, in a car door. He doesn't know, but he doesn't think it happened with a bottle of vodka being thrown at it, crushing it against the side of a bar, and then the bottle proceeding to shatter off once it hit afterwards, so that you would actually have no glass in the wound. The only problem with that, by the way, I think they'll use it in closing because they didn't raise it in cross. That's not even how Amber Heard said he lost his finger. She said he lost his finger while smashing a phone on a wall, to the point where the phone disintegrated, his, blood going everywhere. And then when she woke up 3 hours later after, just going to sleep after that incident, No drugs involved in that or alcohol. After going to sleep after that, his fingertip was gone. So even by the doctor's own testimony now, even if it is inconclusive as to how Johnny alleges he sustained this injury, it's, I think, demonstrably incompatible with Amber Heard's testimony, which was repeated striking and not a crush injury, even according to their own expert. Playing Monday morning quarterback quite literally on a Monday, and it's easier to think when you're not there and when you're not necessarily following a specific line of questioning. But okay, doctor, and maybe you don't even want to open that door to him to clarify Amber's testimony, but his explanation for how it happened, it was a crush injury, could have been in a sliding door, could have been in a car door, he doesn't know, but not a bottle. Incompatible with Amber's own testimony as to how Johnny sustained that injury. Okay, interesting. Let's get to Doc Brown in a second. Mega pint for both of us. Candace Magnus, thank you very much. I'm 39 today. You're happy birthday, Candace. You're 43, and I diagnose this with being amazingly awesome. Going to buy me some Viva merch today. Oh, hold on. Let me plug the merch store, people. Candace, thank you very much. Speaking of plugging, let's get to the second doctor plugging his book on the and the funny thing is, Candace, thank you again. It's a funny joke ordinarily. Like it's a joke. Hey, that's Viva Barnes Law locals. Yeah, it's a joke. But there's a time and a place for every joke. And even I know that, despite my juvenile sense of humor, despite my sometimes lacking better judgment. Even I know that you don't make certain jokes in certain contexts. You're there as an expert, an alleged expert, a psychiatrist expert testifying on IPV, intimate partner violence. It's not the time to even give the illusion of looking opportunistic. But he did, because, whatever, a moment of not thinking clearly, but speaking of judgment, okay. Doesn't the edge of the bar play into this? I'm betting the doctor didn't know if the bar edge was smooth or curved or sharp 90 degree. Wish they asked. Well, they got to it enough where they said, did you know any of this? Did you know that the broken glass was there? Did you see these pictures of blood by the bar? Did you know the fingertip was alleged to have been found there? And he says, no. I might have asked, if you knew this, would it possibly change your opinion? And here it's one of those questions where you don't know the answer. So it could be risky. Except it's one of those questions where either way he's damned. If you knew these additional facts of which you were not aware by your own testimony, would it change your medical professional opinion? He either says yes, in which case you win, or he says no, in which case he looks like an idiot, and in which case you win. Or he tries to get into some lengthy, well, maybe if I've been around. You ask him that question, if you had known now what you admit you didn't know at the time, would it change your professional assessment? The answer is either going to be yes or no. Yes is bad, no is bad. One makes him look incomplete, the other one makes him look dogmatic. Now, speaking of shameless plugs, yesterday we launched the merch store, and it looks good. Getpressed.ca, a Canadian company. And some of the stuff is not all made in Canada, but I've asked at least it's not made in certain countries that we might not want to, out of principle, try to avoid purchasing goods from in as much as possible. Stay local. This is it, people. Check it out. Boo-yah. This is my wife. And then you can go. Anyways, that's it. It's there. It's all there. Cake anyone, because today's my birthday. I don't know if you knew that. Look at this. Look at this. Oh, it's beautiful. Layout's good. The apron is good. I'm having a barbecue tonight. Viva Barnes, and we're going to get the Barnes stuff up ASAP. Okay, let's get back to the psychiatrist. Remove. So we've read an article. This is not a question of don't go file ethics complaints either, by the way, because the doctor diagnosed them. In as much as doctors should not be assessing or providing psychiatric evaluations of people they've never met, people should not be filing ethics complaints against doctors or lawyers that they've never had as clients, that they've never had as professionals, for whom they have never been clients. So that goes both ways. But this doctor, he's called to assess at a distance because, but he necessarily, I'm just going to remove that. He necessarily hasn't met Johnny Depp. Presumably, This is not a court-appointed expert. So he has not met Johnny Depp. He's not going to meet Johnny Depp because Johnny Depp's not going to agree to sit down with this partisan, because he is acting for and on behalf and at the direction of, in the interest of one of the parties, Amber Heard. He's not going to sit down and meet with them, and that's totally understandable. No, this is too stupid. Cannot watch. You should watch this. First of all, if you've never seen a voir dire, it's interesting. People don't appreciate, experts, especially if it's adversarial, like uber adversarial, and especially if it's not televised. You challenge an expert in court. People do it all the time, and you want to, even if you. Oh, we're getting back. Even if you're unsuccessful in challenging an expert, you want to do it. You want to rattle the expert before they take the stand as a recognized expert of the court. And the voir dire, first of all, let me anecdote while they do this here. I'm going to add to stream. I once had a case where I was, I called an expert. I'll tell you what, you learn lessons fast when they happen to you. We had an expert in a file. Any detail doesn't make a difference. I sat down with this expert for 2-3 days to go over testimony, not to prep their testimony, to understand their testimony, to get them ready for a cross-examination, to go over the facts, to go over their expert report. 2-3 days. Okay. We get to court and I present the evidence. I present the expert and ask that they be recognized as an expert. Qualifications, expertise, how many times have you been to court? Okay, great. The opposing party challenges, say, well, we have a few questions. Has your license ever been suspended? What do you think the answer was to that question, to which I was not aware because I knew that they were licensed and in good standing at that time. What do you think the answer to that question? Has your license ever been suspended? The answer was it hadn't been suspended. It had been, let me rephrase, it had been suspended but not necessarily revoked. Temporarily, but reinstated. You got to do your own due diligence on your own experts because they don't always offer what would be obvious, relevant information. And I didn't think to ask. Never made that mistake again. Of course, your own expert doesn't like being challenged on whether or not their license has ever been suspended, revoked, or reprimanded. Although the individual hadn't been reprimanded, it was just a temporary suspension. So yeah. This is a learning experience for anyone who wants to become a lawyer.
Your next question.
And you'll see in their
Thank you,
cross-examination or
Dr.
the
Speaker,
challenging
before we took
the
the
expert
break,
status
we were
of
talking
Doc Brown
about the
here.
correlation between domestic abuse, heavy alcohol abuse, and cognitive
Sorry, that's because
disorders.
I'm not here
Does the
for the
literature
stream.
support your
They got him to
testimony
not
on
be,
this?
or at least
Yes,
challenge his
literature fully
IPV
supports
expertise. Okay, I'll
everything
shut
that
my
you
face
said.
now for a second.
Through that interaction.
Thank you. Now, you indicated that you reviewed Mr. Depp's video depositions. Is that correct? The
Yes.
ones from November
Did you
10
review
through
Amber
12
Heard's?
of 2020 and December 14 of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you reach any conclusions about his cognitive symptoms, insight, and
Oh, he's
judgment
drinking
in watching
Gatorade.
those?
Oh,
So during the video deposition, what was readily
we
apparent
do not see the jury.
was a gentleman who had a significant delay in processing speed. And like I said, when you
A
have
delay in
a
process,
delay
or
in
maybe he just
processing
thinks
speed,
before he speaks.
many other cognitive functions are going to follow. You're going
Oh
to
my
be impaired
goodness.
attention, concentration, memory, all that.
I think we're going with
in
hashtag
terms
Doc
of,
Brown.
having to the speech product.
At least he's drinking the yellow. That's the best flavor. If you're going to drink
were
garbage.
much more in the way of kind of disconnected, disjointed.
It's got the stuff plants
statements.
need.
It wasn't that they were not necessarily understandable, but they didn't have any coherent pattern.
No coherent
until
pattern.
He was
Amber
more
Heard.
structured by Ms. Bredehoff to kind of get to the point of the question, which happened throughout most of the deposition. And so you could see there that there was obviously some form of cognitive issue that should not be happening in someone in their mid-50s.
Oh yeah, clearly.
Probably due to the alcohol and
Probably.
substances.
What, if any, observations did you make about impulse control?
So during the deposition? Or,
Yes, or,
okay.
and,
Or any
and
other
other
time?
record evidence either.
So again, I think that under the guise of not being acutely intoxicated. I think Mr. Depp was able to control much of his behavior, much of his thinking, even if it was aberrant or negative, he's able to control that. I think that once you start getting to the point of adding substances to that, that will set it
I'll talk a
over.
little quieter.
If you saw the video, I think you all did, about the
Let's hear it.
kitchen where there was smashing of glasses, slamming.
Oh
of
God,
cupboards,
yeah.
and
You
yelling
you
at
pretend to
servers
diagnose
and don't
anything on that,
insist.
you're done.
And throughout the deposition of Dr. Kipper, Mr. Depp is firing him and rehiring him and yelling and screaming. And I do believe that a lot of it had to do with the interaction of, hey, we're trying to help you get sober. Okay. And it is obviously something you are resisting, not ready for, not wanting. And so you saw a lot of yelling, a lot of acting out, if you would, which
Oh my God.
puts you on the state of, hey, this is a gentleman who has really significant trouble with delaying gratification, okay, delaying reward. And certainly one way to make that significantly worse is with substances. There's no question about that.
He has never met
And
JD.
You may
Correct.
have subsumed this in, but what, if anything, did you observe relating to erratic behavior based on the record evidence?
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, when you talk about erratic behavior, Dr. Kipper's deposition, I believe it was, where, and I think I made a particular note of this only because I'm a psychiatrist myself.
I don't know if you do that,
There
guys. We
was
spent 25 minutes
very,
just praising me.
large
Did you get that part, guys?
ranting about Dr. Cowan, who was Ms. Heard's psychologist therapist. And the language, you can be dissatisfied with your provider. I have no problem with that. You could be dissatisfied and you have the right to go to wherever you want to go to. But the texting.
Yeah,
that
was
were
the
involved in
video
this in
about
terms of
after the death
erratic
of his mother
behavior,
or the 650 million that he lost?
was disturbing in terms of the verbiage used, the phrases used. Am I free to
Oh, look at this. He wants to shock the
use
jury.
some of the language, or should I reserve that, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
I can?
The jury, believe me.
I can't look. He looks so happy.
Okay,
Look at
all
that
right, wanna
face.
make
He
sure.
looks so happy that he could swear now.
So it's something along the line that
Go back and look
Dr.
at that face
Kipper
that
is
he
an
just
effing
gave.
charlatan.
So happy.
He ought to
Objection,
be-
hearsay.
it was-
He's entitled to rely on it and to give his examples.
I think experts are allowed to, or it's going to be
He can
overruled.
Talk about what he developed from the hearsay, but not repeat it himself.
He's entitled to give examples of it.
I'll
from
sustain
hearsay.
the objection.
The hell do I know?
Without giving the exact words that you recall.
Oh, without giving the
Go ahead,
exact words?
Yeah.
Okay.
and-
So, I mean, without giving the exact words,
No,
it was
no.
basically vulgar language.
Oh my gosh,
directed
vulgar language.
towards Dr. Cowan.
Heaven forbid,
You know,
Doc.
multiple texts, multiple things that Dr. Cowan were doing in therapy.
This is the chief. This is testimony in chief.
Without relaying it, the exact thing, I'm trying to be as accurate as I can. And I think at the end of it, I think he was also talking about that Dr. Cowan was filling Amber with positive thoughts, a therapeutic.
Objection, hearsay.
I think he's keeping it more general and he's entitled to rely on. Thank you.
So more along the line of giving Amber psychiatric jargon to put on him. And actually what I read and interpreted what Dr. Cowan's was getting blasted for was he was, kind of teaching Amber how to be heard.
Can you
how
imagine,
to
but
use
appreciate, by the way,
conflict
I hope
resolution
I
in a
hope
more
Depp's team gets this.
appropriate manner,
This guy
learning to
is
express things more
critiquing
rationally
Dr.
rather
Curry,
than express
who met
things
with the
as
patients to
irrational
assess.
as they have been expressed.
That's called Monday morning
And,
quarterbacking.
and for that, there were a lot of negativity being sworn at. So again,
erratic behavior in terms of writing and text, but I have no problem.
They're
people
going to
being
destroy him,
angry.
I think.
Okay, none whatsoever. It's just the expressing of it and the continual ranting of it was very uncomfortable for me to read. But regardless, I think we've seen in terms
Uncomfortable
of
for me
erratic
to
behavior,
read? I'm sorry.
much of the
I have a clean mouth, and I don't really
psychological
think Johnny
and
has
physical,
said many things that are over the top.
maltreatment, we talked about.
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
I don't agree.
Sustain next question.
Okay. Mr. Depp is 58 years
Like we
old.
say, the only opinion that
Are
matters in the court is the
behaviors that
judges.
you have been describing for the jury, are those typical and age-related?
No, so while I don't consider 58 years old, I'm 59. Okay, I will tell you that the age-related changes that occur in humans are very erratic, hit and miss. Meaning they'll occasionally be there. You may need a little bit more time to answer a question or pull things out of memory. You're just a little bit slow and a lot more inconsistently slow. You wouldn't describe what
this
Dr.
testimony.
Blaustein's changes were, or what I saw in the deposition attributed to age.
How about attributed
Spiegel,
to
what is
very, very
Seroquel?
bad news in his life?
Seroquel or
Seroquel.
clonazepam is actually an atypical antipsychotic, which is indicated for many things, including schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, adjunctive treatment for major depression. So it's indicated for a lot of things.
But what effects may it have? I mean, this is one of the drugs that Mr. Depp was taking,
Yes.
correct? It was a prescribed drug?
Yes.
Okay.
So
yeah, please
So
explain.
the effect of Seroquel is it's very often used as a sleeping agent because it doesn't have a lot of the side effects that are associated with conventional antipsychotics, movement disorders, tardive dyskinesia, et cetera, or at least it's a very low risk of that. So people have used it off-label. Physicians have used it off-label to help them sleep. The problem is the effect is
I have a
very
neurotic
barbiturate-like,
objection to sleeping aids.
and it really knocks people out, or certainly if you use it,
A
at
neurotic
high enough doses
reluctance
it can.
to any of these
Okay.
things.
And the problem is it also has street value. So it's absolutely used on the street.
What does this have to
for
do with
that
Johnny Depp?
downer-like effect. And obviously it's a little bit more readily available because it's prescribed.
Are they
So
suggesting that
it
Johnny
does
was
have that street value portion.
kicking his? What does that have to do with anything?
And Dr.
Street value.
Spiegel, what effect would this have on Mr. Depp based on the dosages he was taking?
What effect would this
So,
have based on
I think what you're
dosages?
looking at
Oh my gosh.
is a
Objection, speculation.
Thank you.
Overruled.
Oh,
Please continue.
damn it. Well, at least I
you
knew
will
what the objection
see
was going to be.
Patients who have substance use disorders.
What would, based
Are
on
people
it-
who unfortunately kind of wake up.
my volume
and
is
fall
markedly
asleep
low.
Only
People
through
tell me it's high.
pharmacological assistance,
Hold on.
meaning that their own circadian rhythms are no longer in control.
I know what a circadian
of
rhythm is.
That
My
behavior.
wife told me.
So you will take stimulants to quote unquote get you up in the morning, and then you will take
Caffeine?
things like quetiapine, Seroquel
But no,
to knock you out.
no.
So basically, what these are being used for is, I'm going to get
It-
up.
but
and I'm gonna
there's
get
speculation,
knocked out.
and then there's
That's
speculation.
very characteristic of what would be actually legal prescribed substances.
It's funny,
that's
the
not
first time I
illegal
ever heard
at
Seroquel
all.
was in a
It's
Tom
very
McDonald
legal.
song. It's a
And
bottle of Seroquel
that's
on the counter.
deceivingly what these
I don't even
medicines
touch it.
affect are on patients of substance use disorder.
Dr. Spiegel, what is Neurotin?
So neurotin
I've
is
heard that
actually
before.
an anti-seizure medicine, which I think it's indicated for seizures, and it might be indicated for one chronic pain condition, although I can't swear that to you. That said, again, in a substance use disorder population, it has significant street value, and people who misuse opiates.
What does the street
often
value have to
supplement
do with
that
anything,
Neurotin
doctor?
Because it has
Holy
this
cow.
anti-pain calming effect. So unfortunately, it also can cause respiratory suppression. And so when you use it with opiates, there are
listen.
people that are unlucky enough to succumb to respiratory
So they
suppression.
say like
as a result.
melatonin
But it
is
has a very
non-habit forming.
additive
Anything that helps someone
calming
sleep is habit forming.
effect that people use it for.
And what effect would this have on Mr. Depp and the dosages he was taking?
How the heck are you supposed to know
Again,
without having?
objection. Okay, again, what it would do is have the street value of using it with the opiates. The advantage is you're using with opiates, and it's making, because opiates in general, despite everything else,
Street
are calming.
value.
And you use it with it, it offers further calming, which is why doctors.
Yeah, that's why I
have
think
been
Tom McDonald
warned not to
might have been
prescribe
diagnosed that based on his songs and lyrics, not based on
medications
an
like
assessment from
gabapentin
afar.
and opiates together, unless under significant, strict.
I have never been
following,
told that I
because
have a
it can
nice
cause
voice,
serious problems.
but I try.
Such as
Ooh,
that.
yeah. This is this is
And Mr.
what,
Depp
if
was
any?
also
Because these
taking
medications have
Adderall,
like
correct?
notoriously
Yes.
varying
Can you please
effects
describe
depending on how the
what
individual
that
reacts to them.
impact would have, and particularly in connection with the dosages.
So Adderall is a psychostimulant, which is prescribed relatively regularly for ADHD. The problem comes again when you shouldn't be prescribing or receiving Adderall when you're already misusing cocaine. Okay, you're now doubling your stimulant dosage here. And basically, what you are talking about, again, it comes down to in the substance use disorder population.
1 second.
You are using it to stay awake, have energy, keep yourself going, getting high, getting energetic. And then the only way to kind of combat that, because you have this effect, is to kind of take downers during the day, and downers being anything that's calming. So anywhere from opiates, prescription, anywhere from Neurotin, anywhere from Seroquel, all medications that are which are abusable. And so that's what this is going on. That's what the substance use disorder patient has. And it can't be given with someone using cocaine.
Well, it's not just that he doesn't know, Johnny. These medications are notoriously
And
individualized.
What, if any, effect would these drugs have if they were mixed with MDMA or cocaine?
Oh,
when
street
you
value goes way
combine
up.
The two together, like I talked about before, there are effects where you are looking at, right, the predisposing traits of intimate partner violence. So jealousy, rapid mood changes.
These are
poor
her best
self-control,
witnesses.
And to some degree, condoning violence to a certain degree. When you combine them all together, you get this disinhibiting euphoriant effect from cocaine and Adderall. Then when you combine the two together, what happens? You get too much, and then you start getting irritable. You start getting agitated. Okay. You start becoming suspicious, jealous, potentially
Jealous.
disinhibited,
I'm no doctor,
and
but I don't
these are
think
the worst-
jealousy is
again,
one of
we're
the side
talking
effects
about
of
not
MDMA.
your average everyday use of these substances. We are talking about chronic use together. And we also know that alcohol and cocaine use independently increase significantly the risk of intimate partner violence. These aren't statistics I'm coming up with. They all depend, anywhere from reports up to 7 to 27-fold. So you are, quote unquote, colloquially playing with fire when you are talking about substances and intimate partner violence. You are playing with fire. And that's all of us.
And the substances that Mr. Depp was taking and the record evidence relating to those, did you draw any conclusions concerning whether he met this criteria or these risk factors?
So in terms of substance use disorder, when you look at it, so major role obligations not being fulfilled, don't have any evidence about operating under the influence or not. Social issues, especially disagreements and arguments with your spouse or family.
My goodness, Amber.
Obviously, there was tolerance and dependence for the amount he was using, because if anyone is naive to these medications, most of us would be dead. Unsuccessful efforts, difficulty cutting back, using more than intended, giving up social, occupational obligations because this. I know there was right after the rehab on the island in Australia when Mr. Depp went out partying with Marilyn
Janice, this guy's testimony. I mean, it's
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
some of it is
She's asking
laughable.
for the record evidence for this.
Objection. Next question.
Okay.
What other record evidence did you have supporting this?
So psychological, using despite the fact it causes known psychological, psychiatric, or medical effects. And I think that's been pretty well documented. So in this case, you're talking about someone who has a severe substance use disorder. I do want to emphasize, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that intimate partner violence and substance use disorders are two scourges in this country. They're two plagues. This is very serious stuff we're playing with. And when you are just
Camille, look at Camille, staring at the jury. She now looks at the
Your Honor.
doctor.
Relevance.
Now she looks at the judge for the objection.
This is highly relevant. Your Honor.
I'll overrule as to relevance.
Beyond the scope.
Go ahead.
Beyond the scope.
Beyond the scope of the question.
Yes.
Amber
All right,
looking,
sustain that objection.
Camille looking at the jury, the judge.
Tell
now.
me more about the relationships between substance abuse and IPV, please.
Yeah, so again, that you are talking about this and you may be able to control the risk factors for ITV. Any of us.
I
may
agree,
be able to
Pixie.
Control the risk factors for IPV.
Elaine
Any
is,
of us might
ooh,
be able to.
we're matching
When we're
colors.
thinking and we're not disinhibited, not having these hyper intense emotions from substances. Once you add that to this mix, your brain can no longer do what it's supposed to do.
Oh yeah,
It's
and that's
supposed to
evidenced by
prevent
virtue of the fact that Johnny,
you from doing this. Quite frankly, because it's wrong.
other than potentially some complaints about showing up
Did
late
you
for work.
arrive at any conclusions concerning substance abuse and
goodness.
potential self-harm that may have led to Mr. Depp injuring his finger?
Oh, now it's
So,
self-harm.
I think the
Accusation of
physician,
what Johnny
let
Depp,
me, explain that
exactly
pretty
what
well, but
Amber
I'll
might have
tell
done.
you that Mr.
Self-harm.
Depp
Interesting.
has a history of self-injurious behavior.
How?
meaning
Go
cutting
on,
himself.
please.
Mr. Depp has a history
Elaborate.
burning himself. I know when the actual event happened, there was texting to Dr. Kipper, paraphrasing, not saying exactly, that Amber and him got into a disagreement related to her wanting him to be sober. And then as a result of that, he said he got so angry, he cut the tip of his finger off. So if you're asking me, can someone who has, or have I seen, and can someone who cuts themselves, burns themselves, can cut a tip of their finger off with or without alcohol or cocaine or the rest? The answer is
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
Let him answer it.
Overruled. Thank you. Please
Was it
continue.
overruled?
It was overruled.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So
Yeah, has a history. By the way, I don't
that
think,
is
I
not
disagree that
very
Johnny has a
far
history of
jump. I've
self-harm,
certainly seen patients
unless you include
do a lot
drug
worse
addiction
than
and
that
self-harm, which
who
many people
started
would.
out with similar risk factors of, burning self and cutting self. I'm not going to get into the descriptions, but I've seen people do a lot worse than that.
Okay.
So the answer is yes.
Okay. I'm going to turn now specifically to intimate partner violence, and I know you've talked certainly about it. But can you tell the jury, please, a little bit more about intimate partner violence and what is included in that?
So
Yep.
the
Self-harm.
APA task force
Utter nonsense.
on violence in the family,
By the way, the only
defined
evidence of self-harm was
more or less this
Amber's
topic of domestic abuse and intimate
ideations
partner
in youth,
violence
in childhood,
as
apparently.
recurrent abusive behavior by means of psychological, sexual, or physical maltreatment for the purpose of achieving control or maintaining power, authority,
Amber,
and control.
Amber. Come
Can
on,
it
Johnny.
include
I didn't
threats and
hit you.
intimidation?
You've had.
That
I'm sorry.
includes- so
I
in
didn't
part of
punch you. I slapped you in the face. You've had
abuse,
worse.
which is done
Quit being a baby,
essentially
Johnny.
as a means
Yeah.
of emotionally and mentally hurting someone, but with the same end goal to achieve control. It can be destroying property. It could be financial, which is part of that. Verbal outbursts, threats, intimidation, body language, all of that goes under the concept of psychological abuse. And you may be able to divide it verbal, nonverbal.
They had better
what's exactly
destroy this
emotional
this
versus
expert on
verbal,
cross.
but
Play
they're
the
all
recordings
under
of
that
Amber.
rubric, and
Is
they're
this
all
manipulation?
under the
Is this
guise of
abuse?
maintaining
Is this IPV?
Do survivors of intimate partner violence
Oh, he's opening it
experience
up.
mental health issues?
Okay, look. This is why I don't eat
Do
or drink in
survivors
public.
of intimate partner violence
very embarrassing when you don't do it
experience
properly.
mental health issues?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. So survivors of intimate partner violence. And by the way, I should start out by saying, we don't expect in psychiatry, we don't expect our victims to be perfect. We don't expect our victims to be unscathed by what they've received.
So you expect your
starting
victims
with
to
that,
also be
okay,
victimizers?
it's
Just
not unusual
throwing that out there.
as
Possibly.
survivors to see substance use, substance abuse, substance-induced symptoms, chronic depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, or subsyndromal post-traumatic stress disorder along the lines of Bader-Weiss syndrome, and some emotional unpredictability. And again, you are a victim here. You are a victim.
Do perpetrators typically seek treatment or counseling?
No, perpetrators are not receiving counseling treatment. One, because they're going to be probably having to tell someone that they actually struck someone, which is what their thought is about the big problem about intimate partner violence, just hitting, again, important, but not the sole part of it. So perpetrators very rarely will go into any type of formal counseling. Victims go into counseling. Victims are seeking actually couples counseling. Victims are seeking couples advice to try to repair what's happening.
I'm trying to apply this to
Okay.
Amber and Johnny.
But in
I
terms
don't
of
know this well
actual
enough. Who was the one that
perpetrators?
went to therapy?
They don't do that.
In your review of this case, is there record evidence of physical violence by Mr. Depp?
So
Objection, Your Honor.
Which are
No foundation.
Do you want to approach them?
People who know this case better than me, what is the evidence on who sought treatment, who sought counseling? We know that Johnny sought rehab, and I think we know that Johnny sought treatment. He sat there drinking his lemon lemonade, wondering where it all went wrong. Was it possibly diagnosing someone at a distance? Possibly talking about street drugs? He sealed the bottle, put it back down, and looked over to see what exactly was being discussed, then went back to contemplating everything he'd ever done that brought him here. It takes a lifetime to build a reputation, a moment to ruin it, he thought to himself, as he cleaned off the tip of his shoe with the other foot. Viva Golf voice is over. Like no joke. I think the evidence is that even by what this doctor's saying, Johnny Depp was the one who went to therapy, went to rehab. And Amber went to, what was it? NA, Narcotics Anonymous? He stared over at the jury. He wondered, what did this jury think about him? Did they respect his credentials? Would they buy his book? We will find out next on Expert Testimony continues. Well, okay, but some of this testimony is preposterous, I think. The self-harm for Johnny, okay, duly noted. There has been evidence that he used to cut his arm or burning the I think I know about that. I mean, I think we do know about that. That was there. I may not have been as fresh in my memory. I do recall, I didn't know the business about his arm scars being a diary of his life. Then the issue is self-harm. Is scarification self-harm? Is tattooing self-harm? Without getting into that. So I wasn't aware of the scars on his arm being a diary of his life, although I'm certain that the scar on his fingertip is a diary of is one chapter. But I know what I'm looking for in this testimony. Everything that this doctor has testified as far as IPV, abusive behavior, temperamental behavior, verbal abuse, physical abuse, is more true of Amber based on the evidence that we've actually seen adduced than of Johnny. The stenographer sat there, listening quietly but pretending not to hear the objections going on behind her. She's thinking about the book that she's going to write about this trial. It will finally get her out of this stenographer's. What's what I'm looking for right now? I kept the 9 to 5 of the life of a stenographer, court reporter. It's very interesting stuff, but the life was lived for this one moment, the Johnny Depp trial, and the book that she will write about it. She then completes the entry for the day. Oh, what's going on behind them? I'd love to hear what they're saying with the judge right now. Let's see here. Actually, I want to say this is a long sidebar. Elaine's got a lot of stuff in her hands. She's got a lot of stuff. They're looking at it. That's got to be the expert report. There's a little post-it in there. Oh, if she's watching Netflix. I don't think she's watching Netflix. This guy is describing the behavior of both Heard's sisters, right? No, of course not, because he didn't assess any of that. Play the recording. Where did I post it? I think I posted it to Twitter yesterday. Hold on. Oh, no, I have to take the screen out if I do that. Come on, Johnny, don't be a baby. I didn't clock you. Okay, I hit you. You've been around, Johnny. You've had worse. Like, play that for him. Ask him if he heard that. Ask him if he heard that audio. Camille, if you're listening. Camille, if you're listening, play that. Ask this expert if he ever heard that audio. Play the recording of Amber cackling and berating and insulting Johnny. Ask him if he ever heard that. Ask him if that counts as the controlling, manipulative IPV that he's talking about. But play the one where she admits to hitting him, but she didn't deck him, Johnny. Don't be a baby. Can you imagine telling someone after you've hit them not to be a baby? Play that for the doctor and ask him what he thinks of that. Ask him if he's ever heard that. Ask him if it's normal that he would not have been given that information when assessing from a distance someone. Ask him if that's common practice. Ask him if he heard that. If he heard that, would that have changed his expert opinion assessment of Johnny? Might he then think that Johnny might actually have been the victim of IPV and not the perpetrator? And he'll have the same damned if you do, damned if you don't answer. No, it wouldn't change my opinion because I'm a paid mercenary. Or yes, it would change my opinion, which makes it worthless. Carry on.
What have you reviewed that correlates with the risk factors for IPV that related to Mr. Depp?
So risk factor review that correlate. So starting with I guess we'll start with the physical because that was the question that was put out there. What I have reviewed has demonstrated pushing, shoving, grabbing.
Objection, Your Honor.
Let me see if I can direct this a little differently.
Elaine didn't even bother to fight that one.
Rather than giving the summary of what that was, what did you review that correlates? In other words, did you review witness statements? Did you review depositions, photos?
Yes. So what I reviewed was in terms of witness statements, Dr. Kipper's notes. Very, very interestingly, actually, early on I think it was 2012, around that time, circa 2012, 2014, Ms. Heard was
Action beyond the scope of the question.
What he reviewed is the question.
All right, let's see.
So I reviewed so Ms. Heard's.
Objection, there's no question pending.
If he's answering.
There's
go
no
ahead and
question
answer what you
pending.
reviewed. Please continue with what you reviewed.
I've never heard that objection before.
Therapist's notes, counselor's notes.
Objection, he's answering
text messages.
no question that has been asked.
Depositions, video, pictures, psychologists' notes and evaluations. And I said physicians.
I reviewed what I was told to review my expert.
All right. Now, you've indicated that
they're not going to get to this
intimate
before
partner
lunch.
violence includes physical violence, sexual abuse, and psychological aggression. Can you please describe for the jury what psychological aggression is and what it entails?
Psychological aggression. Take notes, Camille. She is taking notes, or she's on her phone. Someone had better bring this back in cross.
Behavior.
Listen.
With the sole purpose of emotionally and or mentally harming someone,
I got
with
goosebumps. I got
the main
goosebumps.
purpose of, again, to maintain and control. So
Play that
behaviors
audio
that
of
can
Amber
occur
cackling
with
at Johnny.
psychological aggression include insults, intimidation,
Amber.
holding things financially against someone,
Amber.
jealousy, rants,
Amber.
property destruction.
Amber.
So all that is involved. A nonverbal communication, so threatening looks, glances, things like that.
Amber.
All that is involved
Wow.
in psychological maltreatment and intimate partner violence.
What if any, what if anything would be psychological aggression if it was trying to control somebody's
Oh,
career?
good
Would that
question,
be a
Elaine.
factor?
Don't expect this question to be
Leading.
turned back on you. Oh, let her ask it.
So yeah, trying to control someone career, that would be under financial, trying to mistreat someone, especially, someone wants to succeed and try and have a career, and you're preventing them from doing so by maltreatment. That's another example.
Play it
I'm going to
after
ask
the break.
specifically about the risk factors for intimate partner violence.
The risk
Is substance
factors.
abuse a risk factor for intimate partner violence?
Yes, it is a risk factor as well as a precipitating cause.
Oh, this doctor's getting cross-examined today, maybe even before lunch,
What
but definitely after lunch.
record evidence did you review that correlates to Mr. Depp engaging in substance abuse?
So the record evidence of, I'll just start with Dr. Kipper and the substances that
Dr.
Mr.
Kipper, the
Depp
guy who actually met
was
with
using
the patients
and
or the
misusing, both in terms of
the
prescribed
people.
and on urine drug screen, were brought out through that.
Okay. Is lack of behavioral control and impulsiveness risk factors for intimate partner violence?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And what, if any, record evidence were you aware of that Mr. Depp had exhibited lack of behavioral
Oh,
control? and
whatever you gave me,
impulsiveness?
Elaine.
Again, threatening.
Objection.
Why?
Record evidence.
That correlates with, and I'm on the risk factors at this point. Thank you, Your Honor.
Threatening.
Yes.
Destroying furniture, property, breaking things, writings on walls, mirrors,
Oh, come on. Tailor your answer a little more, doctor.
writing in blood on furniture.
Why is he writing in blood? Because she chopped his finger off, doctor.
Right.
Good point.
And
Writing
What
in
if
blood on
any
furniture
risk
after your
factor is
abusive partner chops your
narcissism
finger
for
off with a
intimate
bottle,
partner
that's
violence?
sign of domestic IPV.
So
My goodness.
a patient, before we get into narcissistic personality traits or disorder,
Doctor, why was he
overall,
writing in blood on the
categorized
furniture?
under what's called
Oh,
the
I don't
cluster
know.
B
If his
personality.
spouse had
Objection,
cut
Your
his
Honor,
finger
beyond
off,
the scope of the question.
would that be
he's
IPV?
explaining the narcissism.
It's not just his property. It's his blood.
Okay.
And it's coming
Can you
out because of
explain
what
to the
something
jury
Amber
what's
allegedly
involved
did to
with
him.
narcissism as it relates to the risk factors of intimate partner violence and
So
what that realm is?
So narcissism patients have, again, poor self-control. Okay.
Okay.
Rapid mood shifts.
Okay.
Okay. As a result, they have an undue sense of admiration. They worship power, worship control.
Interesting.
They have lack of empathy, and people are generally kept around as long as they're useful to them.
Wow. Does this guy not realize who he's describing?
Large sense of entitlement.
Wow. Does he not know who he's describing right now? This is glorious in its irony.
Need for praise.
This is, oh my,
So
is this a
that would
joke?
go under narcissistic personality and IPV.
What if any what if any traits would be requiring admiration? Would that fit into it?
Yeah, oh yes, requiring admiration need to be admired as part and parcel of narcissistic personality disorder. Yes.
Would being envious fit within that?
Yes.
Fragile self-esteem?
Yes.
That's objection leading. This expert should be
And,
able to offer this
What,
without.
if any, record evidence do you have that correlates with Mr. Depp being narcissistic?
Whatever you gave me.
Well, I do think that the fact that he thought that Amber owed him, misheard owed him.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, hearsay. If it,
Thank you. Go ahead.
The fact that misheard owed him and only wanted to be together with him because of his fame is an example of that.
They have to be, I mean,
jealousy
especially given
aspects
Dr. Curry's
are,
testimony on
An
BPD.
example of that. I do think, as I think Mr. Tillett had testified that, being admired is one thing, but then behind your back saying something else about people is another thing. And I can probably say with a reasonable certainty that to some degree, this whole trial is that.
Objection, Your Honor.
Well, I would have let him keep going.
It's
there.
not record evidence. Speculation.
Please
Good
continue.
I would. You look defensive
That
when you
this
don't
whole
let him
trial
answer.
in
But
terms of narcissistic insult is what's going on. I believe that Mr. Depp was very much a mainstay appropriately in Hollywood, and then this was pulled the rug without.
Objection, Your Honor. Can
I
we
think
be?
he's able to explain what
I'll
he's.
sustain that objection.
Can you explain what you mean by this whole trial?
Your
This
Honor, can we
proceeding would go,
approach?
this court
Yeah,
case would go.
There's an objection, sir.
but also we also have to distinguish between narcissism and domestic violence. This is it's also amazing because, oh boy, Amber Heard is boiling in rage at the quality of this expert. How much are we paying this guy? She asked herself. He is so destroyed. I'm going to file a complaint against this doctor. How dare he assess someone that he
What
had never
other
met before? She
conduct
stares back at the gallery.
Is in the record evidence
And
that
we're back live.
correlates with Mr. Depp being narcissistic, having those traits.
Was the thing about the trial rule? I can't
Yeah,
speak.
Your
you're
Honor.
not allowed to say that.
Not say that. Okay.
Okay.
What was I not allowed to
The,
say again? I wasn't
the
allowed
only
to say
other
how
thing
the
about
trial was an
narcissism, I
insult to
think,
his
the
ego.
trial would be
I'm not allowed
in
to saying
order
that.
to maintain any sense of control. A narcissistic person really has to have lack of empathy because
We
in order
can't
to
diagnose at a
engage in
distance.
behaviors
He lacks
that,
credibility,
quote,
in my
are
humble
used to
opinion.
keep individuals in control.
Going to get destroyed
You
on
don't
cross.
really think about the other
in my
person.
opinion.
You're not really caring what happens to that other person. So I think that's another facet.
So are attitudes accepting or justifying intimate partner violence a risk factor for intimate?
Sorry, Lynn, you have to clarify that question, please.
Yes.
Do some perpetrators in intimate partner violence try to minimize?
I don't want to
the
focus on
activity?
Amber's clothing, but
Yes.
what is she
So-
wearing today?
It is unfortunately not uncommon, especially during the calm phases of the abuse cycle where there is no increased tension. there
I
is
think
no
the guy's going to
acting
cross.
out.
I forget what his name is
Okay,
now.
you're
I don't think
talking
it's
about
Camille.
More of the honeymoon, apologetic phase, begging for forgiveness, telling them how.
Thank
you're
you very
gonna
much, Heart
change,
Tackle.
maybe giving them gifts. And then when the dust settles later in the day, a day or two later, it is not uncommon for the perpetrator to kind of switch the blame over to the victim, saying that, hey,
Heart Tackle makes good.
this
Made in
either
America.
denial, this never
Lures
actually
and fishing
happened,
tackle.
trying to make it look bad, or a
Hold
allopathic
on, I said something here
defense
that I want to
where
bring up.
you instigated it, or an altruistic effect where I'm doing it for you. Transformative
I'm getting people
effect
saying my volume is too
society
loud,
kind of
too
accepts
low.
This. So it is
Anyhow,
very uncommon
sorry.
for all of a sudden for that to start shifting. During that time, because it is
It
during
looks
the
like she's
calm
wearing a
phase and
cowboy
everything is
outfit of
relatively
sorts, like
calm.
some
This, of course, is when the victim
Rango-esque
wants to engage in
cowboy
treatment.
outfit.
But beyond that, the ability to kind of quote unquote, for lack of a better phrase, win people over, family,
Try to minimize. That's what
friends,
Amber did.
uh,
It's amazing.
law. I mean, the very
Play
ability
the
to do
video
that
clips
is
and
part
just say,
and
does this
parcel of
qualify
that
as everything you
calm,
just testified to?
charming phase where it looks like the victim is, just fabricating this.
And is victim blaming a characteristic?
Yes.
I
like
can't
said,
turn up
I
the
mean, to
volume
blame the
for the
victim,
trial.
that one of the defenses are the allopathic defense.
Allopathic,
comes
what does that
along
mean?
With victim blaming. That's what essentially you're doing. I'm blaming you for what you made me do.
Look what you made me do.
And
Okay.
is there record evidence that you reviewed that correlates with Mr. Depp engaging in this type of behavior?
So I think for a lot of the issues seen, the big precipitant
Johnny thought to himself,
was going
I
to be
cannot. Oh no.
the
Oh
need
no.
for
I just picked my
sobriety,
nose and I did not know that people were looking at
coming
me.
back to that severe.
I'm putting on my
substance
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
I think he's trying to
Overruled,
explain it.
correct.
Thank you. Please continue.
Are those hieroglyphics on
severe
Johnny's tie?
Substance use disorder. And many of their arguments, but what I reviewed in the record, stemmed around Ms. Heard's desire for Mr. Depp to maintain sobriety. And that what was happened. So as a result, she was blamed for, bothering him in a way he didn't want to be bothered. And that triggered what was going on.
What did it trigger,
Are you
Doc?
familiar with the term
What?
gaslighting?
Oh, we're
I'm familiar with the term gaslighting.
Okay. What, if any, gaslighting is consistent with intimate partner violence?
oh,
and
lots of it.
respect?
Lots of it. It's a
So
hallmark.
again, when you start being able to be, when a person starts to be able to be manipulative and charming, you start to be able to win people over, and especially when you see someone who's a victim,
it's becoming
who
preposterous.
is essentially vulnerable, emotionally.
Doctor, have you seen the movie
labile,
Gaslight?
Okay, you see that person, and then you see this calm demeanor in front of you, who's very charming, very engaging, very personable, and then all of a sudden it starts looking like the victim is just was essentially losing it, and i.e. they're being gaslighted.
That's not what
Is
gaslighting
there
means, actually.
examples where an intimate partner violent perpetrator claims that the victim is the person who's actually committing the abuse?
Like what
Yeah,
Amber
yes.
did. Like what
Oh,
Amber
yes.
did in that
How
recording.
common is that?
That's very common. Again, that is very common in the occurrence of the honeymoon phase and the calm period of the abuse cycle. Very common during that time, where the victim, where they're shifting the blame or anything along that line. That's very common for that to happen.
And you indicated that you reviewed some audio tapes in this
Oh, yeah.
case, correct?
Audio.
Yes.
Let's.
And-
Which
and
ones?
what,
Which
if
ones?
any, evidence
Elaine.
did you review there that correlates with Mr. Depp attempting?
Yeah, dude,
to
look at his
claim
hair. What's wrong with that
Amber
hair?
was the
God,
one
get a
that-
haircut. Brush your hair, man.
Well, I
Come
think
on.
that was what was said, that Amber was the abuser.
Objection, Your Honor.
Why?
I don't understand the objection.
Well, he hasn't motivated it
What
yet.
record evidence?
Overruled. Thank you. Please continue.
So that claiming that Amber was the abuser in this particular scenario, and what I will
Yeah.
reiterate.
Well,
again
I'm
is
not a
that,
patient person,
One, victims aren't perfect,
but this
and
cross is
two,
going to be.
it
glorious.
is not
2 seconds.
uncommon in the context of being a victim when you know that person is about to proceed or relapse into a substance or going to a substance, and anticipating what's going to happen, that you anticipate the next mood and start initiating self-defense. But by and large, that's not what's going on here. By and large, Mr. Depp, behavior
Objection, Your Honor.
was
There's
consistent.
an objection, sir.
Oh, sorry.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. All right. We can move on to the next one. Is prior victimhood of abuse a risk factor for intimate partner violence?
Yes.
And
So
go ahead.
there's something known as intergenerational theory of violence, which is basically along the line of observation, imitation, and reinforcement. So you observe a behavior that occurred in childhood, you imitate it when you see that there's no significant negative
Nope, wrong
consequences,
side.
but you do get the positive consequence of maintaining control of a situation, solving the conflict in your way, if you would. So that theory is, interestingly, it applies to not only the victims, not only the perpetrators, but also the victims, because there are many victims who grow up in a house of abuse that are not abused, but they're the victims of abuse.
What are the warning signs of intimate partner violence?
So warning signs would be increasing the tension, escalations of tension.
Amber?
So that's when you start seeing, hey, partners getting angry.
Amber?
Okay, starting to break down the communication.
Amber?
Starting to engage in verbal, nonverbal threats.
Following them around the house,
Victim
refusing to let them
concedes
leave,
to
refusing to let them
tension.
flee the argument.
And that leads you to the actual act. So these acts progressively build, and then they occur.
The jury has
What,
to
if
be
anything,
connecting these dots. They have to be.
have you seen in intimate partner violence about apologies and promises?
Oh, good
So
question,
again,
Elaine. A
the
lot.
Apology is part and parcel of the honeymoon phase, and promise is a part and parcel of the honeymoon phase. And, you know, the victim wants to believe it's going to work. They want to believe their spouse is going to be faithful to this. And as part of the
Oh,
abuse
my
cycle,
goodness. They're not going to be done before lunch.
it ends up.
John is not coming up
as
on the
I
stand
should say,
today, I don't
in the
think.
calming cycle, like I said, the victim tries to get
Dude,
some
it
help
was supposed to be
try
ironic.
resolve this until the
Self-deprecating.
tension buildup phase where something bothers them. So again, it could be bothering someone about substance abuse. It could be bothering someone about finance. It could be bothering something about your career. Anything is liable to build up tension when you have this framework of limited self-control and erratic, intense mood shifts.
So what, if any, record evidence did you review that reflected Mr. Depp engaging in these warning signs, including the apologies and the promises?
I think that was almost routine, that after it was all said and done, that he would apologize for letting the
They had
monster
just be
out,
better taking down
letting
as
his
notes
anger out.
each and every one of these allegations. Apologizing,
Almost routine.
insults, gaslighting, play a recording.
There's very well.
Did you hear
record
this recording?
evidence of that starting as early on in the marriage, in therapy from his heard. So that's very common and very much occurred. Recognizing what happened.
Got a slinky.
And the other part of this is, again, when you can recognize that when you're sober, even short-lived sobriety, when you could recognize that things are better. Things are happening.
That's exactly a Fauci. That's exactly a Fauci demeanor right there.
That should show you
better.
That, hey, there's an issue here. There are issues here that when I don't use.
That's gaslighting, by the way. You made me do it.
Thank you, Dr. Spiegel. I'm going to now move to the Goldwater rule. Can you explain?
Oh, yeah, we talked about the Goldwater rule earlier today.
So the Goldwater rule
sometimes
is when
accidentally
Senator Goldwater was running for presidency, and I'm going to be honest with you. I think it was in the late 60s when he was, early 70s.
He's going to be honest with you. Have you not been honest up until now, Doctor?
Politics then, so please don't quote me on exactly what it was.
Just hurry up and get with the answer, please.
But basically what's happening is clinicians, psychiatrists were making these quote unquote armchair diagnoses from their
it's too long for a title
because they saw
unfortunately
this person on TV, the way they acted.
I would just call it
and were asked
provoke,
to comment
then
about what
cry.
they think their
The Amber Heard
diagnoses
story.
are, and therefore it was felt that that should not be done by professionals in these public settings.
Does it have any applicability here?
Yes, this
No,
is gaslighting. Sorry, not you, Elaine.
Why
This
not?
is gaslighting.
No foundation.
It's a stupid question, Elaine. You just want to get to why he's allowed to
He was
diagnose someone without having
explaining
met them.
what Goldwater
You want to
rule was.
approach?
This is a stupid question. Just be straight up about it, Elaine. Is it normal to diagnose someone without ever having met them? No, of course it's not normal. We know it's not normal. Is it unethical? There have been some people who say it's unethical. Okay, why are you allowed to do it now? Well, I think I've read enough of the one-sided, self-serving, cherry-picked information that you sent me to come to a conclusion which says that Johnny Depp is entirely guilty and Amber Heard is entirely innocent. Oh, this cross is going to be painful for this guy. Did you hear this audio? No, I didn't. Okay. Is it normal when assessing people at a distance, which is borderline unethical under certain circumstances, according to the APA? Is it normal to do it in the absence of a full record? Did you ask for these documents? Did you know that these documents, did you know that these recordings existed? Did you know, Camille, did you know that these recordings existed? Oh God, I hope they ask that. Did you know that these recordings existed? Again, you don't know the answer. It's yes or no. If it's yes, the follow-up is going to be, why did you not consider them? If the answer is no, is it normal that the party asking you to remote diagnose someone you've never met, is it normal that they don't give you information which might be relevant to your assessment? Oh,
Dr. Spiegel, do you remember the question? Does the Goldwater rule have any applicability here to your testimony and your conclusions and opinions?
No, it does not.
And why?
Multiple reasons.
I'm an expert in the file.
The basics of expert witness testimony would almost be thrown away if you are not allowed to base things on what you evaluated of an individual, what you've read about an individual. So if I'm not allowed to comment on records or
actually, I think they're going to end after this
information that I look, an expert witness testimony can't be done. But more specifically for this case, in the Goldwater rule, the pure version of it was the armchair diagnosis of watching someone on TV.
I've done much more than that. I've taken a one-sided event from an interested party in a lawsuit to come to my conclusion.
This is
That's much better.
Because like I said to you at the beginning, I have reviewed a lot of professionals and their evaluations and their treatment course, video deposition, picture deposition, court filings, emails. I mean, I reviewed a whole lot of things that
I've reviewed a whole lot of stuff that they sent me and nothing else.
Mr. Depp and his behavior.
Oh, he's going down.
I'm not commenting on a public opinion, and I have absolutely no knowledge of what's in Mr. Depp's history. If I was just doing that, it would be like watching a movie. That's not relevant here.
And in fact, I think you testified earlier, you invited Mr. Depp to.
Oh, he said no.
Again, objection leading.
Let him ask.
So
did you
ask? Did
you seek to consult with John
for an evaluation, for my own direct evaluation? Again,
I've hurt my voice, my throat.
I can do an evaluation of Mr. Depp directly.
Can you imagine? And he said no.
Mr. Depp or his lawyers decided that wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, they decided that it was not a good idea to have a paid partisan expert.
No, and the court did not require Mr. Depp to undergo this evaluation.
Okay. Dr. Spiegel, these opinions that you have offered here, do you hold them to within a reasonable degree of medical and psychiatric probability or certainty?
Absolutely.
This might be why people have some severe reservations about the profession of psychiatry at large. When I was a young lawyer, we used to do motions for confinement, which was to lock up somebody against their will.
We haven't met. But let me ask you, let's start with what you finished with.
I'll get back to that.
I'm sorry, one more time.
Later.
Let's start with what you finished with. You understand that the court was twice asked by Ms. Heard's counsel to order a medical exam of Mr. Depp, and those motions were denied.
I think your team told the court you didn't want to have them, and the court ruled on them, right? I don't think the court proactively did it. You kind of had a motion to them, right?
No, when Ms. Heard's
they made a motion. You don't get
for them.
You don't get to mentally examine someone as a right.
Get them. Isn't that right, sir?
If you're saying that's what happened, my understanding of was that you all did not want him to undergo one. They petitioned for it. The court said no. Yes, that's what my understanding of it was.
The court said
Absolutely.
no to ordering Mr. Depp to do.
This doctor
the
thinks
medical
like
exam.
you're compelled to submit.
Right. And there was one that was ordered, in fact, right?
Mm-hmm.
There was.
All right.
I like this. First of all, this is going to be good, and this is already good. First of all, to Snoopy Avatar, absolutely. change in demeanor. We've seen his baseline. We don't know what that baseline was. Maybe it was the dishonest baseline, or maybe it was the honest baseline, or he got a little aggravated, a little agitated.
The last thing you talked about
looks like that objection got
was the
maintained.
Goldwater rule.
Yes, sir.
Been around for almost 50 years, right?
Yeah, I'm 59. That sounds about right.
Yeah. And it's been around as a result
A lot of people saying the same thing.
presidential election that you referenced.
Yes.
And who has that rule? What organization maintains that rule?
The
APA.
American Psychiatric Association.
An association you're a member of.
Association that I'm a member of. Yes.
Are you a
Yes.
fellow or something?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So, and this is an ethical rule, right?
It is an ethical rule. And yes, it's ethical. They say rules. It's an ethical guideline. Yes. It's a guideline.
And you know that over time, the American Psychiatric Association has amended the rules. So it's not just about diagnoses, but it's also about professional opinions.
Oh, snap,
Be more specific,
crackle,
say about
and
professional
pop.
opinion in regard to what?
Well, let me
Pull up
let
the
me read
guidelines.
this and see
Yep,
if you're
here you go.
familiar with it.
Licking
It
his
is
lips.
unethical for a psychiatrist to offer a professional opinion about an individual based on publicly available information without conducting an examination. That's the rule, right?
If you're reading it directly, I will believe you.
It's not a rule. It's just a guideline, an ethical guideline. It's not a rule.
However, a diagnosis is not required for an opinion to be professional. So my question is, it's not just diagnosis that this Goldwater rule applies to, it's professional opinions.
So again, I will reiterate that would come down to essentially nullifying witness testimony, expert witness testimony without direct evaluation.
Yeah.
And as we know, it didn't happen.
Yeah, because the
but
court
regardless
didn't
of that,
order it.
The whole expert witness testimony thing would be basically rendered null and void.
Not if the
rule,
court
in
ordered
fact,
it.
contemplates that issue, doesn't it, sir?
Again, I'm just telling you the answer to the question.
Good
When
point,
you're
Kate.
reading me those statements, I'm telling you the response by the other side, who publishes also, is that if that was the case, there could be no expert witness testimony in the courtroom.
No, when the court orders an
Psychiatrists
evaluation,
are
doctor.
ethically prohibited from evaluating individuals without permission
Here
or
you go.
other authorization, such as a court order. That's
Checkmate.
the rule, right?
Checkmate.
Again, if you're reading that,
Schmiegel.
then I have to believe you're not misrepresenting it.
That-
And I would
that's a
come
guilt.
back
That's a
to,
bizarre
again,
accusation. there.
Then this whole thing on we might as well get rid of all the expert witnesses we've had.
Not
throughout
when the
all
court
time
orders
for
the
court
evaluation,
Because what you're
doctor.
saying is unless a court orders it,
Yes.
that's what you just said, or the APA said, then therefore expert witnesses cannot do an evaluation based on an observation of the medical records. Insurance companies cannot do evaluations solely based on
No,
medical
other
records
people do it,
without
so I'm
doctors
not
rendering
guilty.
professional
Insurance are
opinions.
not subject
So
to
at
the
the end of
APA.
the day, you are essentially saying that unless someone has directly evaluated it, this whole medical system we
He's
have,
very
this whole
defensive
legal
right now.
system we have is null and void.
I'm not saying.
No, yes,
anything-
you are, sir.
I
No,
mean,
you are.
Ooh.
Give me a second, and I'll
Okay.
give you more than a second. What I'm saying and what I am reading to you is a rule by your organization.
Yes, guys.
that
By the way, the
takes
insurance
into
companies
account
not subject to the American
that there could
Psychiatric
be court
Association
orders
Code of Ethics.
that
I
would
presume.
permit the exact kind of evaluation that you say I'm eliminating.
And I think we're going in circles because I think I just said that means expert witness testimony.
So take it up with the
would
APA,
not
doc.
be allowed, and the branch of forensic psychiatry would be especially hindered. And we know the branch of forensic psychiatry does not prohibit that. So I am a member of the APA. That doesn't necessarily mean every single thing they put in there, everybody has to uncategorically agree with, because clearly that's not the case.
Did you agree in your deposition that the professional opinions you rendered were inconsistent with the Goldwater rule?
Yeah, my first was inconsistent. If we're saying
Oh,
that if the Goldwater rule says, and
this,
I
it looks like the
very
lawyer
much
knows
said
something
that
that most people don't know.
deposition, that
If
the
they're going to
Goldwater
do
rule
this,
was
maybe they have
made
to put the caveat
for
in.
presidents and public figures such as that But regardless of that, because that's what it was made for. It's not made for Hollywood, but I'll even take that Mr. Depp's a public figure. What I'm saying to you is that the Goldwater rule is saying we cannot do any expert witness testimony
unless the court authorizes it.
The Goldwater rule is saying based on exactly what you read. And I'm just telling you what you are saying that rule encompasses.
It has not looked at the jury.
Asking you, sir, is did you comply with the ethical requirements of the APA when rendering the professional opinions that you've rendered today?
It is a requirement of the APA. It is not the requirement of the APA. Secondarily,
so the answer is no.
Secondarily, again, in order to not, we wasted our whole morning because there was an expert witness before me. There's an expert witness.
No, that's not a psychiatrist,
So all
Doc.
I'm saying to you, that means the whole field.
That was a
of medical legal
orthopedic
law is
surgeon, not a
corrupt and
psychiatrist.
unethical for engaging in an act that the APA clearly says we should not do. So
Doctor,
if you're saying
who was the
then
first
answer is
expert this morning?
Yes, I'm agreeing with that statement.
Who was the first expert this morning?
You're
Was he a psychiatrist?
agreeing that the APA would deem your testimony and your professional opinions rendered unethical.
I am saying you are saying that I'm an expert witness. I am saying as an expert witness.
I am the
solely
science.
as an expert witness.
I am psychiatry.
That guideline is permitting that from occurring. I would say then that the whole field of expert witness testimony, again,
only
would
as
be
pertains to psychiatry,
by
Doc.
what
Remember
you are
that.
quoting in the Goldwater rule, and we know that's not the case, because if it was, we would not be allowed to do it.
And you said the rule was for presidents, right? And
That was
public
initially for
figures.
presidents.
Johnny is happy.
And the name of the rule came
It was
from
at that moment that he realized
But
it
the
was
rule
money
says
well
it is
spent.
unethical for a psychiatrist to offer a professional opinion about an individual. That's right, sir. It's not just presidents. It's not public figures. It's individuals.
Funny, it was named after according to your logic, if you don't put something in the title, it's not true. That's what you told me this morning, I believe, at my intimate partner violence. So
Dude, you're not
what I
supposed
would
to.
say to you then,
Okay.
sir,
Sorry, that was
is that if
Sir.
you say this about an individual, again, any court would have to render an expert witness testimony invalid. Any doctor that reviews charts would have to render it invalid.
Not
I can
any
go on a
doctor,
list of doctors that do not
psychiatrists.
see or interview patients directly, and that's a violation. So basically, you are saying that unless you do a direct clinical evaluation, then all of the field of forensic psychiatry and all of managed care is doing an unethical violation because we are not seeing the presence. We deny patients medications all the time without seeing them. We deny patients treatments, unfortunately, without seeing them. And I'm on the receiving end of that. So the answer to your question, again,
denying
unless
treatments.
you were saying to me that all of this is unethical, which is what you are saying. This is how I'm interpreting what you are saying to me. That unless you do the evaluation directly yourself, therefore, it could not be considered ethical. And I'm telling you how that's applicable to not just expert law, but also managed care. It's applicable to multiple branches of medicine, hospital duration of
It's not
hospitalization.
medicine, Johnny.
So
Okay, what's on
tell
his
me,
tie? What's
tell
on
me
his
where you
tie?
want me to end this.
Tell me where you.
Why don't we talk about what you just testified to? Because I didn't ask you anything about that. I asked you whether under this rubric, under this principle of medical ethics,
This guy's been
have
busted.
you acted unethically? Yes or no?
No, as an expert witness, I have not acted unethically. And if you want the jury to believe that expert witnesses are unethical, then I guess that's for them to decide.
Yes
And
or
that's
no,
for them
sir.
to
You
decide.
said no. Let's go to the next question.
Okay.
Right?
This is interesting,
Psychiatric
people.
Diagnosis occurs in the context of an evaluation based on thorough history-taking examination and where applicable collated or collateral information.
He'd better
Agree
get
with
to
that?
this.
I believe I said that earlier, yes.
It only
And
applies
it's
to
a
psychiatrists
departure
because of the
from
nature of the
From
practice.
the methods of the profession.
Forensic
to
finger
render an
analysis.
opinion without an examination and without conducting an evaluation in accordance with the standards of psychiatric practice, correct?
Well, again, by the way, for the record, intimate partner violence is not a psychiatric diagnosis. I'll start with that.
No, very good. You're a very smart man.
Substance usage by themselves is not a psychiatric diagnosis. If you want to cut to the chase, psychiatry is not a diagnosis of that. Narcissistic.
Uh-oh, that's not me, people. Whew. Have I been cut out? Oh no, chat. Hold on. Chat's still live. What just happened here? What just happened? Let me go refresh the screen. Why did this happen at the worst possible time? Okay, see, I'm gonna refresh. Tab out. Oh, now we got a commercial. What is this for? I don't drink this stuff. Not interested. Skip. Oh, Canada's natural gas. Or like me after 3 eggs on an empty stomach. Okay, hold on. Oh, it totally froze. Okay, so hold on. My goodness. My
I'd
goodness.
like to proceed that expert witnesses are unethical.
Okay.
Based on that, I am not going to sit here and disagree with you and waste everyone's time. I think it's fairly obvious. But thank you. Go ahead.
We can hear?
These were your words. I'm just saying them back how they're interpreted.
Okay.
I missed a lot.
Let's start with the easy question then. Maybe we can.
That was pretty easy. Go ahead.
All right, Doctor, you're going to have to just answer the question.
This is getting
You need to just answer the
amusing
question.
from a legal perspective, people.
You are not rendering any diagnosis whatsoever of Mr. Depp today or ever.
Holy sweet
No, I
merciful
probably would say
goodness.
to you that certainly I would not say narcissistic personality, or I would say traits. Certainly from what I have read, intimate partner violence, not a diagnosis. So the answer is no for that. Narcissistic personality traits is not a diagnosis. The answer is no. But if you want to tell me that substance use disorder is a psychiatric diagnosis, the answer is yes. And
But that wasn't an issue.
I don't know what
was
face
it?
that was,
Whether
but it's going to
Mr.
get memed. I can
Mr.
guarantee
Depp
you that much.
used substances. I mean, you said you've gone through the record.
Oh my
That-
gosh,
that
the
wasn't
Doc
really an issue with this
Brown
trial. Said it
melts
from day
down.
one.
That's it.
so you're saying he's already admitted to the diagnosis.
He's
So-
already admitted to
Hashtag
the
Doc
use of the
Brown
substances.
meltdown.
Well, again,
It can happen.
there's a difference between admitting to substance use and substance use disorder.
Let's go back to what you just said about narcissistic personality traits.
Yes.
Narcissism
is a
disorder
diagnosis. It's one of the
is
ones
a
mentioned in that article. by the way.
DSM-5 diagnosis, correct?
Correct.
Diagnostic personality, and you haven't testified that Mr. Depp has narcissistic personality disorder.
I would certainly, if I didn't, I'm certainly thinking that, but at least I'm going to say he has traits which are characteristics of provisional
Oh my
diagnosis
God,
of-
this guy's done.
It's a
This guy's
provisional
done.
diagnosis, probably narcissistic personality disorder. But yeah, I mean, I do believe that.
Well, but when you say provisional diagnosis, you know the DSM-5 requires, in order to find that diagnosis, 5 of the 9 factors.
Let's hear it. Let's
And
hear
you
it.
haven't done that analysis. You've never made that diagnosis.
Weasel Words is right.
You've just identified certain factors.
That are criteria for the diagnosis.
This
Right.
is Amber's
But you need
witness.
5 of 9 to get to
Oh
the
my gosh.
diagnosis. You've already told us that you didn't make a diagnosis. You're just identifying
Great
traits, correct?
Scott.
I'm identifying traits that are consistent with the diagnosis. Yes.
Qu'est-ce qui se passe ici? Tabarnouche. This is. My goodness. Are we
Struggling to find the car
now
you
it's
want?
another ad.
Auto Trader all
I don't need a car. I've never bought any. Okay, come on. This is frozen now? What in the what? Hold on. Oh, come on.
Did you testify in deposition
Jeez.
that the existence of traits as opposed to the disorder doesn't have a correlation with IPV?
If I said traits do not have a correlation with if that's what I said, and I don't remember saying that, but that wouldn't be a correct thing. Narcissism has a correlation with the diagnosis. Yes, that part's true.
All right, how far are we going to back this up? Because there's a diagnosis of narcissistic personality disorder,
Mhm.
right?
Yes, sir.
And that one has some correlation with IPV, right?
I wouldn't want to be Johnny Depp,
Narcissism has correlation with
But-
IP. Again, sir,
I'd
not
want to
on
know
the
what he's
answer.
thinking right now.
You're splitting hairs. You're splitting hairs between the traits that are consistent with, which all I'm commenting on is behaviors and traits that are consistent with the
I'm not
diagnosis.
diagnosing
And
him.
Mr. Depp,
I'm just saying he behaves like one.
narcissism absolutely has risk factors associated with IPV.
He's gonna.
Let's go
All
back
psychiatrists see other
and
get
maybe we
therapy,
can-
I think, or they should.
We can focus on
Holy
the question I
cow.
asked you, and we can get an answer that's
Look at the
addressed
crowd.
to
Look
that
at the crowd,
question.
people.
Narcissistic personality disorder
There's a guy.
is a risk factor for IPV. Yes or no?
Yes.
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 And you
Obviously.
previously testified that there is no literature at which you are currently aware that the mere presence of narcissistic traits is a risk factor for IPV.
Am I answering the question?
Yes,
That's incorrect.
you didn't testify that.
A cluster B traits, which narcissistic personality disorder is part of.
Oh my God, this
is
guy's
a
got
huge
rage
risk
in him.
factor for
Look
intimate
at this
partner
clenched
violence,
fist. This is
which
rage.
include
Okay.
cluster B traits include narcissistic personality disorder, antisocial personality disorder, amongst others. So the answer to the question is every resource on intimate partner violence
She will not see jail for lying
will
on the stand.
will support
Nothing is ever in the
that
bag.
cluster B traits,
But I'll change
where
my opinion
narcissistic
from my
personality
initial
falls
assessment.
under, is a risk factor for intimate partner violence.
Any single trait is a risk factor for IPV.
Again, I will repeat, cluster B traits. I didn't say any trait. I said cluster. No, you
Oh,
said
let me be more precise then.
okay.
Any narcissistic trait in and of itself is a risk factor for IPV.
But you are mischaracterizing what I said. What I said, I'm pretty sure I said cluster. If you look at all the intimate partner violence literature, and I would behoove you to do so,
Not a
you will
diagnosis.
see that cluster B traits. I didn't say narcissistic per se. Cluster
He didn't say
B traits,
per se. Just said all of them, not one in
narcissistic
particular.
personality disorder is part of, are risk factors for intimate partner violence, part and parcel, uniformly true. And I'm not sure, the thing I don't understand is I'm not sure why we're arguing psychiatry, because I'm telling you what it is.
Dr. Siegel, you just.
I'm not sure why we're arguing psychiatry. I'm only here as an expert
So you
to.
want to talk about
How dare you argue with me? I said what it is. I am the
borderline
psychiatry.
personality disorder
Wow.
is a risk factor for IPV.
As part of cluster B traits, yes.
Histrionic personality disorder
Interesting.
is a risk factor
Oh, he's
for
going.
IPV,
Less so.
but it
Less so.
But it
Less
is.
so. I mean, it's a risk factor, but less so, yes.
Yeah.
Less so. Significantly less so.
all right. So which
Holy cow.
traits under narcissistic, before I move on there's only been one diagnosis in court of personality disorders, correct?
He might
I'm
not
sure
know.
who you're referring to.
Oh, he might not know.
Are you referring to Mr. Depp, Ms. Hurt? Who? I'm not sure what you were talking about.
Well,
Do
that's.
you understand that there was a medical examination
Oh,
done of
this
Ms.
is
Hurd?
it. This is it.
Yes, I
right now.
did.
Do you understand that the testimony was ultimately that Ms. Hurd suffers from 2 personality disorders?
Okay, so I'm just being specific. I just wanted to know if you're talking about Ms. Hurt or Mr. Depp. So that's all I was asking you,
Oh, good. But answer
Yes
the
or
question.
no to my question?
which was there's only one
No,
diagnosis.
are
of-
you aware that
Ms. Hurt
only
was
one?
diagnosed with that.
Yeah, and both of the diagnoses are in cluster B, and both of them are risk factors for IPV.
But both those cluster B things are, I'm not allowed to comment on the testing. So therefore, all I can say is.
Oh,
that
excuse me?
Cluster B traits.
He's not allowed commenting on
I'll
the
tell you what
testing,
they
but he's
are.
allowed
And by the way,
diagnosing?
I testified this before, which was that 1, I don't expect perfection from my victims. 2,
I don't-
absolutely there were
you-
cluster B
you're-
traits Ms. Hurt had. Absolutely Ms. Hurt had.
Given
cluster
that
B.
you've testified to it before, let's move on to a new question.
Okay.
All right. You indicated
Doctor's going to have a bad
in your
lunch.
opinion today that you thought, oh, well, why don't we move a little different? Are you a member of the American Medical Association?
No.
Okay, so you don't know what the ethical rule of the American Medical Association is relative to doing clinical diagnoses about individuals you've never talked to.
So you're saying in terms of doing expert witness evaluations under that rubric, right?
I'm just asking you, do you know the AMA's rule?
Nope.
You're saying the AMA's ruling under the rubric of not doing evaluation with somebody you did not see. And I'm questioning, I'm asking, so you are talking about expert witness testimony?
No, I'm talking about, do you know the rule?
I'm not a member of the AMA, so I
Okay.
I
So
don't
then what the
even-
heck are you
Okay, move on.
pontificating
You don't
for?
know the rule.
You don't know the rule. This is
You
okay, I
rendered
feel
an
bad.
opinion
I now
about
officially
Mr.
feel bad for the doctor.
Depp's purported cognitive impairment.
Yes,
What do you use as a baseline?
a baseline for processing speed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Captain,
for
comparison.
analyzing Mr. Depp before you watched his deposition.
well, I use Captain Jack Sparrow,
What
obviously.
is a baseline for that?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess my baseline would probably be how I've seen him interact in public.
with
How I've seen him
Squid.
interact with others. I've seen him
In
interact
movies.
in media. I've seen him interact and his process speed is certainly not slow. I've seen him do commercials. His process speed
I've
is not
seen
slow.
him do commercials.
The deposition,
I saw him
didn't you
act as a
say
pirate.
that
He was
what
very
you
fast
did
when he was buckling that
compare
sword.
Mr. Depp's performance in lots of pirate movies
I
against
was
his
joking.
deposition testimony.
I was
What
joking.
what I said was I've seen Mr. Depp
In movies.
do apology ads. I remember he did an apology ad with Bad Dog with no delay in process speed. I've seen him interact with the media regarding to that. I saw no delay in process.
I saw him
speed.
play a
All I'm
lizard
saying-
in
Let me ask you
Rango.
about pirates, though. You compared pirates to the to the depositions given in this case.
Then I apologize for what I said. Then I misspoke.
You misspoke. You didn't make the comparison.
Right now, just a second ago. Just a second ago, I may have said that I misspoke.
This
I
is
apologize,
an
I misspoke.
unmitigated disaster, making it even worse for Amber Heard. This guy's going to prove Amber
Because you
Heard
know
is the
you can't
IPV.
compare pirates to sworn testimony, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But you can, but as an aside, you can judge someone's processing speed.
Have you
at
ever
time.
been
Like,
on
I'm
set
judging yours
of one
right now,
movie?
You're judging
Doc?
mine. We all judge processing speed as a baseline because of what we know about each other. I would say your processing speed right now is not slow. So, I mean, we're judging processing speed. I'm just saying.
This guy's
Yeah.
I don't use the word quack.
So, but no.
But I'm
any of
thinking it.
Mr. Depp's other portrayals in movies, did that affect your analysis of processing speed?
Only I've seen him interact on interviews, and that was it.
Right.
When he wasn't in movies.
What? Right. But Willy Wonka doesn't matter to you.
Sex bots are in the house, and now they are out.
You see him in that movie, Charlie and Chocolate Factory?
I saw him in
You
What's
looked
Eating
at that
Gilbert
one when you
Grape.
were
It
comparing
was
his
great.
Processing speed.
Oh, let the memes begin, people.
Do I have to answer that question, Your Honor?
Let the
You
memery
have to
begin.
answer questions. Yes, sir.
No, you'd be
Hashtag
happy to know I didn't
Doc
see Willy
Brown.
Wonka I didn't
melt.
see 21 Jump Street when it happened.
You should see
No, I did
21
not.
Jump Street is great
All right.
from a childish perspective. Oh
You'll-
my gosh.
Wait, you made a
Doc
very
Brown
kind
meltdown.
admission, I think,
I've never
early
had
on
a
in your
trending
deposition
hashtag.
that
It's my
You're
birthday.
not
We can do
claiming
it.
to be a better actor than Mr. Depp. That's correct, isn't it?
100%.
All right.
He's a
But
pretty good
with
actor. I'll
respect
give
to
I'll give the
acting,
psychiatrist a little
you know
credit.
that actors actually rehearse for their parts and work on the language, diction, timing of their dialogue as part of that rehearsal.
I have my
If you say that's, I'm not an actor. so I
preconceived
don't know
notions
what
about
goes on. I
psychiatry
can't tell.
and
I have no
psychology,
idea what
but-
goes on in acting.
Okay, but you don't know enough about acting to know whether actors rehearse?
Sir, I am not an expert in acting. I have no idea what an actor
At this
does.
point, I'm questioning whether or not you're an expert in psychiatry, Doc. I'll tell you that much. Holy cows. I mean, they're all laughing. Look at the back of the courtroom. Look at the girl and the woman in the black.
During your deposition,
There was another guy that was
what
laughing
were
his
the
head off in the back.
circumstances under which you decided to call Mr. Depp an idiot?
Oh.
Under somebody call Mr. Depp an idiot?
Yeah, you called Mr. Depp an idiot.
You didn't do that,
Oh,
Doc.
I think, okay. So
You
I
didn't
think
do
it was
this.
in the context. I think it was in the, probably should read the context of it.
Oh,
I
yeah,
think the
please let us
context
know
was-
your medical
and I'm trying
diagnosis.
to think back. And
Think.
I'm trying to think back. Okay.
Don't try
What
too
I
hard.
thought it was related to was if you're coming to some deposition. Okay. And again, I'm thinking back. So you have it in front of you.
I'd like to know your memory of it.
So
Doc.
I'm thinking back where he's coming in from Europe for a deposition, video deposition that he gave, and he took an overnight the night before. And what I think I said was that if you're going to do a major thing to a trial that you're involved with, I think you'd be an idiot to come in the night before. All right. So I didn't call Mr. Depp an idiot. I certainly call that planning an idiot. I didn't call him an idiot.
Oh, this guy must have. This guy must love.
He's an idiot or mistranscribed?
No, I'm sure. Again, if I said it in that, if you're just reading one line, one snippet, I'm sure it was in the context I just said. But again, you have it in front of you. I don't.
Yeah.
I didn't say he was an idiot. I said what he did was something an idiot would do.
It wasn't rendering professional opinion.
Yeah. Is it a psychiatric opinion?
And that follows the Goldwater rule.
Did you mean idiot as in an IQ below 75?
A professional opinion. I just said idiot. That's not a.
No, so idiot is not a professional opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Is it your practice to describe people as idiots?
My practice in my practice? No, I don't describe people my clinical cases as idiots or patients as idiots or victims as idiots. No, sir.
But you sat for a deposition in this case and described the plaintiff as an idiot, correct?
I said he was doing something an idiot would do.
And if I said the word idiot, it was an idiot in planning. It wasn't making him an idiot. I don't know Mr. Depp's IQ. I don't know his.
He went to IQ.
It was an idiot in planning, which is what I meant to come across as.
All right. So you did say you don't know his overall functioning, but you made some testimony today as to some evaluations you made relative to his function. You would agree with me that it's probably a good idea.
I hope you mean the lawyer, not the
think about
psychiatrist.
the questions that are asked you in a court proceeding before answering.
Am I allowed to answer that question?
Yes.
Okay. So what I meant by function, what I said by function, I believe that his agent reported how late he was showing up to every movie while the cast is waiting for him. I believe that would be an impairment. If I showed up late for that, I would not be here right now. I wouldn't have a job. Okay.
Dude, you might not have a job after this. Don't jinx it.
Balking out of treatment for substance rehab that his doctor is prescribing for him. So if you're asking me if that's an impairment of functioning, I would say I'm very much substantiated in that.
I'm trying to understand how you got to this notion of cognitive decline. And I thought it was based at least in part on the manner in which he testified.
I'm sorry, what?
On the manner in which he testified.
Oh, don't say that. He's going to agree with that.
I'm not being difficult. I can't hear. I'm sorry. On what?
The manner in which he testified.
I was asking you.
And he's going to say yes.
Cognitive decline.
Yes.
Don't ask this.
That you made.
Don't ask this.
And it was my understanding that at least a portion of that testimony.
A portion was.
That you rendered was that you derived some evidence of cognitive decline from the way Mr. Depp testified.
Yes.
They cannot object in class.
And that's what I said. Yes.
Right. And so all I'm asking you is, don't you think it's a good idea when you're in the middle of a court proceeding to answer questions carefully?
Again, professionally, we diagnose patients with a neurocog disorder.
They could object if there's something really over the top, but this is cross.
On the thought that, again,
lot of liberty in cross.
Controls, I'm just saying, age normative controls does not put a 58-year-old gentleman at that processing. That's all I'm saying.
What's your baseline? What's your baseline? Captain Jack Sparrow?
This without ever once talking to the man.
Me directly
personally?
talking to him.
You mean me personally?
Because we know how I derived it. So you're talking about me directly talking
to him?
Yeah,
you never
talked. No, I've never talked to him.
Right. And this exam you gave, well, you did talk about Dr. Blaustein, right?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that the entirety of Dr. Blaustein's medical records are 12 pages of handwritten notes.
The important part was what I said.
The important part
is example of cognition,
what I said.
which I'm trying to prove, which is what you asked me. The important part was what I said. And that was irrefutable.
The important part is that he gave the mini mental status exam.
It's what I said, and it's irrefutable.
All right. Let's talk about the mini mental status exam. Scored on a 30-point scale, right?
Yes.
All right. And it's an exam that basically is most often used for Alzheimer's, dementia, those kind of testing.
It's an exam that tests cognition in all psychiatric illnesses, not just Alzheimer's. It was made for dementia for Alzheimer's, but is the standard, has been the standard for testing cognition in all psychiatric illness, substance use disorders included.
Okay. Now, there is an element of that exam that requires drawing, correct?
Load the medium cannons.
So you don't know what drawing Mr. Depp did or whether the drawing should have been fully scored.
I wasn't questioning his visual spatial perceptual skills, which is what that does.
Right. And you don't know what score Mr. Depp received on the exam.
I was very specific. I know 3 words, not remembering at 5 minutes. That's all I said.
3 words, not remembering 5 minutes, and he remembered one of them, right?
From what I understand, you remember.
I don't remember.
All right. Memory on the exam. Out of the 30 points, what's it worth? 3. 3, right? Memory is 3 out of the 30.
Yeah, memory's 3.
Okay.
And again, the memory section in and of itself tests memory. That's the only question that tests memory. Only section that actually tests memory.
So the memory section tests memory. It's the only section you testified about. And for all you know, that with respect to the exam that you're relying on, Mr. Depp scored 27 out of 30.
And that would be telling, though, cognitive, if you score 27 out of 30 and you miss 3 points on memory. That would be very telling.
You don't know if Mr. Depp had been up all night the night before.
Again, you wouldn't expect to not recall any words at 3 minutes unless there's a cognitive issue.
Give me a freaking break, doctor.
And again, now that's, again, now that could affect memory, but I'm not refuting that. I'm not refuting that at all. He could have been high, he could have been drunk, he
smoking weed,
using cocaine, and that would absolutely affect his memory, which is what I said. Yes, you're right.
So ultimately, you have no idea what state Mr. Depp was in at the time he took the exam that you're relying on.
Short of what you just said about drugs and alcohol.
Hard answer.
Okay, there shouldn't be a reason why a 58-year-old also with strokes and other neurocognitive conditions. But short of that, there shouldn't be a really good reason why someone at that age shouldn't come up with at least one.
Oh, yeah. So that wasn't the question. That wasn't the question.
You started that question with short of drugs and alcohol and spent 35 minutes talking about his use of drugs and alcohol. Isn't that right?
Oh, I'm agreeing. I thought I agree with you. I think I agreed. I said that drugs and alcohol can absolutely affect cognition. I'm not sure. I agree, but I'm not sure if that's a problem. I agree with you on that.
All right. So you don't know
if he was drunk,
one way or the other.
If he was tipsy that day,
how he scored on the exam. You don't know whether he was at the time on drugs and alcohol, but you're going to rely on it in your testimony to say
diagnose
that he's cognitively impaired.
Which is what we do in clinical medicine, sir.
Yeah. Can you not answer questions directly, doctor?
That you don't know when it was administered, you don't know the score of the test, and you don't know the state of the person being tested, but you're going to rely on it anyway.
Again, if we had to know every test, when people get the mini mental state exam, we have no idea clinically if they are high, wasted, stoned, stroke. We have no idea. So if you're going to say that, that means everybody needs a drug test before they do a mini mental study, and that's not the standard of care. And I think you know that. So
I think you know that. Oh, presuming intent.
Let's talk a little bit about this word you kept using, correlation.
Ah, yes. Let's do this. We got.
You know the word, right?
It's already at 12:34.
Yes.
They're going to break for lunch.
Correlation and causation aren't the same thing, are they, sir?
We now know that for sure.
No, they're not the same thing.
No, how are they different?
Correlation is consistent with causation, is direct link.
Can you say that again? You were so fast I didn't hear.
Correlation. No. Causation.
Correlation.
You mean it the other way around?
Is a risk for something happening. causation is a direct link.
Right. So just because something's correlated doesn't mean it's going to happen.
100%.
Right.
100%.
Like lung cancer, for instance. Smoking is very highly correlated with lung cancer, right?
Yeah, and there's certainly a link
Right.
to lung cancer and smoking.
Right. But not all smokers get lung cancer.
Not all smokers do. No one, like I said, no one fits the curve perfectly.
Right. And you made repeated testimony to all of us. All of us do this. All of us do that.
Mhm.
Your suggestion about all of us is you're just looking at the world as a sample and not at any particular individual, correct?
Oh,
What I'm looking at
okay.
is that I'm not talking about an individual, how they can or cannot be resistant. What I'm saying is invariably, when you use substances, this is going to happen. Now, is there a 0.05% chance that someone who does? Absolutely there is. But is that medical degree of certainty? Absolutely not.
A 0.05% chance of
Stop
what,
it,
sir?
stop it.
Of
He's already
developing,
dead.
eventually developing
Simpsons
symptoms.
reference.
If you're using excessively, eventually you're going to develop symptoms.
But risk factors tell us nothing about any one particular individual, do they, sir?
No, again, risk factors tell us nothing except that they have it, they're at a higher likelihood of developing it. That's
Right.
what tells us.
But you did a whole litany of risk factors relative to IPV.
Yes.
Right. And none of those risk factors tell us anything specifically about an individual.
They are not going to end this before lunch because they want this guy
than they're
under
at
oath,
higher risk.
under cross,
Right.
over lunch. Guaranteed. I mean, guaranteed.
So
They don't even have enough
someone
time.
could have every single risk factor for IPV and never commit IPV, right?
Yeah.
It would be, again, if you're going to say
Yes or
medical
no,
degree of
doctor?
probability, the answer is they will. But if you're saying uniformly, the answer is no.
Right. IPV can occur without substance abuse.
Oh, sure.
Someone can abuse substances without ever perpetrating IPV.
Again, absolutely. But again, you are saying different than what I said. I did not say abusing substance. I said substance use disorder. Those are two different things, because there are surely people who use substances that do not engage in any violence, do not become psychotic, nothing at all. So
And that's
absolutely.
equally true of people who have substance abuse disorder. There are certainly people who have substance abuse disorder who don't commit IPV, correct?
They are saying people who have substance use disorders, the majority of them, over 50% do. So over 50% do. So that's medical.
The answer is yes.
As you said, not everyone who smokes gets lung cancer.
So
Oh boy.
there are
Excuse me.
significant numbers of people. You said it was over 50. So you'd say 40% of the people who have substance abuse disorder don't commit IPV.
And those are the ones that do not have IPV.
He can't
risk
answer
factors,
the
right?
question.
So we're talking
Answer
about
the
people who
Wait a
question.
minute,
don't.
isn't substance abuse disorder and IPV risk factor?
Oh, yeah. These are other people that don't have other risk factors, right?
But again, we're talking about people in general. You don't know anything about any particular individual as to whether anybody's going to commit IPV.
If statistics follow through, all we can say is more than 50%, 70% will. If you combine more risk factors you have, the more likely you're going to develop the illness. If you smoke cigarettes once, that might not correlate to lung cancer. If you smoke it chronically, that might. So
Right.
that's
But
all I'm
we're
saying.
talking about individuals here. You either have lung cancer or you don't, right?
If you're smoking.
Right.
Right.
You either commit IPV or you didn't.
I mean, yeah, you either did or you didn't, yes.
Right. So you took some issue with me because I was asking about substance abuse generally, and you wanted me to talk about the disorder. I asked you earlier about
He gets paid by the
narcissistic
hour, that's for sure.
personality disorder,
Mhm.
and you haven't made that diagnosis. You've just talked about the traits, right?
Yes.
And somebody can have these narcissistic personality traits and substance abuse disorder and never commit IPV, right?
So along that line,
Right.
about 80
Can't
to
answer.
90%
Just can't
of
answer.
people who commit IPV have a
Well-
personality disorder. So the answer is less than about 10%.
Oh my God. 80 to
obviously
90%
do not.
who commit IPV have a personality disorder, like borderline personality
There
disorder.
are more
Oh, I hope someone's listening to that.
close links with IPV
3 hours and 19 minutes in
for
today.
borderline personality disorder than narcissistic
Is this
personality
going
disorder.
okay?
Correct, sir?
For whom
Not
do you
going to agree
mean?
with that.
No?
I'm not saying there are more links. I would say to you, there are absolute. If you're asking me, there are links. The answer is absolutely. If you're saying to me more, I can show studies. Say yes, so studies say that has not been.
Yeah,
absolutely
80 to
figured out.
90%
No.
Absolutely not.
of IPV violators have personality disorders. The only person diagnosed with borderline personality disorder in this courtroom that we know of in this trial, Amber Heard. I think they're going to save that one until after lunch. KO, indeed. This has been a
MDMA.
Oh! It's a big topic. You sure want to get on this before lunch?
What is it?
Ecstasy.
Yeah.
What's the acronym, Doc?
And what's the normal dosage of ecstasy for people who use ecstasy?
Again, I couldn't tell you the quote unquote normal dose because honestly speaking, no one knows what they're getting when they're using it, right? It's not regulated. So,
But the effects of ecstasy enhance sense of well-being?
at low doses, the answer is yes.
Don't
I'm
do
going
any
to
of this,
gather
people.
When you're using it at higher
Don't
doses, and
do
develop
any of this
tolerance,
stuff.
You develop the sympathomimetic effects, which are not so enhanced well-being.
Increased extroversion, that's a symptom.
Again,
Increased
low dose, you are
extroversion.
100% right. At low amounts, you are 100% right. It is an entactogen. We feel closer to people. That's what people who use it say. They feel close to people, warm to people, 100%. But with continual use and higher doses, it could be fatal. Right. So that's not well-being. I don't know if I call that well-being.
So
I mean-
continued use at higher doses, MDMA can be fatal, correct?
Correct.
What if you took 8 to 10 tablets of MDMA?
What if you took again, you don't know what it's very hard to say that. You don't know what it's what's the word I'm looking for? Contaminated with. Okay. You can't just say, hey, let me just take 8 to 10 pure ecstasy and see what happens.
That's not what I meant to bring up.
So what I would say to you, again, because substance abuse are unpredictable, they are not regulated. No one knows what they're going to. No one has any idea whether it's going to cause this empathic entactogen effect at very low doses, or is it
Looking
going
this
to
up
cause
right
the
now.
sympathomimetic,
Pasobic is detained.
increase, it's like a stimulant, like cocaine, something we talked about like that. No one knows what's going to happen. It's not regulated. And no one knows if you're using with other substances either, like other stimulants.
Or if you mix it with alcohol.
Or if you mix it with alcohol. No one knows if it's going to be potentially worse.
Right. But this is a potentially lethal combination. 8 to 10 MDMA tablets.
This is a potentially toxic combination.
Right.
Can it kill you? Yeah, I mean, it is a potentially toxic combination. That's true.
Ever heard of someone cutting off their own finger on MDMA?
Have I ever heard of it?
Yeah.
No, I can only give you one example.
Hadn't seen that one before. Okay. So, Seroquel. That one puts you to sleep, right?
Depends. I guess it depends on how much.
If you want to phrase a barbiturate putting you to sleep, then the answer is yes.
Yeah, you heard Mr. Depp talking about sometimes being on the nod, right?
Oh, we saw pictures of it.
Again, I think I explained Seroquel very well.
I don't know what time they're breaking for lunch.
2 more questions.
Oh, okay. Okay.
All right. You kept making references to street value. Why were you doing that?
Yes. Okay. Good.
Because that's why people with substance use disorder use quetiapine and Seroquel.
Oh boy.
That's why people who use quetiapine or Seroquel it sells on the street because it's so barbiturate-like in effect.
Right, but you said that Mr. Depp had a prescription.
there are many substance use disorder patients who have prescriptions for Adderall and quetiapine from their doctor, and that doesn't mean they're not getting high out of it. That doesn't take much. Doctors like to believe what patients have to say. They're not going to go in there being expert witness testimony. All I'm telling you is that in people who have substance use disorder, it is not uncommon. And the thought was initially that because quetiapine was not addicting, that it's safe to give in people with substance use disorders, when in fact, we absolutely know it has street value. Absolutely know that for a fact.
Who gives a sweet
My
bugger
point
all
about
about the
this is
street
you
value?
made a bunch of testimony about street value, but you knew at the time you made the testimony that Mr. Depp, in fact, had a prescription.
He also had a prescription for oxycodone.
Avoiding a question.
Does that count?
As a
'Cause
prescription?
that's also
Yes,
not a good
doctor.
thing. Just because you have a prescription
I
doesn't mean
think
that
Mr. Depp would agree with you it wasn't a good thing.
just because you have a prescription doesn't mean you can't abuse it.
No, I'm not suggesting you're abusing it. I'm just wondering why your testimony was in any way tied to street value.
That's what
when
I was
Every single drug you referenced, Mr.
to make
Depp
him look like
had
a street
legally.
criminal.
Again, you can have prescription substance abuse, and we know that, correct?
Answer
No,
the
it shouldn't be
question.
We can
Doc
have
Brown.
prescription substance use disorders, and that's not uncommon if you look at the opiate epidemic that we're living in right now.
What
We can
the
have that.
hell
That's
are you
not
talking
an
about?
uncommon thing.
Doc Brown meltdown.
Unfortunate, but uncommon. Not uncommon.
So, Seroquel, I think you described as a sleeping agent when used off label.
When I saw what?
Sleeping agent.
When used
Seroquel,
off
when used
label,
off label.
doctor.
When used off label, it's used. It can be used sleeping agent. Yes.
Right. So, Mr. Depp's use of Seroquel could account for some of the photos we saw in this trial where he's asleep in a chair.
Again, what I was
Yes
saying
or
to you
no?
is that
No, stop
if
him.
you have a substance
What's
use
the
disorder,
doctor? What's the lawyer's name?
you are using it to be knocked out. Yes, I
What's-
agree. But I'm not sure at the end of the day if she had vomitus over you either. 'Cause I've never seen Seroquel do that.
That's a good
So
question.
when he was passed out in the chair, he also had vomitus over him. I've never seen
No, he
Seroquel
didn't.
do that ever.
No, he didn't.
One of
Excuse me?
Neurotin is another one of the
I'm sorry. Chat.
drugs you testified
Was there
about.
ever
That
vomitus
one's
on him?
Also prescribed, right?
Yes, it is.
And what's the prescription
It wasn't vomit. It was
What's
ice
it used
cream.
for? And what's its indication or what's its
Yeah,
use?
what's its indication?
I mean, its indication is for seizures.
Oh my God.
It may have one pain
Okay,
indication.
so
Again, I'm
chat,
not a
people,
neurologist, so I can't tell you
If the team
exactly
is
if
going
it
to look
does,
this over
but-
lunch,
But it's
it might be
chronically used
useful.
off label for pain. It's used off label
Vomitus
for
is
anxiety.
vomit.
Right. And what's its effect? That's another one that'll put you to sleep,
This-
right?
Oh gosh, don't let him correct this over lunch.
Yeah, I mean, sure, 100%.
Right.
This is nerve wracking. This is like
you
this
made
is the
reference
fun
to
of
a
cross
picture.
examination.
There's been testimony around that picture that Mr. Depp fell asleep with ice cream in his hand.
No.
That's not vomitous, right?
I was told it was vomitous.
Oh really? Oh really, fool? Really?
You
Oh,
talked
my
about
goodness.
the fact that Mr. Depp indicates that from time to time he uses an earpiece.
I
was-
was
yeah, I
told
mean,
it was
I read that,
vomitous.
yes.
That's because you were lied to, doctor.
Did you
I was
read the
told there would
testimony
be
of
vomit.
Mr. Wyatt, who told you what was being pumped into that earpiece?
Yeah, I mean, if I remember right, I mean, I think it was lines, right?
No, it
No,
was
it was
vomit.
music.
It was music, not his line.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if Mr. Depp was listening to music rather than being fed his lines,
This guy
does that
is
change your opinion as to his cognitive function?
If he was never fed his lines through the earpiece, which I
oh
know
a
he
doctor
was,
being fed
But
fed
read he
an
and
actor.
that may have been that example. Mr. Wyatt may have said that it was music. I guess the question is, were you having the music during the actual talking of your lines? Is that what you're saying to me?
This
Well,
is
you
why
know,
the
if-
gold
if
water
you can
rule
do two
exists,
things at
doctor.
once, that's a pretty high cognitive function, isn't it?
Oh
You know, it's a very
my.
good point. Actually, divided attention is something humans have a lot of trouble in. So, for instance, we have trouble driving and putting on the, using our cell phones and
Speak
direction.
for yourself,
Divided
Doc.
attention, humans actually are not very good at.
Speak
I'll
for
put that out
yourself,
there.
doctor.
But Mr.
In general, not just Mr. Depp. In general.
But Mr. Depp is pretty good at acting. You acknowledged that early on.
Absolutely. Well, better than me, so I know that.
Because you don't
let him be
you don't
argumentative.
know about acting.
This guy's discrediting himself and his
You're
profession.
right. I have no idea about acting.
And you don't know how prevalent the use of earpieces are in acting.
Of course not.
Again,
I'm a doctor.
I know nothing about acting.
Irrespective of the fact you know nothing about acting, you've testified that Mr. Depp's use of an earpiece is somehow a cognitive deficit.
So if I was giving a lecture and I was fed my lines, I would think there's a cognitive deficit. So and maybe I'm wrong. Like I said, maybe I could be wrong. Maybe Hollywood stars get lines fed to them.
That's what you want to hear from your expert in trial. Maybe I'm wrong.
That could be. It sounded to me to be unusual if you're doing a movie and you don't know the lines. But like you said, maybe I'm just judging it on what I do with lectures, and that would never happen.
Maybe I'm wrong.
If you gave lectures, you wouldn't use an earpiece, but you're not going to tell anybody how to
Maybe I'm wrong. Here, let's try that one. Hashtag maybe
what was the question?
I'm wrong.
I said if you gave lectures, you would use an earpiece, but you're not telling anybody how to act.
Right. I would not use an earpiece during lectures.
Right.
But I don't know what the standard for.
I'm using an earpiece right now, Doc.
I have no idea.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was ice cream and not vomit. Maybe he was listening to music, not being fed lines. What do I know? This is why the Goldwater rule existed, so you don't make idiotic mistakes
you may
like
have made a
this.
mistake there.
No, because I think in the basis of what I've read about it, I'm comfortable that I don't believe that actors are routinely given their entire script through earpiece.
Drink
I
up.
find that hard to believe.
Drink up, Doc.
Yeah,
But
there's not one whit of evidence that this ever happened here.
I guess what I said. I just said I find it hard to believe. I didn't say
Add the flaming fire of emoji around his
what
head.
you found hard to believe, sir, was
Literally
that
Mayor
every
Quimby?
line of the script was pumped through an earpiece. Where did you ever get the idea that occurred?
That's what I have been. That's what I read in the court review, the court evidence. That's where I got it from.
And
he is so done. This is.
You know whether Marlon Brando used an earpiece?
Isn't he dead?
Yeah.
So the answer is no. He does not use one now.
No, I used the past tense. Sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I know nothing. I will concede to you. I know nothing about acting. I will concede to you 100%. If that is the standard and people are done that's acting, then I apologize and that was wrong on my part. If that's the standard, I'm wrong. I don't know.
This will
Let's
be
go
a
with
matter.
that. No further questions.
All right. How long is your return?
A bit. You may want to take.
All right. Let's go ahead and break for lunch then, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't
Again,
talk
do
to
not
him
do
about
outside
his
research. Do not discuss
catastrophic.
your testimony with anybody, okay?
Catastrophic. The courtroom, I just heard them laughing. People, I don't often say that was the worst cross-examination, the best cross-examination, the worst expert. Drink it up, Doc. Drink it up, and you might want to add a little something to that over lunch. That was
So
worse.
let's come back at 1:55 then.
Oh,
All right.
1:55. Okay, so that's an hour and 3 minutes. That was the worst thing I've seen. It was so bad, it was hilarious. Oh, I got to get these headphones off. Oh my gosh. Oh, look, my kids are off school today because it's Victoria Day in Canada. And I was feeling maybe a little bit negligent for not playing with them, but I'll have time to do that in the afternoon. This made up for it. This made up. I will get to play with them in the afternoon. I need to clear my eyes. I mean, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This was along the lines of the meltdown I was expecting from Amber Heard. This was like how I envisioned Amber Heard's testimony going down. This is, as an attorney, I absolutely enjoyed that. Little Rock, good to see you back again today. That was the biggest meltdown of an expert witness the public has ever seen. I'm sure there have been bigger and worse meltdowns in court. That was the biggest, ugliest, baddest, most hilarious meltdown the world has ever seen in the history of televised court proceedings. And I don't think I'm exaggerating. Maybe a little. I messaged Good Logic. So if he's watching, if he's watching, I'm going to see if he can pop on at lunch. Do I have his text number? Let me see here. Neerman. Now, I don't think I have his. Joe Neerman, good logic. If you're watching, I DM'd you on Twitter. If you would be inclined to come on at lunch to discuss what we just witnessed, that would be great. Yeah, I don't even think I have his email address. Holy crab apples. That was catastrophic. That was catastrophic. That you want your expert who's come up there and arguably violated his code of ethics in terms of telediagnosis of psychiatric disorders of people he's never met. You want him, after all of that, saying, maybe I made it, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, maybe that's why the Goldwater rule exists in the first place. Oh, wow. Gage was pretty bad, but this was worse. That was the worst thing I've ever seen. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe after having come to many psychiatric diagnoses, after having been cherry-picked and provided, after having been provided cherry-picked information and misinformation, vomitous? I'm going to tell you one thing. There's only one person. If anybody told that doctor, what's his name? Schmiegel? If anybody told Dr. Schmiegel that was vomitous, there's only one person that would have been Amber. There's not a snowball's chance in summer that the lawyers would have told him that. Or, quite simply, nobody told him that. He came to that conclusion based on his own idiotic, foregone, preconceived notions of Johnny Depp. And he said, oh, look, dude puked on himself. By the way, that could be for one of two reasons. Confession through projection. This dude must have puked on himself at some point. Or he's dealing with patients where that would be like the more likely alternative, not knowing that it was melted ice cream. I think the most likely alternative, this guy came to that conclusion on his own and now says, oh, somebody told me that. I mean, what kind of crazy quack would come to that conclusion on their own without even asking the question? Maybe one who decided to do a little telediagnosis of someone's psychiatric well-being or psychiatric state of affairs without ever having met the person. That was a meltdown on all fronts, people. That was a meltdown on all fronts. And it started off, hold on, let me just think of where I was going to go with that. It started off with him saying the ethics issue was one aspect of it. Oh, he wasn't diagnosing Johnny as suffering from narcissism. He was just saying he had narcissistic traits. Then he goes in to say, well, if Goldwater rule holds, then all forensic psychiatric evaluations by experts become undermined or become quashed, forbidden, verboten. No, because you could have the court order a psychiatric evaluation because they determine it's necessary for the trial. So the forensic psychiatric assessment is not moot or not rendered inapplicable if the court orders a psychiatric assessment. This is you objected to it, and therefore Amber didn't get to psychiatrically evaluate Johnny Depp as though it's a right, as though they have the right and you have the obligation to sit there. And if you object, it's somehow a sign of guilt. Oh my gosh. That was the worst expert meltdown ever. Oh, the Doc Brown meltdown. Let's see if it can happen. Holy crab apples. Now the question is this: is Joe Neerman going to see my message? But so someone said in the chat that Jack Posobiec got detained at Davos. Hold on one second. I have one starred. Mega pint for both of us. This is an old super chat. Yeah, sorry. I have to unstar that one. Thank you, Candace. Oh my gosh. They ended it, so they're not coming back. I mean, Yeah, they made all their, I think they made all their points. Only one person was diagnosed with anything by a psychiatrist, by an expert who met the patient, and that was Amber Heard, diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. They didn't play the audio for him. I would have played the audio for him. I don't know what the timing is on all of this, so maybe they YouTube Red is $10 a month, no ads, invest. I don't. Well, yeah, I know that they get revenue. I don't mind the ads. Sometimes the ads are decent. Okay, so hold on. Give me 1 second. Let me pull up. Let me pull up share screen. Share screen. The TikTok videos have already begun. Sweet, merciful goodness. I mean, it was outrageously meltdown-ish. Twitter.com/the Viva Frei. Oh, look at that. Okay, so I'm not in incognito. Let me just thank you for reminding me of my birthday. I don't know if you guys know. It's my birthday today. Let me go to incognito thing in there just so that I don't run the risk of exposing some of my top secret DMs on the Twitterverse. Wait a minute. Oh, it's that. I'm sorry. Twitter is actually notifying everyone else that it's my birthday. Okay. Okay. Share screen. Geez, I want to make it to after lunch, but I've got a 3 o'clock that I can't miss. So I'm out of here one way or the other at 3. Viva Frei here. Okay, let's just see what's happening. Okay, you got it.
Yeah. You want to take a picture of it? Yes.
Why am I not allowed to record? Isn't this a public street?
It is. But actually, I don't like it to be on video.
I can take it off.
You have your document on the phone. Take it off, please. Yeah. You want to take a picture of it? Yes.
Keeping everybody safe.
Your iPhone. You show me, and then I take a picture.
This is why I don't go places. I'm joking, but okay, let's see what's going on here. We got detained at Davos, so there's another 20 seconds of this.
Sorry?
Can you put your phone away?
Am I not allowed to film? Why not?
Not during the police control.
Why is that?
It's not allowed here.
On public street?
Yes.
Is that a law in Switzerland?
Here it's not allowed. Please put it away.
Not familiar with that law.
Please put it away.
Seems like you just don't want me to film.
Sir, please put it away.
Okay.
It's a little interesting. Let me just go Google if that's actually a law in Switzerland. But before I do that, I have seen a super chat which I am capable of reading. Hold on 1 second, people. Check this out. I mean, this one's easy just because I know how it goes, but it goes Yom Huledet Sameach Veyehi Ad Mea Vashirim. Okay, Yom Huledet Sameach, happy birthday. Oh, Veyihye, so and more, Veyihye Od Mea, and may you have another. Ra'ashrim. Well, happy birthday, and may you have another, but what's that last word? Va'ashrim. Anyway, that's right. Thank you very much, Eyal Neman. Thank you. Who knows whether or not you're allowed filming in Switzerland? Are you allowed? Is it? But dude, like that's a type of call me a coward, and some people have. That's the type of confrontation I would seek to avoid. Although I can imagine as a lawyer why Jack Posobiec wanted to get certain information in case he's detained, and you know, I don't want to make jokes. It's not a question of making jokes. In case he's detained, and you know, protecting himself, covering his bases. Okay, so it says, I looked it up. You can. This is not legal advice if you're not in the way. I assume also if you're given a lawful order, maybe you're not allowed. Oh, man. Guess Doc won't be practicing sometime soon. That was, how do we, yeah, but I am being detained is not necessarily the same rule in every country. I don't know what the laws are in Switzerland. Okay. Let me see. Let me go to my Twitter DM and see. I don't want to talk about the monkeypox. I don't want to talk about a bunch of stuff that's Davos. By the way, people should watch. Rebel News sent down 5 journalists. Cancel. I want to see what the law tube is thinking about that cross-examination. Okay, let's see what's going on in the chat. I don't think you can publish photos or video in Switzerland without consent. I'm not sure if that. Yeah. What do we talk about? Let me see where my wife is. Give me 2 seconds, people. Where are you guys? Question mark. Oh, am I happy? I'm not happy. Am I excited to see how this ends afterwards? So they're going to have a redirect. It's going to go on for a little bit of time. It looks like Johnny is, I don't know if Johnny's the next witness, but that was catastrophic. And that actually, it's not just that it didn't help Amber's case. That actually hurt Amber's case. Their expert looks like a certified quack for one, schlock for another, garbage work. Like he didn't do his homework. He looked aggressive. He looked defensive. I mean, it's amazing. He looked like I don't want to say he represents the client, but some people might think that. Someone just said here, Viva, stop with moving down with the chat here. I want this one. No, what's the problem? I want this one. Why would JD not want to look into the eyes of Amber Heard if he was an abuser? Psychological terror. Well, first of all, one way or the other, it looks a little weird. It looks a little of a certain lifestyle. Like I'm never looking at you in the eyes again. I can imagine as a victim, you would never want to look at someone in the eyes again because it's scary. But yeah. Why is Court TV saying it helped Amber Heard? If anybody's saying that helped Amber Heard, they're delusional. Period. Full stop. Vomitus. Viva, Twitter is stating that Kate Moss, Johnny Depp's ex, will be testifying for Johnny. I'm not sure how that happens now. Johnny presented his evidence. So I don't know how that would happen in the order of the evidence. I'd have to double check where they are in the evidence. I don't know how that happens. I think this is Amber's evidence. Now I think Johnny Depp presented his evidence. Maybe in defense to Amber's claims. Your wife got a bouncy house check in the backyard. I guarantee you that no bouncy house would be safe in our house. I would destroy it. As in playing with it the way an adult plays with a kid's toy. JD sees someone he once loved trying to utterly destroy him. Might be painful to look at her. There's no question about that. It might be just enraging for your own psychological well-being. Stay the heck away. I actually think that him not looking at her in the eyes because people with her personality disorder need the acknowledgement. And it might be a way for him to maintain power and control. Or maybe just to irritate her in a way that he knows would irritate her, because that's the extent of his physical abuse. But anyways, I don't place too much weight on that. It's poetic and it's the life of Hollywood. But in Johnny's rebuttal, they can call her in Johnny's rebuttal to their evidence. Okay, fine, that makes sense, but it would be risky if they call her. Can't control what you can ask her in cross-examination. And they can cross-examine her, but why would they not have want to call her as a witness? Probably because the only witness they could ever get with damning testimony on Johnny Depp is what's her name? Barkin? What's her first name? Emily Barkin? No. Oh, what's Barkin's first name? 35 years ago is the best they could get that he threw a bottle of wine. Okay, I don't know what that. That's not one flew over the poo-poo's nest. No, that's not gonna make it. That won't make it quite. Ellen Barkin. Sorry, not Emily Barkin. Ellen Barkin. That was the best they could get. People were reporting Johnny Depp's ex is going to testify on physical abuse, and I was like, I didn't think they would even be able to compel an ex-wife, but an ex-girlfriend from 30 plus years ago. And the worst that Ellen Barkin had to say, He threw a bottle against a wall, not at someone, and it didn't hurt anybody, but he threw a bottle of wine. Was it full or empty? Since Amber mentioned Amber can't JD's team call him to. Since Amber mentioned Amber can't JD's team call X to refute Amber. And they can call an X. They can call, I mean, I guess they could call whoever they want to refute Amber's what they're trying to prove. But I would, it's risky. Unless you know, unless you know that the individual has nothing on you, and barring an outright lie for the sake of it. Nobody has ever seen Johnny be violent. I'm not making that as a statement of fact. I am just reiterating that as a statement of that which has been adduced as evidence. Nobody has ever seen Johnny act violently. All that anybody has testified to. I mean, but why on earth? I genuinely don't know if this is a parody account. Johnny threw a vodka bottle towards people. He's violent. I read this as parody, but I know you've been here before, and you seem to be legitimately or genuinely on, thinking Amber has proved her case. I don't think anybody I don't think any jury member is going to agree that one incident of that, even if proven, which it hasn't been, is proof of an individual's violent tendencies. I don't think so. In fact, I think most people would say, if in your entire life, all that you have is one allegation that has occurred, that makes you a violent person. So yeah, that's what I think about that. Barkin was definitely cringy. There's no question about that. Let's bring up the Twitter feed for a second and just see what the other news is on the interwebs are. Is it this one? Yeah, this is it. Okay, so let me just go. We're seeing the same thing. I'm going to expand this. Just want to see what the comments to this are. So I don't know if that's what they mean by detained. 1 hour ago. I'm not going to DM Jack and see if I can get. He'll tweet when everything's. Yeah, we'll see what else. Okay, so. Yeah, all right. Well, it's interesting. WEF detainee. So I guess they released him if he's updating his profile after the incident. He would have had to have gotten his phone back unless he is allowed to have it, but not message. This qualifies, by the way, for anyone who's saying well, show me the detained part. This qualifies as being detained. Now the question is, where is Jack now? If he updated his profile, presumably he has his phone after the incident, because you would not have been able to know that beforehand. The question is, though, when are we going to get another update from Jack Posobiec? Okay, let's just see what else is going on in the Twitterverse, because there was some interesting. Got to go to my Twitter diary. Thank you. Twitter's letting the world know it's my birthday. Okay, I'm not reading that, but you can go check that one out. What was? Oh man, Bill Gates. We just got to watch this. Where's the audio? Where's the audio? Here. Just remember the line that when Kang and Kodos from The Simpsons. We will move forward, not backwards, upwards, not downwards, and always twirling, twirling, twirling. Listen to this.
And so I think about this subject of our yellow school buses in that regard. Because think about it, yellow school buses are our nation's largest form of mass transit. How about that?
Hold on. I would challenge that as a matter of fact. I would think that the metro or the subway or the train is more mass transit than school buses, but maybe I'm wrong. Someone in the chat, am I wrong about that? I would think that trains, subways, and public transport would be more than school buses.
Every day. So yes, and let's applaud, because it gets them where they need to go. And every day, then think about this in terms of the numbers. Every day in our country, more than 25 million children ride to and from school on our nation's fleet of school buses every day.
25 million?
And so I think about this.
Okay, so I think there's definitely more than 25 million people who transit to work.
In that regard. Because think about it, yellow school buses.
Okay, yeah, we can stop. It's just, I mean, Oh, please, it's enough, Twitter. I know. Okay. Oh, no, I don't want to log in to see anything. Oh, my goodness. Do we have time for Dan Crenshaw? Do we have time for Dan Crenshaw? We do. We're doing it. We're doing it. Let me see. I saw another super chat. Did I miss it? Did I miss? Looks like a bulldog. Okay, hold on. It is a bulldog. Therefore, Avatar must be brought up. I must see that. Bring on the bull. Oh, it's a Frenchie. No, that's a Boston Terrier. Let me remove this for now. Kate was not allowed to testify until Amber mentioned her name when testifying about stairs, opened up the door to calling her. I get it now. Okay, good. Thank you. I have, in as much as I've been following this trial more than some people like, I haven't been following it as many as, no fault, the other law tuber, YouTube, mega tube law lawyer thingy things on the interwebs. Emily D. Baker, Legal Bites, Alita, Joe Neerman, Good Logic, Nate Brody, Nate the Lawyer, Uncivil Law, Legal Mindset. I was watching Legal Mindset over the weekend. He was also great. Legal Mindset is Andrew. You got Law and Lumber. You got Ian. That's my problem. Ian Runkle of the Bailey, who was in court with DUI guy. It's the law tubes are exploding the interwebs in the legalist way possible. But I have not been following this trial as closely as them. On Friday, I was live stream Twitter mouth tweeting the hearing of Tamara Litch, which is it's gross. It's legally and politically gross. There's no other way to describe it. So interesting. And if they call Kate Moss and Johnny Depp knows that she's going to have nothing but praises to sing of Johnny and bad things to say of Amber, vomitous. The doctor thought it was vomit when it was ice cream. Does that change your opinion? Does that factual error change your opinion? No. It's even worse. Can't keep his ice cream? My goodness, what kind of sick monster spills ice cream? Do you know how many children that would make cry? Let's go, Turdo. All right. Show some love. Okay, but hold on. Let's go back to Dan Crenshaw. Every now and again I don't want to improperly judge someone. And I don't want to be unfair with them. And I, for a long time, had a great degree of admiration for Dan Crenshaw. I thought he was good. He might still be good on certain points, but he might certainly have compromised that reputation that took him years to build. He put out that, I want to say inane, that asinine, juvenile, CNN talking point tweet response to Marjorie Taylor Greene. Oh, look like someone's trying to get her spot on RT because she said, maybe focus on America stuff and help Americans as American elected politicians instead of transferring $40 billion of aid to Ukraine in a foreign war in which we have no real interest except for the fact that it's a proxy war by their own open statements. I didn't like that because it's stupid arguments. It's stupid tweeting. And I judged him harshly, and I was like, maybe I got it wrong still, but no, look, listen to this. This is Dan Crenshaw who tweeted this. Oh, we still see the right one? Okay. Here's the full interview with Trey Gowdy, not spliced up for dramatic effect. Watch the full thing. I stand by every word. Let's do it, shall we?
Joining us now is someone who has stood up for this country, and he has the eye patch to prove it. And he's been steadfast in his support for Ukraine, Texas Congressman Dan Crenshaw. All right, Dan.
Actually, let me pause it here to say one other thing. I liked Trey Gowdy. Thought Trey Gowdy was badass. Thought Trey Gowdy was amazing. And then Trey Gowdy ducks out of politics, and now I understand why. How much is he? It's amazing. It's like, it's amazing. You can't blame people for doing what's best for them, but it can certainly cause you to question the reasons for which they were doing things prior to. Trey Gowdy's now at Fox News. I didn't even know that. I just knew that I didn't even know that. From Kisby, Saskatchewan, wishing you a happy birthday. Thanks for always putting a smile on my face. Cheers. Thank you very much, Sergeant Solo Dolo. Thank you. So now I know where Trey Gowdy is. Okay.
And I like having you on because you're a thoughtful guy, and I know you make an effort to understand the other side of the argument. So what is the other?
And let me say this also. Trey Gowdy, having served in the military and having the scars to prove it, it definitely is worthy of praise. It's worthy of giving some respect for that. Will it make his position on any given matter going forward legitimate just because? No. And it's a straw man loser think strategy, in as much as attacking someone's position based on what they've done, other unrelated things they've done in the past, is a problematic way of addressing and assessing and critically thinking. Lending credibility because of totally unrelated things, which might be praiseworthy in and of themselves, it's loser think. Trey Gowdy is engaging in loser think right now, but it gets even worse. How do we play? Play.
Side for not helping Ukraine in its war with Russia.
Thanks for having me, Trey. Look, there's some good arguments and there's some bad arguments. Let's just focus on the good arguments, because the bad arguments that our side is making is very depressing, and they're almost pro-Russia in their tone. But the good arguments are, look, it's just too much.
The bad arguments are depressing. It's a form of trying to shame someone, and almost pro-Russia in tone. Can't disagree with if you disagree with Dan Crenshaw, you're pro-Russian. That's basically where it's at, which is no different than disagree with me, you're a Yahtzee. Disagree with me, you're worse than Schmittler. Some of them are so bad. All right, they're pro-Russia. I don't even have to talk to them. Right, Crenshaw. Like people are not going to use the same strategy to write everything and anything you have to say.
Money. Right, $40 billion gives you some sticker shock. Gave me sticker shock. Biden's proposal of $33 billion gave me sticker shock. I think if Republicans were in charge, we would have said, look, let's use unspent COVID money. We don't have to appropriate more money. Let's use that.
Yeah, I was muted. Sorry.
Or let's do it more incrementally. Let's do $10 billion now. Let's reassess in a month. Let's do another $10 billion. I think that's what Republicans would have done if we were able to press the perfect button. But Trey, you've been in Congress. Did you ever see a button that you could press that was called perfect? I don't think so.
Did you ever see a button that you could press called this is the best, most convincing argument? It's not perfect. Maybe we would have asked for phasing out the payments, the advances. Did you ever see a perfect button? I don't think so. Haha. That's so great. That's so convincing. That's very persuasive. Hashtag not.
You get yes or you get no. And so I pressed yes with those considerations in mind. Now, here's the other thing.
Trey Gowdy doesn't even look like he's convincing himself. I mean, this looks like a man who feels absolutely like he made the wrong decision. And no, was it perfect? No. Was it bad? Was it too much? Yes. Was it not what we wanted? Yes. But I voted for it anyhow. You know what that makes you? I mean, that some might say that makes you principleless. That makes you lacking principle and conviction. Some, not necessarily me. Some, me.
Who else does it give sticker shock to? Vladimir Putin. So Vladimir Putin has a military that's been degraded severely. Their morale is extremely low. Their supply chains are in critical condition. And now he just is realizing that his opponents, the Ukrainians, are going to have basically an unlimited amount of resources to continue fighting this war.
Stand the other side.
Would have said, look, with those severely, their morale is extremely low. Their supply chains are in critical condition. And now he just is realizing that his opponents, the Ukrainians, are going to have basically an unlimited amount of resources to continue fighting this war.
Let's just address what is absolutely idiotic about this. You know who else is going to have sticker shock? Putin. Okay, first of all, I might actually say Putin might not have sticker shock at the coffers that this is opening up. He might be laughing himself silly at the fact that one country is in the midst of destroying itself. One country has literally children that don't have formula to feed themselves. One country is suffering all of that while squandering, while throwing hand over fist $40 billion. And I think Putin is probably looking at this saying, that's not going to make any bit of difference to this war. You could go ahead and shoot yourselves in the foot economically. You can neglect your own country all you want. That's not going to change anything in this conflict. And and let's just even go the other way. If that does give sticker shock to Putin, if that does give sticker, hey, make it 100 billion. Really give him sticker. Make it $1 trillion. You know what? Just declare war on Putin. That'll give him sticker shock. I mean, it's the logic does not even pass basic muster. I don't think Putin is looking and saying, "Oh my goodness, they're giving 40 billion to Ukraine." I don't think so. I think he's saying, "Oh my goodness, these idiots are they're pissing away money that's not going to have any material impact on this conflict. Certainly not on resolving it." And I think that, but flip side, if Putin is scared by the 40 billion, make it 60, make it 100. Let's get back to this.
This is an investment in the severe degradation of our second biggest adversary, the Russian military. They will not be able to invade other countries.
This is an investment. Am I not muted? Got to hear this. This is an investment in the degradation of our second biggest adversary. Crenshaw, why not just say you want to go to war with Russia? Why not just do it? Oh, because you're not doing it directly. Like, I'm hiring a hitman. I'm not pulling the trigger myself. This is an investment in the degradation of our. Crenshaw, you're saying the quiet part out loud, and you think it makes you look good. This is. I don't even think it's a proxy war anymore. We're investing in someone who's going to do our bidding for us. I mean, I guess that's what a proxy war is, but typically you do it a little bit more subtly than that. I'm not pulling the trigger. I'm just investing in someone who's going to do it for me. This is shocking. Thank you for telling me to watch it in context. It's much worse, Dan.
Countries after this and destabilize the globe. That allows us to do something. It allows us to focus on our actual biggest adversary, which is China. It allows us to refocus because we're no longer as worried as we may have been before about destabilizing Europe. So you have to think strategically when you vote on these things. It was a big price tag, but in the end, good investment without a single American troop being deployed.
A good investment. I think the civilians of Ukraine might disagree with you, Dan. But of course, not a single American being deployed, not a single American citizen being killed. It's a great investment. It's like gambling with other people's money, gambling with other people's lives, so you can fight a proxy war with your second biggest adversary, so you can then, I don't know how you think it's going to end, and then move on to your first biggest, China. It's so thoughtful and it's so generous. We get to fund a war in a foreign country, have innocent civilians in that war die, not because people are looking for a solution, but because warmongering war hawks in America want to exacerbate that conflict because they want to fight a proxy war against their second biggest adversary, and they're willing to fight to your last civilian to do it. I mean, it's actually disgusting.
You're right, Congressman. You get yes, no, and present really isn't an option. So you voted yes. What was in the package specifically that made you say, you know what, I've got some questions, but I'm going to side with yes?
Why isn't present an option? Why isn't no an option? If it's going to pass anyhow, why is no not an option?
It was pretty clear cut. A quarter of the money was actually just for our military, just to backfill our resources that we've expended. So the other 3/4 was for Ukrainian military, and that's a mix of weapons and humanitarian aid. There's pretty good oversight measures in it as well. And look, again, I understand the counter argument. It's a huge sticker shock, but there's some bad arguments too. People are saying, well, we can't put baby formula on our shelves, but we're sending money to Ukrainians. And my response to that is, you know how much baby formula you can buy with $40 billion? None, because it's not a money issue. It's a manufacturing issue. And so we have to solve it with, frankly, telling the FDA to approve safe baby formula and import it from Europe. That'd be one solution. So
I'm sorry. The more I listen to Dan, the more I think he's either an idiot or he's malicious. Now, it doesn't even matter. Do you know how much baby formula you can buy with $40 billion? None, because it's a manufacturing issue. Do you know how many manufacturing plants you can build with $40 billion? Let's just say one, and that can feed American babies. And then he's talking about importing it from Europe. Do you know how much European baby formula $40 billion can buy? A lot, all of it. And he wants to talk about bad arguments that he thinks are pro-Russia. This is illogical. This is bad to the point where you either have to be stupid or malicious to raise these arguments. It's not a, you can't buy any formula because it doesn't exist. You know how many plants $40 billion can build? And that's even assuming you can't import it from Europe with $40 billion. No, but don't import baby formula from Europe to feed American babies that don't have baby formula. Export 40 billion in arms to Ukraine. So instead of saving American babies, you can actually just exacerbate a conflict that's killing Ukrainian civilians. Oh my goodness.
Well, let's not make disingenuous arguments here. Let's focus on the problem, and let's
not make disingenuous arguments here like you just did, Crenshaw. You can't buy the formula because it doesn't exist. So that money, what good's the 40 billion? Don't make disingenuous arguments. Oh my goodness. Every loser think strategy right here. He is doing what he's accusing other people of doing. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry.
Let's accept the fact that this is a big deal. It's a big deal when Russia has created the greatest land war in Europe since World War II. It's a big deal. It destabilizes the globe. And got to say this last thing. It is not America first when you let Russia and China do whatever they want around the world and establish their version of a global order. That puts America last because we cannot prosper in a global order led by Russia and China.
Dan Crenshaw, still unafraid. Thank you for joining us on a Sunday night. Thank you for loaning us your expertise on military matters, including this.
That's atrocious. I mean, let me just see what the chat has. Maybe I got something wrong. Let me see what the chat has to say. Very disappointing is an understatement. I mean, Dan Crenshaw voted for the war package because that money is going to largely go to American munition manufacturers who lobby him. Truth. How was that expertise? Okay, I think that has to do with the trial. Barf, yes. Not ice cream, by the way. That Crenshaw interview would make one project vomitus, not melt ice cream. Balloons, yeah. Who said balloons? Is new, dude. It's my 43rd birthday. In case you haven't heard. If you want to treat yourself to a gift, the newly launched merch store is pinned in the pinned comment to this chat. But I'm not going to push that annoyingly. It's getpressed.ca is the company that did it, and thus far it's glorious, and it's like all hands off. I don't even have. I was using Represent for shirts, but all they did was shirts. Teespring I stopped using, although I think that link is still in the Happy Birthday Viva. Love from McAllen, Texas. Thank you very much. The Teespring link, I think, is still up in YouTube. I can't figure out how to get it down. Teespring was garbage products. The mugs would fade after order if you ever got it. I ordered from Teespring. I never got my own shipment. But no, that interview is just god awful. Did my wife text me back? Where is she? Oh, hold on. Someone just texted me. Okay, so apparently Pasobic is all good. I cannot disclose my sources. It's actually just people who've become close friends via the interwebs. Jack is fine, apparently. So, yeah. What a disappointment Crenshaw is. Okay. That I'll leave that. I don't make fun of those types of things, but you know, that's when you lose credibility. And when Trey Gowdy brings it up, like I tweet, like, you know, Trey Gowdy bringing up the eye patch and his scars from military service does not make what he's about to say more credible any more than the new press sec getting up and talking about her racial, ethnic, sexual orientation is going to lend credibility to her for what she's doing. I mean, what it basically is like, it's not like pity, but it's basically like, hey, what I'm about to say is good because of who I am and not because of the quality of the thought that's about to come out of my mouth. Okay, I think the sentiment seems to be Smekel is a smart man. Smekel is the expert in the trial. He may be a smart man, but he's made a very bad decision by violating his code of ethics, because this is why. Gemini Viva, no better spirit to do this. He's doing God's work. Thank you very much. D. Schultz, always trying to figure out what that avatar is from. I think that's from a movie, is it not? Thank you for all you do. Marco Darko, are you related to Donnie Darko, or what's his sister's name? Jenny Darko? In terms of foreign policy, there's historically been little difference between the Republican and the Democrat parties. Just is what it is. Oh, is it from it's from They Live? Okay, cool. I thought it was from Goonies for a second. Well, how big is my epidermis? So that was Dan Crenshaw. Disappointing. Let's see what else there was. I want to go put that back as my pinned comment. Anyone whose face appears on the WEF that does not make an active effort to remove it and issue a letter, a notice telling them to remove it, should have no place in politics. No place in elected office. People seem to forget who they represent. Oh, okay. Oh, here we go. This is it. This is what they should have played. This is what they should have played for Dr. Schmeckel, whatever his name is, Dr. Schmegel. And I'm not doing that. They should have played this. Forget what his last name is here. Listen to this.
Fucking pots and
those are different. That's different. That's different. That's one does not negate the other. That's irrelevant. It's a complete non sequitur. Just
gaslighting.
I've thrown pots and pans does not mean that you come and knock on the door. Just because there are vases does not mean that you come and knock on the door.
Really, I should just let you throw.
I'm not saying that. You're saying that. You're putting words in my mouth and then making non sequiturs.
I'm giving you a situation.
No, you're
this is
gaslighting.
Gaslighting.
How you don't or do come to the door based on whether I throw pots and pans. It's irrelevant.
I'm justifying how you seem to think that there's this cowardice in me that runs away and I don't fight for you.
And you're justifying that by saying I throw pots and pans? Okay, cool. Let's talk about everything you do wrong.
I'm not the one who.
I didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, even a lot of fights been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a close.
You're not punched.
Not hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are you?
What am I supposed to do? Do this? I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and
gaslighting. Listen to this.
You are such a baby. Grow the fuck up, Johnny.
Physical fights?
I did start a physical fight.
Yeah, you did. So I had to get the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You are admirable.
I gotta tell you, that actually, it actually upsets me to listen to. It actually hurts my stomach. Like I've never been trapped in a relationship like that before. I married young. I kept my schmeckel in my pants. I keep my schmeckel in my pants, except when the person to whom I swore till death do us part. Okay, I'll got that sentence right there. But it actually, it like makes me uneasy to listen to this. Like, I could hear her like, "You're not hurt, Johnny. You're such a baby." Okay, maybe I hit you like this. You're not hurt. I mean, I can't. And he said, "Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched. You're not hurt. Quit being such a baby. I hit you. I physically abuse you. I throw things at you. I start physical fights, and then I demean and I degrade and I deny your very existence at being hurt by the abuse. It actually hurts my stomach to listen to this. Why Johnny Lawyer didn't react to the psychiatrist saying that type B personality disorders are a higher risk factor for IPV than narcissist, quote, personality traits, end quote. But later in his testimony, he denied that fact. They got that which they needed out of him, but I would have played that recording because it goes specifically to what the doctor said: throwing things, gaslighting, physical abuse. It went specifically to it. Did you hear this recording? You were told that was vomit on his lap when it was ice cream. Did you even hear this recording? I want Schmeckel merch. I'm gonna take a picture. Oh, the Schmeckel predates it. I think we could do keep you Schmeckel. Ooh, I got an idea. Makes me sick and relive what I have lived. This is Susan Swallow. First of all, it's a beautiful dog that looks like a Weimaraner. That is definitely a Weimaraner. Dogs which are smarter than me. I'm a little scared of dogs which I think are, if not smarter than me, at the very least close. Weimaraners are dogs that are so smart, they're too smart for a dog that I'd feel comfortable living with. Wake up in the middle of the night and like the dog's going to be, But yeah, it's like you listen to it, you can feel it. It's palpable. I didn't hit you, Johnny. Maybe I didn't do it like this. Just reverse the roles, reverse the sexes in that recording, and think of what reasonable person on earth would think of justifying that. Just reverse the sexes. It was Johnny Depp saying exactly that to Amber Heard. Quipping on an effing baby. I didn't hit you with a closed fist. Maybe I did that. Yeah, sure, I throw things at you, Amber. Sure, I hit you, but you're not hurt, Amber. You've had worse. Quipping an effing baby. It's like inconceivable. It would not occur. And the fact that anything in the media, anyone in the media is even tolerating, is even entertaining the idea. Where was that article? Hold on, we're going to pull up that article while we're at it. People saying that this trial's a distraction. This is why it's not. It's my birthday. I'm going to stop with that. I wish Twitter would stop those bubbles. It was an article that was put up, by the way, gas yesterday was $2.11 a liter. I took my hair out of the man bun for that, or the samurai ponytail as I call it, and it stayed in position. Where was the article that said believe? Oh, that fish was good. That was a good fish. Give me a second to get. Here we go. It's in Nate's tweet. Let's get to the article, and I'm going to bring it up over. Oh, tell me I don't have to subscribe to this garbage because I don't want to. What? Which one, people? Show purposes. Any special purposes in here? Movie reference? Oh, I feel dirty. Why it's time to believe Amber Heard by Raven Smith. Where to begin with the online cesspit that is Depp v. Heard. The cesspit. I would have gone with cesspool, actually, but not cesspit. Unless you've been living under a rock for the past few weeks, you'll know that ex-spouses are back in court. Johnny Depp is seeking damages, $50 million, yada, yada, yada. Okay. The details of both Depp and Heard's testimonies are harrowing all by themselves, gruesome, violent, and containing deeply intimate anecdotes about the relationship. Yeah, here's the thing. We've heard details about their respective testimonies. What we haven't seen in equal proportion is evidence to substantiate those testimonies. Minor details when it comes to trials. We've heard harrowing testimonies. All agreed. The testimonies have been harrowing, have been disgusting, have been over the top, have been some of the worst things you can possibly imagine and allege. What hasn't been following in equal proportions are the evidence to substantiate those allegations. Broadly speaking, witness testimonies can be persuasive. Yeah, they can also be unpersuasive when you don't substantiate them with evidence, photographic evidence, video evidence, recording. They can be persuasive and they can be wholly unpersuasive when they are extravagant, outlandish, salacious allegations with no evidence to substantiate them. Johnny Depp held me down, punched me in the face repeatedly, struck me in the back, kneed on the back, inserted a bottle in me, and here's a picture of him napping. Here's a picture of him with melted ice cream on his pants. Here's a picture of writing on a wall and a broken light. And with two actors on the dock, yada, yada, yada. Oh, here. Still, despite the fact that London's High Court previously found allegations that Depp was a, quote, wife beater to be, quote, substantially true, end quote, based on statements which themselves hadn't actually been tested. But, that's a legal, it's a legal issue that, oh, my nose still hurts from banging it over the weekend. That's a legal issue that the statements themselves were never challenged. Whether or not Johnny should have challenged the statements first before going after the news outlet for reporting them. But whatever, it's true. Johnny Depp lost his defamation suit against The Sun in the UK because they determined that when they referred to him as a wife beater, it was substantially true or sufficiently true. I'm not sure what the exact words were. The internet appears to have overwhelmingly picked Depp's side. Yeah, just like that. The internet arbitrarily, randomly, willy-nilly has decided to take Depp's side. It has nothing to do with the recordings that we've all heard with our ears. It has nothing to do with the allegations, which are new allegations, which are unsubstantiated at all, period. No, it's whimsical. Last week, justice for Johnny Depp was trending on Twitter. Yesterday, it was Amber Turd. Yep, just like that. Couldn't have anything to do with the fact that it seems Amber or her friends took a dump on Johnny's bed. Nothing to do with that. Go on social media, the anti-Heard sentiment is palpable. Could be a good reason, by the way. The memes have been ferocious, sometimes consisting of spot the differences comparison with domestic abuse victims, and at other times, televised courtroom footage has been appropriated to openly mock her appearance. I'm not sure what this means. It is plain misogyny. My good God, sir. It's plain misogyny to say, I don't believe this person. If this person happens to be a woman, I'm sorry. You are guilty of plain misogyny. You may think it's good misogyny now because you are just saying, I believe this person because she's a woman, but that is misogyny. Treating a woman differently because she's a woman is misogyny. It's not treating them better. Oh, here, let me hold the door. Let me treat you better because you're a woman. Treating someone differently because of their gender, when it's not the material thing too, that's misogyny. Hold on a second. Let me just see. Look up misogyny. I want to see something here. Dude, look up. Can I look this up? I'll look it up afterwards. I will argue, even if it's not technically in the definition, treating someone differently because of their race, gender, sex is the very discrimination that this individual is complaining about now. I believe Amber Heard because she's a woman, despite the dearth of evidence. What was the word that Dr. Fauci used? Dr. Fauci once used a word to refer to an absence of. Oh, if the chat gets that. I made a video about it at the time. Anyway, yada, yada, yada. We'll go. We all understand that Depp fans will side with Depp. Wrong. I'm not a Depp fan. And I actually started off thinking Depp should not have sued. I actually started off thinking the evidence would be a lot worse on Depp. He is a confirmed, admitted drug addict. I thought there'd be a lot more skeletons in his closet. That was the way I started off. I thought Johnny Depp is confirmed drug addict, confirmed former alcoholic, entered rehab many times, multiple times married. I thought there would have been a lot more dirt in his closet that would have made this a lot more of a poop storm for him. I didn't start off on Team Depp. I didn't start off as a Depp fan. I like Rango. I don't really care for the Pirates of the Caribbean. My kid likes it. But I didn't start off on his side. I now am thoroughly convinced that Amber Heard is a lying abuser, period. But even the less aggressively Depp-pilled of us want to believe that the Caribbean Pirates is blameless. No, straw man, read loser think. He's not blameless. He might actually be blameworthy for certain things, but not others. It's not because he's a drug addict who did bad things in his life that he's guilty of domestic violence, bad things. He's certainly not blameless. But that does not mean that he's guilty of everything and anything Amber Heard says. And to believe that just because Amber Heard is a woman, it makes you someone who discriminates based on sex. Sorry, I had to say it, Smith. Raven would name this. I don't want to think about what this is saying to victims of abuse who are considering coming forward. Maybe you want to talk to them. What's this guy's name? Raven Smith? Maybe you want to talk to them, Raven. Because in the chat, we're talking to them, and a lot of them are saying when people make up stories, it makes it harder for victims to come forward. And a lot of them are saying you may not have talked to people about this because it's a lot easier drafting this drivel garbage in your ideological silo at the Vogue. You may want to talk to them. They say this stuff hurts real victims. People faking it, lying about it, makes it more difficult for victims. It makes it more difficult to be believed, which in turn makes it more difficult for them to come forward because when people have lied about racist hate crimes, a la Jussie Smollett, it makes it harder for other people to come forward because people are immediately going to say, is this going to be another Smollett? Actual victims are actually saying, Raven, if you're interested, that Amber Heard is doing them an injustice by what she has done and continues to do, operating on the basis that she is, in fact, not a bona fide victim, which from the evidence, in my humble assessment, seems to be the case. And regardless of what Heard did or didn't suffer, listen to this. And regardless of what Heard did or didn't suffer at the hands of Johnny Depp, isn't the relentless memeing of her a form of violence in itself? Regardless of whether or not she actually lied in an attempt to destroy Johnny Depp, is the public backlash against her not a form of violence? This is sick and twisted logic. This is sick and twisted logic that actually attempts to protect the victimizer yet again. It's like, I mean, yeah, I lied. Don't get mad at me for lying. You getting mad at me for lying, that's abuse. Okay, I lied about the abuse. Regardless, my goodness, regardless of what Heard did or didn't. How about if she didn't suffer at Johnny Depp's hands? Raven, how about if she didn't? You think people aren't entitled to get mad at her for that? Oh no, what? Making fun of her for lying is a form of violence. So she's a victim yet again. This is pathological. It's pathologically delusional. I want to skip to the end of it. Where was the punchline? Oh, here we go. This is it. Oh, I hear a dog down here who I may have to break for. I'm just going to take a dog outside and squeeze her so that she pees not on the floor. Though I felt myself veering towards it. Oh, though I felt myself veering towards being swayed by the evidence, I can no longer. I can't. It's no longer both sides this. You're right. By the way, it should never be both sides. It should never be one side. It should be, what does the evidence show? Raven, you've had a 3-week trial. You've had enough time to look at the evidence. It isn't a both sides thing, actually. It's time to draw a line. It's time to believe women, all women. What a patronizing, misogynistic thing to say. What an absolutely patronizing thing to say. Believe all women, even the liars? I mean, do you think women are incapable of lying, Raven? It's time to believe Heard. I know it's time to believe her because she sure as heck doesn't have the receipts to substantiate her allegations. The British courts believed Depp beat his ex-wife. No, actually, you're either misinformed or misinforming. Oh, dear God, I hear the dog. She found me. You might have to give me a second, people. You might, and this is what led to the Twitter misunderstanding with Michelle, where I said, Johnny Depp, say you identify as a woman. Checkmate, Ravensmith. You're meltdown. It's time when you want to believe people based on gender, sex, identity aspects, and not on evidence. Hey, dude, that doesn't go far. People, give me 30 seconds. 30 seconds. I'm going to leave it run here. You can read this rubbish. Oh boy, hold on. Hush, go here. Go here. Go. Okay, we haven't had proof of life of Pudge in a while. Hopefully she's not pooping on me. Here, people. That was a close one. I got the poop out. Not the poop, I got the pee out. Pudge, what do you have to say? Oh, it's the best dog on earth. She's a good dog. This is Pudge, the paralyzed puggle. I'm sweating because I know she had to pee because I haven't taken her out to pee. She's paralyzed in the back legs from a slip disc, but she's gotten some movement back. But in order to avoid, there you go, get out of here. In order to avoid urinary tract infections, I have to, when she pees, or it's proper practice to tickle her so that she contracts and then squeezes out the pee so that she doesn't retain any pee that then can, develop bacteria. Hasn't happened in years. I've developed this technique. It's unfortunately, I seem to be like among the only people in the family who can do it. So the dog is thoroughly my responsibility. Let me see if I can make sure that we're live in the background. But believe all women. It's beyond patronizing. It's who thinks that that's logical? Who thinks that that's like, you think it makes you a better person to say believe all women? I mean, I don't even want to substitute the word woman with any other race, religion, or whatever. But just imagine how stupid it would sound to say believe all fill in the blank. Let me rephrase it. Believe all. Just believe all, fill in the blank. How stupid can the sentence be? There is no demographic of any group on earth who do not lie except for people who all tell the truth. So believe all people who tell the truth. I would agree with that statement. And arguably, I might say that there's nobody on earth who always tells the truth. And in which case, you don't believe anybody. You don't believe any one individual at all times. Trust but verify. And by the way, if dragons. Well, that's not where I was going with it. I was going with just stupid. It would sound so stupid if you said, believe all Jews, believe all blacks. Why not believe all men? I know what you're saying. It's women who allege to have been victims. Believe all people who claim to be victims. Phrase it that way. Has there never been someone who has lied about being a victim? Believe all people despite empirical, definitive evidence that some people claiming to be those people were lying about being those people. Well, I'm not a vet. Hold on a second. Someone said I'm a vet. No, I am. Hold on. Where is it? Someone said you're a vet. I am not a vet. I just determined the technique. It's really quite funny. The other thing is the trick works as well for poop. So one thing we haven't fully mastered, but it's I've done it a couple times, is I can actually hold Pudge over the toilet, tickle her when she has to make a number two, and it actually comes out occasionally. But I just use that trick outside, and it looks exquisitely weird. But she's been getting some movement back in her legs, so she can walk a little bit, but if she drags too much. And other than that, damn happy dog. She wasn't paralyzed when we got her. I took her because I could not stand for the dog to be euthanized when she was happy. And other than that, happy to be alive. She likes eating. She gets great pleasure out of mealtime. I'm a woman. Your hair is not crazy. Why, thank you, Patriot Asylum. So anyways, that guy, I mean, and then there's any number of jokes that you can make about that guy drafting that article and why. Someone said, how much did that cost to write that article? How much did Amber Heard's PR team pay that? Did they? I don't make those accusations, but I'd be curious. Is that a freely drafted piece, or was that, a favor? I'm a woman. Little Caesars better than Domino's. Okay, I think I see what's going on here. Okay, now by the way, so even if we go live again, they're supposed to go live in a few minutes. I'm gonna have to duck out before 3:00 for something that I have at 3:00 that I can't get out of. Then I'm gonna call it for the day. I just hope we get Johnny Depp before I have to leave. Tonight for my birthday, all I ever want to do on my birthday is the same thing. It used to be a round of golf or a day of fishing and a barbecue for dinner with a nice cold martini. That'll never change. But hold on one second. Hold on. I've got to get the chat is going down faster than I can scroll up. It said Viva don't ever change, and now I have to see. Oh gosh, come on. It was a green avatar. It was a greenish avatar. I'm going to get it. I've lost it. It's too late. Darn it. Yeah, that's all I want to do. I'm going to go for a bike ride. That's what I might do after this. A nice mountain bike ride. Now I can't, there's no fishing here. I'm back in the city, but I can go for a bike ride in the mountain. I got a new mountain bike this year and it's gloriously beautiful. I have been riding a Specialized stump jumper since I think it was 2002. And it was the best bike I ever got. And I recently got a new bike, and it's a Trek Fuel, and it's amazing. But it's a much bigger bike for anybody. It's a much bigger bike, bigger like handlebar width, and a much bulkier ride than the Stump Jumper, which was like really great for Viva Frei. Get a crab claw and make a decked out Caesar. What's a Caesar? Oh, a Caesar, a drink. I'm gonna go walk my 3 dogs. Candace, walk them. I know Winston is. I wish I could show you what was going on the ground there. Okay, let's see here. I'm gonna go back and just see if oh my goodness, I'm an idiot. What's my problem? I came off the channel and now I don't know if they've gone. What in the what? Oh, son of a bee sting. Are we live? Le Johnny Depp. Okay, we got a commercial.
0 grams of sugar has never tasted so
Give me 1 second here. Give me 1 second.
Never done anything like
Another ad. Come on. Yeah, it's amazing. It's smooth. And I'm getting the hang of it. The Trek Fuel. It's oh my gosh, they're back on. That's my problem.
Or they're no longer in his
What's up, dude?
or his working circle.
Okay. The second one that you discussed was sense of entitlement. Do you recall that testimony?
Is the audio good enough,
What
people?
record evidence is there that Mr. Depp exhibits behavior of needing a sense
This
of
guy's
entitlement?
not anywhere near as
So, again, thinking
confident
that,
as he used to be. Oh, I just muted it. Oh, for goodness sake.
That was the case, was, in my opinion, very entitled.
All right. And the third one you discussed was exploitative. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And what
I got her,
is
Shahid.
the
Okay,
record
sorry.
evidence that Mr. Depp exhibits behaviors that are exploitative?
Again, I think the whole concept of
Court audio is too low. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold
the
on.
fourth one was
You're going to say the court audio is going to be too loud if I go back to law, crime, Depp.
of violence and the control you have over someone.
I'm sorry?
Can I be heard?
Okay.
Is this better? Oh, okay. Well, we'll see in a second. Yeah, now I think the audio is going to be too loud. I'm going to remind me to keep. I'm going to keep this chat up. I'm going to keep a chat up the entire time. Yeah, Viva lunch over. Put on Amber Heard. Yeah, I missed that. Okay. Tell me if the audio is too loud.
I'm just going to ask you to give the record evidence of Mr. Depp's lacking empathy that you know of.
Yes. Am I allowed to elaborate?
Yes, just
Okay.
just a little different than what you said before.
Okay. So if one does, so I'll make it more direct. So
A
if you're
lot
not
less confident
agreeing
he is
with
right now.
what Mr. Depp has to say, you are no longer useful. Okay. Therefore, you don't really care about others for others. You care about others for your benefit.
This
So
guy is absolute
often I'm
projecting
dismissing
psychoanalyst
Dr.
garbage.
Dr. Kipper setting some boundaries on substance use protocol, substance detox is an example of lacking empathy and not really caring what other people have to say.
All right. Another one of the characteristics that you cited was envious. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
What is the record evidence that Mr. Depp exhibits envy?
I think jealousy is a good start for that. I think that
What is the
Ms.
evidence
Heard
was the
wanting
question.
to have a career, start with that beyond what she has, and the jealousy parts of with Mr. Franco and I think others comment this week. Last week Ms. Burston commented about things about jealousy. So I
What
think
was the
it's pretty
evidence? Was the
apparent.
question.
And the next one you listed was fragile self-esteem. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And what is the record evidence of Mr. Depp exhibiting that?
So fragile self-esteem would be more along the line of a cluster B trait. I should put that in. It's not necessarily the criteria for narcissism. So it's a trait. And basically what that means will be that the combination of poor self-control and rapid mood states is fragile self-esteem, fragile.
It's not. He's clearly biased against Johnny.
So
It's
it's going
Amber's
line of cluster
witness, but
B rather than per se narcissistic.
All right. Now, we've seen Mr. Depp during this trial doodling and eating candy.
Oh, objection.
What, if any,
Objection.
Evidence would that suggest that he has narcissistic traits?
Objection, Your Honor. No foundation.
I'll sustain the objection.
the jury heard it though. What a stupid thing to. That's
Now,
bad law, people. That's
you-
bad law.
were asked
That looks like
about the cluster B.
the cluster B.
And
Now I get the
counsel for
joke.
Mr. Depp came back and
I didn't get the joke
said,
until now.
are you aware Ms. Hurd has been
I'm an idiot.
diagnosed with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder? Now, you reviewed,
Who's too loud?
I think you testified at the beginning, you reviewed the therapy and counseling and medical records for Ms. Hurd, correct?
Correct.
What, if any,
any
evidence was there that Bonnie Jacobs diagnosed Amber Heard with either borderline personality or a histrionic personality disorder?
Objection, Your Honor.
That's fair cross. He asked the question. That's
He
fair.
ate during a trial, which lasts all day for 3 weeks, 4 weeks.
Thank you.
Gosh darn.
So
what a
if I could
stupid
start,
thing to
Ms.
say.
Jacobs demonstrated no type of personality disorder, borderline or otherwise. And on a review of Dr. Curry's records.
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
I'll ask each of them separately. And you also reviewed the therapy records for Ms. Heard for Colonel Cowan, correct?
Yes.
What if any evidence was there at any time that he diagnosed Amber Heard with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
Not only did he not, he referred to Mr. Depp as a narcissist.
Okay. Now, you also reviewed all of Don Hughes' records and her testing, correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, evidence did you find in any of that extensive testing and note-taking that she had found that Amber Heard had borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
Objection leading.
What, if any?
None.
Okay. And you also reviewed Dr. Curry's notes and her testing, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what, if any, evidence did you find in any of Dr. Curry's testing
let's hear.
that Amber Heard had either borderline personality
What is
disorder
that
or histrionic
face about?
personality disorder?
She had traits. She did not meet the full, on her own evaluation, she did not have the full endorse enough criteria to meet the criteria for borderline personality disorder and or histrionic personality disorder. She definitely had traits. She did not have the disorder by going by the strict number of criteria.
Oh my gosh.
Now, you mentioned
even
she
definitely had traits.
Questions. You started to talk about battered wife syndrome. What is your experience with battered wife syndrome sometimes being mistaken with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
Objection compound and leading.
Overruled.
So battered wife syndrome, which is more subsyndromal or not quite PTSD, has 70 symptoms of PTSD. And if you hear some of them, you'll see why someone might think that. They do have.
By the way, he didn't test Amber Heard either.
Abuse is happening, even if it's not upon reminders of abuse, such as getting ready to use something, getting ready to use a substance or something along that line. They do have hyperarousal. They do have hypervigilance, which is very easily mistaken for the emotional reactivity of borderline personality disorder. They do have avoidance symptoms, so they avoid emotions, activities, people, and if that can't be happening, they start becoming much more anxious, much more hyper-aroused. They have disturbances in relationships.
I think Johnny's a better psychiatrist than this guy.
Intimacy problems, again, which could also resemble borderline personality disorder. So those description and traits that were there, A, did not meet the full criteria for borderline, and B, could readily easily be explained by battered wife syndrome, a form of PTSD.
Thank you. Now, you also indicated earlier that you reviewed the deposition of Amy Banks, correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, determinations did you make based on her deposition from her meetings with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
So Dr. Banks is a professor who at Harvard.
This doctor may have been very well respected.
Who's an expert on intimate partner
violence.
She had a chance to meet them in relationship counseling.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
It's not non-responsive. I said, what, if anything, did she find?
Sustained.
All right. Tell the jury about Amy Banks, the significance of Amy Banks.
So what Dr. Banks found was that she fully believed Ms. Heard's version of what was going on.
Objection, hearsay.
He's going to be allowed to answer that.
I reversed those. Let me do it again. Please tell the jury.
Sustained objection.
Please tell the jury what about the qualifications of Dr. Amy Banks? This is the one who saw both Ms. Hurd and Mr. Depp.
Dr. Banks is a professor at, I don't know whether it's assistant associate
Lemony
professor at
Snicket
Harvard,
is who it is.
University Medical School, one, if not one of the two top medical schools in the world.
I think he wants out.
Who specializes in
let me go
partner
home.
violence. She is above all people who understand if someone is victim, perpetrator, because she does this, researches this for a living every day. And that's her qualifications. Can I say what she reported?
Then I'm going to ask you, what, if anything, did Dr. Banks indicate relating to histrionic personality disorder or borderline personality disorder for Ms. Hurd?
Dr. Banks didn't mention anything about personality disorder at all. What she did mention was whom she felt gave a more accurate version of.
Objection, Your Honor.
Hearsay?
What's the objection?
That's a credibility testimony.
I think he can testify to that.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What, if anything, did Dr. Banks report, not saying what the ultimate conclusion was, what, if anything, did Dr. Banks say about what was reported to her by Ms. Hurd and Mr. Depp and how they responded?
So Ms. Hurd discussed the, in trying to, again, as a victim, trying to save the relationship, discussed with Dr. Banks these accusations, these facts of intimate partner violence. Mr. Depp.
Objection, hearsay.
I think he's entitled to rely on hearsay, and he's not given what ultimately was. He's entitled to it. That's my.
You can rely on hearsay, but you just can't state the hearsay.
Don't do that. If you file ethics report on people that have been your doctor or lawyer. Although I do think
Mr. Depp said nothing when Ms. Hurd accused him of intimate partner violence. Mr. Depp said nothing.
And what is the significance?
Objection,
of that?
hearsay.
Sustain the objection.
All right. And what is the significance of that?
The significance of that is with.
Objection, no foundation.
Sustain.
Oh boy.
We'll move on.
Move on.
You were asked about MDMA.
Oh, jeez.
And what the impact could potentially be of taking 8 to 10 of these pills. Do you recall?
Yes.
Okay. And now I'm going to take you to Australia 2015. You've reviewed testimony over that, right? From Mr. Depp, Ms. Hurd, and a number. Okay. Do you recall that Ms. Hurd also said that she found dime bags of cocaine in drawers at the end of that 3 days?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, Michelle, can you bring up 1828? It's already in evidence.
What, if any, effect do dime bags of cocaine have on a nose?
And if we could publish that, okay, we can. Thank you. I'm going to, this is one of the pictures that was taken in Australia, and the testimony's been that these two canvases of Ms. Hurd's were painted completely over. Is that something that could be the impact of having 8 to 10 tablets of MDMA and combining that with cocaine and alcohol?
Objection, no foundation. Speculation.
The foundation's already been laid, Your Honor. That's.
Now do Jackson Pollock, doctor.
What, if anything, if you look at the painted canvases on this one, what, if any,
he's going to object, and it's going to get sustained.
Evidence is that reflecting behaviors indicative of taking a lot of MDMA, cocaine, and alcohol?
Objection. Speculation, no foundation.
It's the same question. Sustained.
What a stupid question. Look at this.
You testified earlier about property, destruction of property. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell the jury how that relates to the correlating factors of risk factors for IPV?
Again, destruction of property is a form of psychological abuse, psychological mistreatment.
That would have been Amber's
destruction of property is used as intimidation and as means of control.
Focus on the destruction of property in the name calling, not this.
Michelle, can you bring up 1829?
That have never been proven. This is a Jackson Pollock painting. What, if any, conclusions about MDMA usage would
this has already been admitted? Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
To mind?
And what, if any, evidence does this reflect as correlating behavior to risk factors of IPV?
I would say that one that demonstrates a good deal of violence and psychological abuse. I think it's pretty clear that they're trying to be intimidating.
Thank you.
I don't think.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Thank you. Please continue.
It would be people who would misuse ecstasy without cocaine, are prone to agitation, suspicion, jealousy.
This is just
violence.
Red Bull with carbonated water to
What we're seeing
dilute
there
the
would
sweetness
be
and to
very
make it last
consistent
longer. And my
with
kid
that
made it.
presentation.
Thank you. Michelle, can you now bring
And
up
it's good.
1830,
Thank you,
30,
sir.
I guess?
Boom shakalaka.
And that's already been admitted into evidence as well, Your Honor. I'd ask that it be published.
What if any? I mean, are people
what
on
if any
MDMA and coke?
evidence,
Do they often spell
does
properly?
this,
Like,
correlate with behavior indicative of IPV perpetration?
oh my
Again,
gosh.
this is intimidation, psychological abuse, where you're solely trying to emotionally.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we be heard?
Okay. If you want to.
Oh, but just ask him. And doctor, so what? Who do you know whose handwriting that is on the wall? Oh, that won't be Elaine's question. This will be more of a. Do you know whose handwriting that is? If I were to tell you that that were Amber Heard's handwriting in red on the bottom left, would that surprise you? Would you then conclude perhaps that this is not indicative of anything you think it is? That's a Bansky. show him a Bansky. Would you conclude that from this picture, Johnny Depp is a grotesque IPVer? Yes, I would. That's a Bansky painting. This is this line of questioning is so super. Can you imagine showing
Dr. Spiegel,
pictures
if you,
of a mirror
if you can
and not a
answer
picture
the
of a
question,
victim?
what, if any, evidence is this correlating to the risk factors for IPV perpetrator?
Again, I think the violence comes through. with
Objection, Your Honor.
Just the evidence
I
of
love
risk
it.
factors,
All
if you
right.
can.
Evidence of,
has to be
I'm sorry,
parity.
the evidence of risk
It has to be
factor would
parity.
be accepting a more than average degree of violence, as well as psychological abuse.
Okay. Are you aware of any record evidence of Ms. Heard writing on walls, mirrors, countertops, or painting canvases?
No, she didn't tell
No.
me that. She
Okay.
never told me that she did
Thank
any
you,
of that.
Michelle. You can take that down now. Now, you were also asked about Seroquel and some of the other prescription medications. Did you, during the course of your review of evidence, see the lists of medications that Mr. Depp was on at one point?
Yes, I read that list.
Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up
he's an
Defendant's
expert.
Exhibit 301.
He's an expert. He's there to give his opinion. That is the evidence. The only question is
And
what weight
Dr.
do you
Spiegel,
pre-
it's
do you
not
place?
into evidence yet. I'm going to ask you to take a look at this. Is this one of the documents that you had that reflected the amount of medication that Mr. Depp was on as of October 26, 2014?
Yes.
Okay. And this was an email from Debbie Lloyd to Dr. Blaustein, his treating psychiatrist, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jury that we've got Seroquel 50 mg? Can you just
Objection,
tell,
hearsay.
can you just tell the, I haven't finished asking the question yet. So,
Let's approach.
okay.
So to the person who said, why is this guy's opinion relevant? Expert, that's what an expert is. They come out with their opinions, only their opinions. Experts don't testify on facts. They assess, they provide an expert opinion in a report, yada, yada. And then at the end of the day, you pick which expert you think is more credible when there's diverging experts, which there tend to be. For whatever the reason, every expert seems to say exactly what their clients want them to say. So you're going to have to, at the end of this, compare this expert, and I'll say expert, he's recognized as an expert. Compare this guy's expert testimony to Dr. Curry, for example, and see who you think is a more credible expert. I did not come in with any preconceived notions. Dr. Curry is exponentially more credible than this doctor. Exponentially. Oh.
Michelle, can you scroll up just so I can see all of them at the same time? Thank you. So, Dr. Siegel, if someone was taking 50 milligrams
Milligrams, yeah.
milligrams of Seroquel 25 milligrams of Seroquel and 50 milligrams of Seroquel and 50 all in one day, how would that impact them?
How much do they weigh?
Obviously, this
Who
is
is it?
not for sleep because I'm presuming you're not wanting to sleep in the morning, noon, and from 4 to 6, although you're sleeping at night. What I would say is he's using it for one purpose. As I say, with substance use disorder, they're using it to calm down. They're using it just as a down and to relax. And given that you're taking 45 milligrams of Adderall a day to stay awake, and that's more than the prescribed for adults and children for that matter, the combination makes very little sense at all to me.
And if a person was taking 300 milligrams of Neurotin, I'm going to pronounce that wrong again, 4 times a day and 600 later in the day, how would that impact?
Again, you're looking at medications that are there solely for a substance use disorder patient to get them up and to calm them down. That's all this regimen is about. Gabapentin doesn't have a psychiatric indication other than, actually doesn't have a psychiatric indication, although it does calm you down. And it, as I may have intimated before, similar to Adderall, gabapentin is also abusable. Similar to quetiapine, Seroquel is also abusable. So you're getting these kind of unusually calming effects.
He's trying to say that
from these medicines,
the
while at the
bizarre
same
acting
time
out was
getting
indicative of someone on
what's called
drugs.
super therapeutic dose or an excessive amount of Adderall. And for the record book, adults are only indicated with Adderall for the extended release, not the immediate release preparation. And why that's relevant is the immediate release preparation is more abusable. You get more high quicker. The extended release goes out throughout the day. The immediate release gets you up right away and then down. Now in ADHD, this medicine is very effective. But from what this is being used for, clearly based on the combination.
Gabapentin. I don't know what gabapentin is.
All right. Do addicts lie?
Oh.
Yes.
All right.
Are women
Now,
addicts?
you were asked about
So do
Mr.
women
Depp
lie?
passing
Checkmate,
out.
Raven
Do
Smith.
you recall reading testimony of Mr. Depp passing out in the bathroom in his vomit?
Yes.
Okay. Does that help refresh your recollection of what you
Yes.
recall?
I,
All
also,
right.
I mean, for the record book, I don't think that falling asleep with ice cream on you is a
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
I would have let him answer that.
Keep going.
I don't think taking Seroquel at night and falling asleep with ice cream on you is not what Seroquel is indicated for. It's not meant to put you out in a state where you don't even be able to stay awake to put ice cream away.
All right. Michelle, if you can pull up defendants 1090.
Oh, show the picture. Gabapentin is more common in veterinary
It's already
settings
into
for
evidence.
post-surgical pain. Gabapentin
If we
is
can publish that to the
prescribed
jury, Your
mostly
Honor.
for nerve pain.
Dr. Spiegel, does this look like, would this be evidence correlating with behaviors consistent with IPV perpetrator risk factors?
This would be correlated a person who is completely knocked out, and it's usually only one way someone gets knocked out that badly, and that's with pharmacological assistance, whether it be legal or illegal. They make it to the bed. They don't sleep with their head on a game box in a furniture. That doesn't happen to people who sleep, no matter how tired you are. No matter how tired. I've been a resident in the past, and I was up for 40, 45 hours.
Objection beyond the scope.
Objection
explain
self.
here.
Yeah,
All right.
keep your anecdotes to yourself.
Michelle, can you
Doc.
pull up 1095, please?
Does not make you high, so not abusable. It takes a while to low key work. Okay, interesting. Chat is moving fast.
And I'm going to ask you the same question, Dr. Spiegel. What, if anything, does this indicate
What, if
relating to
anything?
risk factors for IPV perpetrators?
Again, colloquially
horror.
passed out, and there's very few ways to get like that without pharmacological assistance.
Oh my
Illegal or
God!
illegal.
If any of the jury is not repulsed
And
by
then
this
let's pull up
by this expert,
1094, please,
I'd be
Michelle.
shocked.
Defense, and that's also been admitted. And now we have the ice cream picture. And what, if any, indication does this have?
Probably could see how I could.
Objection, speculation, no foundation.
What, if any, correlation?
I agree. This is
what,
a
if
smear
any,
campaign
evidence does this
against
indicate
Johnny.
correlative
I mean, like,
with the risk factors for IPV?
Who takes a picture of their spouse
proves
sleeping
one
or
of the
passed out with
major
ice cream?
risk
Who does
factors
that?
and precipitating factors for intimate partner violence.
Objection,
You are
move to strike.
All right, sustained. I'll strike it from the record. Next question.
You got to strike it from the jury's ears. They heard it.
We'll just move on.
Okay.
Yeah, move on, Lincoln.
You were
This is
asked
going
about
nowhere.
earpieces. Do you recall reviewing Tracy Jacobs and Joel Mandel's depositions?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall them both testifying that Mr. Depp had someone on salary to feed him his lines?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you've testified that you reviewed a substantial amount of evidence in this case. Did you find any evidence that Amber Heard exhibited conduct or behaviors indicative or consistent with any of the risk factors for perpetrators of IPV?
Objection beyond the scope.
He'll get away with it.
Well, it was suggested with the borderline personality,
Sustained.
Okay.
but you did find that for Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find record evidence that Mr. Depp had a substance abuse disorder?
Severe substance use disorder.
Did any of the questions asked by Mr. Depp's counsel change any of your opinions in this case?
Nothing there. No, not my opinion has not been swayed an iota.
Okay. And do you hold them all still within a reasonable degree of medical and psychiatric probability or certainty?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Spiegel.
All right, thank you. So you can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free to go. Thank you. All right, your next witness.
My next witness is Catherine Arnold.
Oh, I thought it was going to be Johnny. I'm telling you, I'm going to miss it, or I'm going to get lucky, and it's going to be tomorrow. Nothing I heard today has changed my opinion on anything. The fact that it wasn't vomit but ice cream doesn't change my opinion. The fact that terrible. Raven Smith, if you watched that and you think that that expert proved anything, and that doesn't cause you to question anything, yeah, good for you for treating people based on their sex, religion, race, creed, whatever.
All right, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Who do we have
Will you
here?
please state your name for the record?
Catherine Arnold.
All right. And what is your profession?
I am an entertainment industry consultant, and I also serve as an expert witness.
Okay. And can you please tell the jury your educational background?
Yes. So I've been in the entertainment industry for over 20 plus years. I started as an assistant at ICM, which is one of the largest talent agencies in Los Angeles that represents actors, writers, and directors. And I worked with the talent agent there. And then I also worked at William Morris, for William Morris as a script reader. So I was working on scripts that they were delivered and submitted to for their actors, writers, and directors. After that, I went into development of film and television projects for a company based in New York called the Maltese Company, which actually produced animated television shows and feature films based on Wall Street, animated product, like toys. And then I went to work with a company called the Goober Peters Company. And Goober Peters was, at the time, one of the largest production companies in Los Angeles. They did films like Batman and Rain Man and Tango and Cash. They did TV shows like Witches of Eastwick. And there I was involved in the development of scripts. We worked with the studio directly in terms of what cast would be attached to the scripts and brought directors and talent to those projects. I then went on to work in, there's a lot. I went on to work in the independent film world as a film producer. So I found the material, I would get the financing, I would get the cast and the director attached to the project. We call that packaging. And then we would go and obtain financing for that either through equity sources or international sales and financing and bank financing. And then I also went on after that. I produced 5 or 6 films with actors that you may know, including Salma Hayek, Vincent D'Onofrio, Kirstie Alley, Thomas Jane, Ethan Hawke. And then I worked with a international sales and production company where I was the head of production, and I worked again on the development of scripts and the procurement of financing. So I worked in both the independent world and the studio world, meaning independently financed or financed by the big studios like Warner Brothers and Disney and Paramount and such as that. That's the bulk of my work in the entertainment industry.
Did any of your films win awards?
A couple of them did. So a couple of the independent films that I produced, one of them won, called The Coriolis Effect, won the Venice Film Festival in its category. And then I also produced another film that won the Heartland Film Festival Award. It's called the Crystal Award.
All right. And what other video production projects have you been involved in?
So throughout that time, in between those jobs, I also worked in the corporate world. So large studios like Warner Brothers and Disney and CBS would need corporate videos for their live events. So I would interview executives and interview their talent and then edit the piece together to create video and media for their live sales conferences that they had at that time. And then I also produced some commercials.
All right. And what, if any, experience did you have in corporate relations and licensing?
So early on in my career, I worked at the Los Angeles Olympic Organizing Committee, and I worked in the licensing department where we handled the licensing of the Olympic logo.
Oh, let's see what she has to talk
about. We also
about.
worked with sponsors and suppliers who were funding
We'll
those
get there.
Olympic
Give it a
Games.
second, Pete.
So it was a lot of contractual negotiations with the use of the license of the logo, as well as raising money for the games and working with those corporate sponsors throughout the 2 years prior to the games and then during the games themselves.
And what, if any, experience do you have working on film festivals?
Well, I've had films in festivals. I've actually been very lucky to travel the world and gone to a lot of festivals with my films, both here in the United States and elsewhere. And at one point, I was also hired to raise sponsorship funds for the Sundance Film Festival. They had a new program that they were starting to do online festivals. And so I raised about $500,000 for them in about a month.
All right. And do you have a degree, a college degree?
Yes, I graduated from UCLA with a bachelor's degree in economics.
What does your current consulting practice entail?
So as an entertainment consultant, having been in the business in both the independent and the studio worlds as both a producer and an executive, I work with investment companies and production companies who are looking to navigate the various inroads of Hollywood. It's a business is very different and unlike anything else and very relationship based. So I use my 20 years of experience to help them get cast, get financing, understand the distribution process, marketing process, and get them set up to be able to produce their films.
Have you ever testified as an expert witness in the field of entertainment industry?
Yes.
Okay. Approximately how many times have you served as an expert?
I've been involved in somewhere between 85 and 100 cases as an expert, from beginning stages to testifying in court.
And have you ever testified as an expert on damages and defamation cases?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And approximately how many times have you qualified as an expert on that?
On defamation?
Yes.
I believe 3 or 4 times.
Okay.
That's
And
not that
have
much.
you ever
Not enough.
been admitted to testify as an expert on damages?
Yes.
Okay. And how many times have you qualified as an expert on damages?
Good question.
Almost all my cases have some form of damage economic damage related to the case. So I would say in all of the cases
is
that I've
boring.
testified in, I have been qualified in
This
damages.
is boring.
Okay.
The
Have
morning
you ever
was
served as an expert for both?
exceptionally exciting.
Have you served as an expert for both plaintiffs and defendants?
Yes, I have.
Okay. How much of your current practice involves consulting as opposed to serving as an expert witness?
So over the last 10 or 12 years, it's been about 50-50. So I spend half my time working as a consultant and the other half working with lawyers on their cases.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to qualify Catherine Arnold as an expert in the entertainment industry, standards and practices, and related economic damages.
All right. Any objection? All right. So moved.
Thank you. Now, you have a dual role here as an expert, correct?
Yes.
Now, you're going to be testifying with respect to Mr. Depp's challenges to, or claims of damages, and you're also going to be testifying to Amber Heard's damages, correct?
Yes.
All right. Well, I'm going to start you with Mr. Depp's claims for damages.
Okay.
With respect to Mr. Depp's claimed damages, on what subject have you been asked to offer your opinion?
So I was asked to assess any alleged damages that the op-ed piece in the Washington Post that Ms. Heard wrote, whether that have impacted his career in any way, particularly did he lose any income or any economic opportunities because of the op-ed piece specifically.
All right. And have you been asked to limit that to the
I
period of
got a big
December
piece of ice with that
18,
one.
2018, with the date of the op-ed, through November 2, 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what materials did you review
Depp's
in making your
damages
analysis?
and whether or not they coincide with his own. It's a
There were a
legitimate
lot of
argument.
documents. I reviewed the pleadings of the case, the complaints, the discovery items, the
Oh, I just- they should
responses
ask her
to what
some
they call
questions in
interrogatories,
cross.
which are the questions that the lawyers ask both sides. I reviewed Mr. Depp's deposition testimony, which there were volumes of that, as well as Ms. Heard's. I also reviewed the deposition testimony of the experts that were proffered that had to do with the entertainment industry, the agents and the management teams of both sides. Ron Schnell, the data expert. I also reviewed emails and texts between the parties, between their families, between their management teams, the audio recordings, the visual recordings that have been presented in this case and the previous cases that have been involved in the last couple of years. I also did my own independent research from general publicity and press and investigative articles, as well as those that are specific to the entertainment industry, and utilized some entertainment industry specific sources to get some information that was helpful to my case, to the case.
Thank you, Ms. Arnold. Please describe for the jury your observations with respect to Mr. Depp's career trajectory.
Wait, has she been acknowledged? Did I miss something?
Well,
or did the court
Mr.
recognize
Depp
her
has
as
had
expert?
an extraordinary career over many years, so it's a long one to look at.
Did the court recognize her as an
Obviously,
expert?
he was a rising star in the late 80s and in the 90s, starting with 21 Jump Street, and you've heard, all the films that I'm sure he's been in. He really started to break through when he worked with Tim Burton, the director, and of course his character Jack Sparrow in Pirates of the Caribbean was, world renowned.
Amber looks angry
and probably
at his career.
his biggest role, and he was a well liked both critically and within the industry and within the public as a movie star, and at the same time.
Okay, I was not paying attention for a second.
His behavior and both on and off the set, in his personal life and in his professional life, start to interfere with what we would say, what everybody saw was his great talent. And it started, there's some stories of issues that started back in the 80s and the 90s, but I would say really in the mid 2000s, between 2006 and 10, is when the behavior started affecting his work to a certain extent in terms of lateness on set. And then as Ms. Jacobs, his talent agent, discussed with you in her deposition, it really started to affect her ability to get roles and the industry's willingness to work with him, given the issues that he was having with both behavior, tardiness, drinking, and the drug abuse. And other issues in his personal life. So it got more complicated for her to find him work, and I think it got harder for production companies and studios to hire him due to the challenges that
She has
would
no
put on a
idea
production.
what she's going to be talking about.
And when did Mr. Depp's career downturn
Imagine trying to do a postmortem.
begin, based
I'll
on
check
your
my
review
Instagram,
of
but
all
no
the record
promises, Pete.
evidence?
Well, again, according to Ms. Jacobs, his agent, she mentioned that it started getting more challenging for her around 2010. The lateness on set was being made, she was being made aware of that more and more often from production executives and the producers that she was working with on the Pirates movie. And not only Pirates, it continued on the other films, including Mordecai and Murder on the Orient Express. And in around 2014, when he had the appearance, it was presumed that he was under the effects of alcohol at the Hollywood Film Awards in 2014.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Life is about finding someone.
She's answering the career downturn.
Go crazy with.
Please continue.
Get married.
Thank you.
Make sure it's a good match.
In
Keep your schmeckle in your
2014,
pants. And if
when
you happen to
Mr.
be
Depp
two
appeared in the
women,
Hollywood
keep
Film
your,
Awards, Ms. Jacobs
whatever the
received many phone calls
woman
from
part
both
is
producers,
in your
casting
pants.
directors, and production executives asking her what is going on with your client, why, what's going on with his behavior, can we get him under control? And then I think it really started to shift around the Pirates 5 movie in Australia.
Very boring.
With, again,
And
the
I'm
lateness
not-
and the
I'm not.
issues with the finger that stopped production and things of that nature. And then it got harder and harder.
Now, based on your analysis, what has caused Mr. Depp's career downturn?
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
Objection.
Can you please repeat the question?
Come on.
Based on your analysis, what has caused Mr. Depp's career downturn?
Based on your analysis.
And I realize you've said a number of those, so just, is there anything else?
Sure. Well, we've talked about the erratic behavior, the tardiness, the drugs and alcohol abuse, and the lawsuits have had a really big impact, not just this lawsuit, but previous lawsuits that Mr. Depp has been involved with, because there's a lot of publicity around anything that he does. And every time he has filed a lawsuit, it has brought to light various issues with
Every time he
respect to
files a
whatever that
lawsuit for
lawsuit was about,
defamation,
whether it was
it
about
hurts his reputation.
erratic behavior or
This is so-
domestic abuse or drugs and
Remember,
alcohol
folks.
and even spending habits.
Hmm.
So every time a lawsuit has been filed, the press and the publicity has just been charged up and brought everything back to light. And
Let me tell you something.
it's been an unfortunate
Miss Expert.
problem for on that level for the industry to continue to work with him, even though all this is out in the public.
They've known about
For the
Johnny's
films
drugs
that were
and spending
shortly
for years.
before
That was
Pirates
never the problem.
5, how successful were they?
For God's sake.
We're talking Mordecai,
Awful question.
Alice Through the Looking Glass. I think you testified to some of those. The Lone Ranger, Tonto.
Right.
Objection, compound.
Yeah, it is compounds. Break it up.
Of course, Mr. Depp has had some obviously extremely successful films, but also in the 4 or 5 years prior and, through Pirates, there were films that didn't do well at all and were considered what the industry calls a bomb, which could have been Alice Through the Looking Glass, The Transcendence, the Lone Ranger, and
Lone
Mordecai
Ranger's a
were
bomb.
films that just didn't perform, although they were valued in their financing based on Mr. Depp's star quality and acting ability. Unfortunately, they just didn't perform. So as many hits as he's had, he's also had a lot of recent, what they call failures in the business.
And what, if anything, did Mr. Depp do with respect to showing up for a press conference in Japan for Mordecai?
Ms. Jacobs mentioned in her deposition testimony that Mr. Depp didn't show up for the press conference in Mordecai, which he was not only an actor for, he was also a producer. And he didn't show up. Apparently, he was sleeping. So he wasn't able to make it.
That must, oh my
Now,
good, everything.
What, if any, impact
horror.
did the Brooks litigation have on Mr. Depp's career?
Is the jury familiar with this already, or?
Well, I think you can,
Okay, so the Brooks litigation was,
Okay.
it was,
At the drive-through.
there was a litigation around Mr. Depp had punched someone on one of the, I think it was a location manager on the set of a film called City of Lies. I don't know exactly what happened to that litigation. However, of course, again, it was written a lot about in the press, and unfortunately it came to the forefront that he had, violent behavior yet again.
Yet again.
So in
can we get the first one?
2018, and I'm going to say before the op-ed on December 18, 2018,
Right.
was there any negative articles, negative press about Mr. Depp?
For quite a while, when you're a celebrity such as Mr. Depp, you're in the limelight and everybody wants to look at everything that happens. So after every movie or after every incident, there was usually press. But the ones that were more significant were the ones in the Hollywood, a couple of them in the Hollywood Reporter and one in the
They're
Rolling
gonna- they're gonna
Stone.
get
So
hard
in
cross-examination.
2017, there was an article in the Hollywood Reporter where the journalist discussed, I think the article was called Pirates of the Caribbean, The Diminishing Returns of Johnny Depp. And that Pirates, the last one was 5, right? And that one didn't perform nearly as well as the other previous Pirates of the Caribbean films. And there was some discussion that the character.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
I think you could explain generally.
Agreed, Sam.
Okay.
She doesn't look like a liar.
Let me ask you this.
What do I
When
care
was
what her
that
assessment is?
Hollywood
She's gonna read a bunch of
Reporter
articles and then
article on diminishing
determine
returns
damages?
of Johnny Depp?
That was in the spring of 2017.
Okay. And you said, and I just want to make sure we understand, how well did Pirates 5 do compared to 1 through 4?
It performed less well by over $200 million.
Okay. What, if any, other negative press was there in this time frame? We'll take 2017, 2018, before the op-ed.
Damages.
So in 2018, there was the Rolling Stones article that was an in-depth expose on Mr. Depp's life. Again, his erratic behavior, the money he was spending on wine.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think she can give generally, Your Honor, the negative.
Sustained.
All right. What, if any, knowledge do you have of whether Disney saw the Rolling Stone article?
There were emails between the publicity department and the co-chairs and some of the senior executive Disney that they would forward the articles as they came out, both the Hollywood Reporter article and the Rolling Stones article, and they would make commentary. And Alan Horn, who is the one of the co-chairs of Disney, used the word sad. And I think one of the other executives used depressing, that their film star was now being shown in this light to the public in a Rolling Stones.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
All right. Was there any more articles about Pirates of the Caribbean prior to the op-ed in December of 2018?
There was an article in October 28th, the Hollywood Reporter, October 28th, 2018, where the journalist had spoken to 2 writers of the film, and they were talking
Objection,
about rebooting the
hearsay.
franchise.
She's entitled to rely on hearsay, and she's just giving the general. She's not.
She is entitled. She is entitled to rely on hearsay. That's because she's an expert. Yeah, I tried to watch. I tried to start Gone Girl last night after the live stream, but unfortunately the kids were still up. By the time kids went to bed and I ate dinner, it was 10:30, and I wasn't starting a movie at 10:30 at night because I am not a spring chicken anymore. As many of you may or may not know, I'm 43 years old today. All right, and the kids are off school. I've been not neglecting them. They've been preoccupied with other things. But I'm gonna go play with them. I got it. So I've got something at 3. It might only last a half an hour, so I might actually be able to just leave this up, pull myself out of the stream, and leave it go, and then join back in at 3:30. And if there's a break, it's going to be the most boring break ever, where you're going to be chatting with each other in the chitty chat. 1979, year of the goat. Thank you. Yeah, this witness, she looks credible. She looks exponentially more credible than who was the nurse in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest? What's her name? Nurse Ratched. Anyways,
So without
she looks
saying
more credible
what the
than that
article
doctor.
said,
But
say what it's about.
This is proving nothing.
Okay. So in October 28th, the article was about whether the Pirates of the Caribbean
Objection,
franchise would
hearsay.
be rebooted without.
Overruled.
Please continue.
In the article in October 2018 was about whether or not the Pirates franchise was going to be what they call redefined without Johnny Depp. And that was regarding 2 writers that were on the project.
Okay.
And there was one other one I'd like
Okay,
to
go
talk
ahead,
about.
please.
So there was another article, there was an expose on the president and production. It was also in the Hollywood Reporter. And this is the one that Mr. Marks, Mr. Depp's expert, pointed to regarding the op-ed's impact on Mr. Depp's career. And the online article was, as Mr. Marks pointed out, published on December 20th of 2018, but the same article was in print
about the strike.
on the morning of December
The judge says
18th,
strike, the jury heard
2018,
it.
which is
They're
the
not allowed
same
to consider
morning
it, but
of the
they've heard it.
op-ed.
This is
So
boring, this
that
testimony.
Hollywood Reporter article that Mr. Marks used to say.
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
Please continue.
The Mr. Marks had used that article to show that Disney wanted to let go of Mr. Depp because of the op-ed, but it was actually printed in the Reporter the same morning that the Washington Post article was printed. So there's no way that the Washington Post article had any impact on what the Hollywood Reporter journalist wrote. So they were on the same morning. They were released simultaneously, interestingly enough.
And the one that was 2 days later was the same article, just online?
Same article, just online, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now, what, if anything, was there about press in 2018 relating to the Sun and Dan Wooten and any litigation that
Right,
Mr. Depp
so-
was bringing?
So a lot of press was about the UK trial in the lawsuit that Mr. Depp brought against the Sun in the UK about the wife beater title that they used. So there was a ton of press around that, both at the time that it was filed and throughout as documents were being shared with the public. And then, of course, during the trial itself.
I prefer steak
And
to cake.
What is your understanding of when the article, the wife beater article, first appeared?
I believe it was in July of 2018, about 6 months before the op-ed piece.
And what is your understanding of when Mr. Depp filed suit
Is
against
Elaine
the Sun and Mr.
like
Wooten?
sucking on a candy or something?
Again, in 2018, I believe.
Okay, June, would it be?
I hear like a lozenge.
Would it
like-
refresh your
It was in the spring or summer of, it was fairly shortly after the article. So it was long before the op-ed piece was out.
Okay. And what, if any, impact did Mr. Depp's litigation in the Sun case have on his career?
That was a really tough one on Mr. Depp's career because everything, every allegation of abuse and every text, every email, all the audio, all the visual stuff was brought to light and made public. And so not only did the public get to see it, but the industry was watching closely. And it's hard for studios, especially a studio like Disney, who's family oriented, be connected to a star that has texts about burnt corpses and violent behavior in video. So it was
She's a
a
well-prepped
big
witness.
conflict
She
for a lot
knows
of the
what to
people in the industry
draw
to
the
how
attention
to
to.
navigate that if they're going to work with a star.
And what, if any, impacted
What, if any?
Mr. Depp's other litigation against Mandel?
This
and
is to show
Bloom
that Johnny
have
Depp was
during that
losing
time
work
period?
already. He was becoming less valued.
As I was
He
trying
had
to
a
say
couple of
earlier, every
bombs or
time Mr.
flops.
Depp brings a lawsuit, because he's
And
such
that
a
he
well-known public
was the
figure, the
author of his
spotlight
own
goes on him.
misfortune
So
by
every
bringing
time a
suits
lawsuit was
and not
filed,
having
whether
the
it was
suits
to his
dismissed.
business,
So
against his
that's
business
what
manager,
she's getting at.
against his
So this is to
former
damages, not to
lawyer,
defamation.
even when he fired his talent agent, it becomes news. And then everybody talks about what could have preceded that. Why would that lawsuit have happened? And then they look at the details. So again, the erratic behavior and the financial issues and the drinking and drug abuse was all part and parcel of every one of those. And it was brought to light yet again each time.
What is your understanding of Mr. Depp's claims regarding Pirates of the Caribbean 6 and how that impacted?
Well, Mr. Depp is claiming that he's lost money on Pirate 6, but Pirate 6 hasn't even been made yet, nor is there even a script that has been what we call greenlit, moved towards production. So I don't know how you lose something that hasn't happened. So I think that's what you're looking for me to.
And in fact, since Mr. Depp's damages are limited to November 2, 2020 and nothing since, and that hasn't happened, is there any way he could claim damages for Pirate 6?
Well,
Objection leading.
No, that's going to be overruled. Let it.
Again, you can't claim damages for something that hasn't even happened, whether he was in it or not in it, or was going to be
Well-
in it, or might have been in it, whether it was 2018 or now.
You can claim damages for
There
something
just
that's not
is
going
no
to happen
Pirate 6.
if the reason for which it's not going to
Not
happen
only
is
did he not
because
have a
of.
contract, even back in the day, 2018 or after that, no contract had been signed for a Pirate 6. It doesn't exist as we.
Objection, legal conclusion.
I
Sustain the last part.
How do you know he doesn't have a legal contract?
Well, Ms. Jacobs said he didn't have a legal contract, and also his agents at CAA said he had not yet negotiated a contract for Pirate 6. And again, there is no script, so they haven't greenlit it, as we say. They don't have it cast or with the director yet.
Okay. Based on your analysis, what, if any, impact did Ms. Heard's op-ed have on whether Mr. Depp could claim a loss for Pirate 6?
Zero.
Someone is sucking
And
on
why
a
do you
candy
say
and it's
that?
driving me nuts.
Again, well, many things. The movie doesn't exist yet, so that's one. But even as important is that Disney, in their file for this trial, did not have the op-ed piece as part of all of the information they had read and looked about and discussed. The conversations of Mr. Depp not being in whatever new version of Pirates, the franchise that goes forward, those were in discussions long before the op-ed piece even came out. And there are other factors that Disney was considering, the lateness on set, the cost overruns that cost, which can go from hundreds of thousands of dollars to millions of dollars when you have crews sitting around for 2 to 4 hours, 8 hours, or even several weeks to a month when the finger incident happened. So on top of that, Mr. Depp is an expensive actor. He can earn between $20 and $25 million per movie plus back end. So it's very expensive. So when you put that all together, the rising cost of Mr. Depp's talent, the challenges that they had to keep it on budget because of his lateness and his tardiness, and all the other allegations that would affect a brand such as Disney, right? Someone talks about a burnt corpse, does not necessarily coincide with the brand of Disney.
That's the only example she can think of.
So there were many
That's the only
problems.
example she can
And
say it a
interestingly
third
enough,
time, Madam
there was
Expert.
a lot of conversation internally in the industry for
Objection, hearsay.
She's entitled to rely on hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustained. You can't say that's hearsay.
All right. Please continue without saying what the discussion in the industry was.
the Jack Sparrow character had been exhausted in terms of where it could go creatively. And I think the studio is looking for a way for it to renew the franchise, but not necessarily base it entirely on the Jack Sparrow character, which is where it had ended up the last couple of years.
Okay,
and evidenced by the lesser box office of Pirates 5 compared to the earlier ones.
Right. And was there any article that came out on November 5, 2020, 3 days after the damages are cut off, relating to Pirates of the Caribbean and Mr. Depp's chances of being Jack Sparrow?
I think they reiterated the fact that he was probably not going to be in the movie.
Oh, I thought you just said that it was not.
No,
that wasn't proven.
What
or that
impact
hadn't
has the
happened.
op-ed had on Mr. Depp's career?
Very little. Hardly anybody even knew the op-ed existed before he filed suit.
Okay.
If anybody that I know, but certainly not Disney.
Okay. And what impact has the op-ed had on Mr. Depp's Q scores?
You might want to
According
remind
to
the
what I
jury
read of
what the Q
Mr.
score is.
Alan Jacobs, an expert in statistical analysis, and from my own research
so
on
I'm
websites that are available to us,
I'm going to leave this up and I'm going to
Mr.
come back
Depp's
to it.
Q score, or if you're familiar with IMDb, which is Internet Movie Database, which is available to public and to the professional side, his Q score did not change dramatically. It was kind of in the middle of exactly the high and low of his Q scores overall. It was in the middle. It was at like 113, which is where it was a couple weeks before and a couple weeks after. So the op-ed didn't have any effect.
30 minutes. If
on
I
his
cut
Q
the
score, and
stream,
that was
forgive me,
reiterated
but
by
I'll try to
Mr.
do this. I'm going
Jacobs
to
in
try to
his deposition.
multitask. Like
And then
no
you
one has
testified in
multitasked
response
before.
to
I'll
an
be back.
earlier question I had that people, or that nobody seemed to notice the op-ed until Mr. Depp filed suit. Now, that was on March 1, 2019. Do you recall?
Yes, that's when
Okay.
the lawsuit was filed.
And why do you say that they didn't notice until then?
Because the op-ed piece for most people in the industry kind of came and went without much fanfare or much conversation. It was much more about I don't think very many people even know it was written until the allegations were made by Mr. Depp in the lawsuit. It kind of came in and out of the radar very quickly, if anybody even saw it at all.
All right. Between December 18, 2018 and November 2, 2020, our window here, has Mr. Depp continued to star in films?
So Mr. Depp, the article the op-ed piece came out December 18 and 20 of 2018. In January and February of 2019, he shot a film called Minamata, which was an independent film that it was what we call a passion project. He loved the script and wanted to do it. So he was able to film that after the op-ed piece. And then the Dior campaign, Sauvage, I don't know the exact dates of filming, but I know that it did air throughout 2019. And it's my understanding that he still may have that contract with Dior. So he continued that product endorsement. And then in in the spring and the fall, I believe it was, Mr. Depp was able to do press for the film Waiting for the Barbarians. He went to the Deauville Film Festival. He went to the Venice Film Festival. He was well received at the press conferences. You know, life was at the same level for him in terms of his popularity over in Europe. They were still, he was still working on press for the films. And then, of course, he was scheduled to film Fantastic Beasts in early November of 2020.
Okay. And that's no longer the case, is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
Can we approach?
Okay.
And that's no longer the case, correct, on Fantastic Beasts? I don't want you to say anything more than that. That's no longer.
It's no longer the case, correct.
He's no longer in that film, correct?
He was paid for it, but he does not star in the film.
Okay, thank you. Now, what, if any, effect did the op-ed have on Mr. Depp's fan following?
I don't think it had any effect on his fan following. Again, his Q scores didn't shift, and he clearly has a strong fan base.
In your opinion, what or who has caused the damage, if there is any, to Mr. Depp on his career and reputation between December 18, 2018 and November 2, 2020?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Mr. Depp.
And why do you say that?
Well, again, filing the lawsuits, bringing to light the issues, is Mr. Depp doing that on his own accord? And any statements that were made by his team, Mr. Waldman or anyone else, is associated with Mr. Depp. And those statements that came out, the defamatory statements, which we'll talk about in a minute, were also put out by Mr. Depp's team. So in actuality, he's causing his own demise by bringing these lawsuits forward and continuing to kind of ignite the fire of negative publicity around both of them.
Okay. Are all of your opinions to within a reasonable degree of probability or certainty with respect to Mr. Depp's damages?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to move you to Amber Heard's damages. With respect to Amber Heard's claims for damages, on what subject have you been asked to offer your opinion?
So I was asked to look at the reputational harm and economic loss that Ms. Heard incurred due to the defamatory statements that Mr. Waldman, on behalf of Mr. Depp, made in April of 2020 and again in June of 2020.
And what materials did you review in forming your opinions?
Again, many of the same materials that I reviewed for Mr. Depp's case, which was the deposition testimony, the pleadings, the discovery, all of that was included, as well as expert testimony that was based on statistical analysis of negative social media campaigns that were created, as well as what happened. I talked to Ms. Heard's agents. I read their depositions. I talked to her publicist. I read her deposition. I talked to Ms. Heard herself to get a first-person accounting of what happened from her perspective after those defamatory statements were made. And then I looked at the, again, emails back and forth and texts back and forth with the studio, Warner Brothers, and other producers that the management team is working with to get Ms. Heard more work.
Okay. Now, before I go into the questions that I'm going to ask, I'm going to go ahead and just kind of define this so that we're all on the same page going through it. The jury has seen the 3 defamatory statements. They're defendants 1245, 1246A, and 1247. And I'm just going to refer to them as the Depp/Waldman statements in asking you all these questions. Will you understand what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay, good. Please describe Amber Heard's career prior to the publication of the Depp-Waldman statements.
So Amber's had a long career for someone who is not, is fairly young still. She was in over 50 productions, I believe including Aquaman and Justice League, but let's just say close to 50 productions. Well, certainly 50 productions before the defamatory statements were made. She had, a consistent working actor's career. Her agents were strategic as she started getting more work, that they wanted her to work with better and better directors, to have, the Danish Girl is a film that had a strong director and a strong critical acclaim. And then she went from that to getting Justice League, which is on the bigger budget, is the bigger scale movie. And then of course, Aquaman and Aquaman 2. So her career was following a very nice, steady rise. And she was on the precipice of a meteoric rise with with Aquaman and Aquaman 2 prior to the statements.
Was Aquaman a successful film in terms of box office sales?
Aquaman was an extremely successful film. It made over $1 billion, and I believe it is the highest grossing DC comic film ever.
Now, what, if any, accolades did Amber receive for her role in Aquaman? And I'm going to call it, sometimes I'll call it Aquaman 1 just to make sure we don't get confused.
Right. So in Aquaman 1, there were many emails from the director and the producer. And
Objection, hearsay.
She's just characterizing, Your Honor. She's not quoting them.
Well, I don't know where it's going. I'll overrule at the moment.
Thank you.
She got emails from the director and the producer stating that they loved her performance.
Objection, hearsay.
You can't say what the emails say, but you can summarize them or characterize them. Can you do that?
Accolading emails of accolade from her, from the director and the producer.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled as to that.
Thank you. Okay. What type of press opportunities did Amber have prior to the Depp-Waldman statements?
So the press really loved working with Amber. She was on the cover of many magazines after The Danish Girl, after Justice League, after Aquaman. She was the cover girl, I think it was, of Marie Claire or Elle in the UK. She had a cover story of a big magazine in Mexico and Australia. They were, one magazine called her Woman of the Year, another one called her Role Model of the Year. So she got a lot of press. She did a lot of press, both in magazines, but also on the press tours and the press junkets that she did for the films.
And were some of those California Style, Marie Claire, Elle, Shape, Glamour?
Yes, there was a lot of them.
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
There was a lot of them, so I'm not, don't remember all of them, but it was, GQ, Elle, Marie Claire, the big magazines, both here, the UK, Eastern Europe, in Latin America, and in Australia.
And what about after the release of Aquaman, which was December 2018? How was her press then?
Well, the press tour was doing well, and they wanted to give her a lot more press. And I think up until the defamatory statements came out, she was on deck to do a lot of press. And then it
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
Please continue.
So the press and the request for press went silent after the defamatory statements were made, and which then the negative social media campaign ensued after that.
Now, what factors relating to social media does the entertainment industry rely on when considering an actor for a role?
Social media becomes a big part of how studios decide to use an actor or an actress in a film, because they want to know how the general public feels about them. They want to know what the consumer feels about that actor. So when there's positive social media, that's a good thing for the actor. When there's negative social media, it can be very bad, because not only can social media be directed at the actor or the actress themselves, but it can also be directed towards the movie, towards the movie company, towards the product that the actor or actress is working with. So it becomes very complicated and it can get very messy to continue working with an actor or an actress if there's a lot of negative social media around them.
And after the Depp Waldman statements, what happened on social media?
After the Depp Waldman statements, social media blew up with negative tweets and Instagram posts and, Facebook posts and Snapchat and trolling, as we call it. It was just negative. According to Mr. Schnell, there was over 1.2 million negative tweets about Amber using hashtags that used the words in the statement of the Depp Waldman statements, that 1.2 million negative statements between April of 2020 and November or January of 21. It's a lot of negative publicity. And there was just a lot of what we call noise around Ms. Heard and her work of any kind.
Can you please describe to the jury what a negative social campaign is?
So a negative social campaign would be when a fan base, or in this case, according to both the forensic statistical analyst as well as Ms. Heard's agents and the product that she was working with, L'Oreal, and her publicist, it was a campaign that included both live accounts, live Twitter, people that actually have are individuals, as well as what we call
Objection. May I be heard?
All right, here come.
All right. Other than the bots, please describe the rest of the social media, the negative social media campaign.
The fan base was very energized by Mr. Is it the Depp Wald state?
Yeah, let me just ask
Depp Waldman. I'm
Yeah,
sorry. There's a lot in my brain right now.
It doesn't matter. Why don't I do this? Let me formulate a different question. How has the negative social media campaign been used against Amber Heard since the Depp Waldman statements?
Great. So the negative campaign has been used both to, let's fire Amber off of Aquaman, to the product that she had an endorsement contract with L'Oreal, the makeup. And every time that L'Oreal mentioned Amber Heard and the product together, they would get harassed. Her publicist company was harassed. Any kind of movie that she was related to or television project that she was related to got negative attention from the social media world. Even the charities that she was involved with were getting hammered, if you will, or bombarded by negative social media, which made it difficult to work with Amber on any level because negativity was brought to their product, service, or film.
Okay. And is that negative social media campaign ongoing to this day?
Yes.
Okay. And you were talking a little bit before, I think, about remove Amber Heard from Aquaman 2. What were your observations with respect to that in connection to the Depp Waldman statements?
Again, the statements, the social media campaign, whether called, remove Amber from Aquaman or, negativity for her relationship in that film, it always tended to use words that were inside the defamatory statements. They became hashtags, right? So, if it was said in the defamatory statement, they were often reiterated in the tweets and the posts.
Okay. How difficult is it for an actor to repair this type of negative social media?
Well, first of all, it has to stop. Okay. So once it stops, then an actor and their team can work slowly and patiently in both. Maybe it's press interviews, maybe it's relationship with charity, maybe it's a small role in a movie and they do well and they kind of rebuild their career. But it can take 2, 3, 4, 5 years or more to rehabilitate your career. But first and foremost, it needs to stop. It just needs to stop so that they can, the consumer can get beyond it, and then they can reactivate their career by doing their work again.
Describe Amber Heard's reputation after the Depp Waldman statements.
Well, the reputation, I guess, depends on who you're talking to, but in the public, it's been very negative. In the industry, they like her work, but they can't work with her right now, again, because every time her name is mentioned, the negativity flares up again. So it doesn't make sense for them to try to make a movie which costs millions of dollars and then have a lot of negativity towards the film or the TV show or the product. So her world has been silent in terms of opportunities, and even things that she wanted to work on are no longer available to her.
Has Amber been able to obtain roles after the Depp Waldman statements?
For a long time, no. Very recently, she was able to do a small independent film from some people out of who get their financing out of Europe. But up until that, no, she has not worked.
Now, based on the fact that Amber came out of Aquaman, what should her opportunity, what would you have expected following the release of Aquaman, December 2018, up to what's going on now?
I like to call Aquaman really, Amber Heard's Star is Born moment. It was that moment where not only was she a good actor, but she was now world renowned because she was in the most successful film almost of all time, if not all time, and certainly for DC Comics. She was on the poster with the very handsome Jason Momoa, and they were this couple, and she was strong and beautiful. And it was just this extraordinary moment for her career to take off, right? Her agents were excited, the producers were excited. Everybody just wanted to hit the ground running and let's do more. Let's do more work.
What, if anything, happened to Amber's participation in Aquaman 2?
So for a moment in time in February 2021, there were conversations that Amber's, I'm going to be technical with you, her option for employment was not going to be exercised. So they may not have hired her again, even though she had a contract for it. There was some question as to whether she was going to be hired again on Aquaman 2.
All right. And did ultimately then she still get hired for Aquaman 2?
She did. Her management team fought very hard, and they ultimately ended up hiring her, but also not only because of what her management team did, but Jason Momoa, the star, and James Wan, the director, committed to her in an email saying, if we are involved in this movie, you will
Objection, no foundation, hearsay.
I'll sustain the
Don't
objection
say
to
what the
hearsay.
email said, just summarize it or describe it,
Oh,
please.
okay. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to understand this world. So her management team worked hard, and Jason Momoa and the director were adamant that she was in the film.
Objection, hearsay.
Worked hard
I think
to
that's,
be in the
you're under, she has to be able to say that.
Well, sustain as to hearsay. Next
Right.
question.
So what, if any, assurances did Mr. Momoa and Mr. Wan give Amber that she would be in Aquaman 2?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
What, if any, are you aware of any chemistry issues between Amber and Jason Momoa from Aquaman?
According to the fact that they did a chemistry test with Ms. Heard and Jason Momoa in order for her to be hired, that is a good indication that they thought the two of them had good chemistry. Obviously, when you look at the movie, they have good chemistry, and the poster, they have good chemistry. So I think it's general awareness that they had great chemistry.
And what, if anything, would also suggest, with respect to Aquaman 2, that Jason Momoa believed they had good chemistry?
He wanted her in the movie.
Okay.
Shouldn't
I
hearsay.
think she has to be able to rely on.
Sustained. I'll strike it from the record.
In your review of all of the record evidence, what, if anything, did you see in writing anywhere that there was ever any chemistry or creative issue with Amber Heard and Jason Momoa from Aquaman 1?
There were no communications whatsoever that there was no chemistry between the two.
And what, if anything, did you, in all the record evidence, did you see that the producer or Jason Momoa did not want Amber Heard in Aquaman 2?
I did not see any evidence of that.
Okay. In fact, the opposite, correct?
Correct, again.
Overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, what, if any, leverage did Amber Heard have to renegotiate her salary under the circumstances of the discussions you were talking about with not exercising her option?
She had zero leverage. She was fighting for her life to stay in the film.
Now, is it typical for an actor to be able to negotiate an increase in their salary after a successful franchise?
So you may know this already, and so I apologize if you've heard it before. I don't know what's been brought to your attention, but in a franchise such as a potential franchise as Justice League and Aquaman, the customs and practice is that the studio will make an agreement with the actor that incorporates potential future films. So if Justice League does well, they want to know what they're going to pay the actor for the next one and the next one and the next one. And in those successive terms in the contract, the fee for that actor customarily goes up. It can go up by 10%, 20%, 100%. It could double, what have you. And in the case, as Ms. Kovacevic stated in her testimony, that in a successful franchise, that a movie that's made $1 billion, the actors, agents will go back and try to renegotiate that upcoming price tag. So if it was going to be X, they might want it to be 2X or 3X. And that's very standard in the industry to renegotiate your contracts when there's many films in one single contract that each have their own price points.
What, if any, other actors in Aquaman 1 were able to renegotiate their contracts?
Jason Momoa renegotiated his contract very significantly from Aquaman 1 to Aquaman 2.
Do you know roughly how much more?
It went up from the, somewhere between 3 and 4 million to 15 million.
Did Amber have a contract for Aquaman 1?
Yes.
How much was she paid for Aquaman 1?
Aquaman 1, she was paid $2 million.
Okay. And and did that same contract provide for if she was in Aquaman 2?
I'm sorry, I apologize. Aquaman 1, I believe she got $1 million. Aquaman 2, she was supposed to get $2 million. I apologize. The numbers, there were a lot of numbers in that one contract. So Aquaman 1, it was $1 million. Aquaman 2, it was going to be $2 million.
All right. Now, based on your experience and knowledge in the industry, how much would Amber Heard have been able to negotiate her contract, but for the Depp Waldman statements? For Aquaman 2, I'm asking.
Right. Well, as you can see from Mr. Momoa's contract, that went up exponentially, up to $15 million. Ms. Heard, I don't know if she would have gotten $15 million for the movie, but she certainly could have increased it by $1 or $2 million or even doubled it. So if it was 2, it could have been 4 or even 5 or 6, depending on the enthusiasm if it had just rolled from Aquaman 1 to Aquaman 2 without any of this negativity that was created by the Depp Waldman statements.
What, if anything, happened to Amber's role in Aquaman 2 after the Depp Waldman statements?
It was diminished.
Now, why would Amber have been featured more prominently in Aquaman 2?
Objection, no foundation.
If only a foundation.
Okay. What usually determines, or are you able to speak to whether Amber should have been or would have been more prominently featured in Aquaman 2?
Well, a couple of things.
I'm trying to get your foundation. Are you able to speak to that?
Yes.
Okay. And please tell the basis of that and then your opinion.
So there's two things. When two actors do well in a romantic relationship and, they get married or they're going to have a baby, you want to follow that through, because part of what did well in Aquaman was not only the action sequences, but to have a strong female character having a relationship with a strong male character, it's very empowering, right? So that was working for them in the first place. The poster of Aquaman that went around the world was one of the main posters was of the two of them together standing proud and strong, right? Being that couple. And so naturally, as you go and develop scripts in the industry, you want to follow on the things that are working. And according to Ms. Heard, when she read the first script for Aquaman 2, she had a strong romantic arc for the entire film. And then she also got to do some great action sequences at the end of that storyline in that script. So she was featured predominantly throughout the script of Aquaman 2 when she first read it.
All right, and then what happened?
Well, she didn't hear anything, so she wasn't getting the scripts when her colleagues were getting the scripts. She heard that through her agents. And then when she got the script, it was pared down from the first script dramatically. They had her in the hospital very shortly in the first part of the movie called Act 1. They had her in the hospital, and they pretty much had her in the hospital, and then she was going to do this action sequence in the end. She trained 5 hours a day for several months with a trainer to do this big action sequence. And then when she got to set, two things happened. One, the costume designer said, I don't know what happened to your role. It got diminished. And
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
All right, go ahead with the second one. That's
And
right.
more importantly, though, this big action sequence that she was going to do at the end of the movie in the third act was cut out, and they took it away from her. So it was radically reduced from what it was in the script and what she even trained for while she was preparing for the movie.
And what, if any, changes were made to the storyline?
I haven't seen the movie yet specifically, so I can't really speak to that yet.
All right, and when you say she was in the hospital, what do you mean by, was she injured in the first scene?
I believe that in the first act of the movie, she was injured somehow or had something to do with the baby. I don't know exactly. I'm just going with what Ms. Heard told me about, was that she ends up in the hospital early in this new Aquaman 2 movie and doesn't really come out till the end to kind of wrap things up. But all of the interactions with Momoa's character and certainly the action scenes were taken out.
How has Amber typically been involved in promotions for her films?
As we talked about earlier, actively involved in the press and the promotion, whether that was on the press junkets, what we call when they tour the world and the actors tour together and answer questions from the press at various screenings and film festivals. And then also she was, on the cover of magazines, usually after her movies, especially after Justice League.
And how was the promotion of Aquaman 2 affected by the Depp Waldman statements?
Amber has not been involved in any of the promotion that's been done to date, or very little, particularly in teasers that I've seen. We call, short little films about the making of and so forth. She's not featured in them. And also very specifically, there was a big event that Warner Brothers put on during the fandom. I think it's a DC fandom event, which is a big kind of like Comic-Con style event. And they invited all of the actors, or the majority of the actors that had strong roles in film, to participate both in the posters and the artwork, and also participate at DC fandom. And Ms. Heard was not invited to either be in the poster or be at the event. And in fact, they told her she cannot come.
Now, can this hurt Amber's career, not being allowed to be in any of the promotional materials?
Absolutely. It means that nobody knows about her. She doesn't have the same part in the film. It's not going to take her on to her next movie. She's not being associated with the tremendous amount of promotion that's going to be made for this, movie that everybody's looking forward to see. So she's not a part of it because of this negative campaign.
How have the Depp Waldman statements affected any other films or TV project promotions for Amber?
So, prior to the defamatory statements, but either around after or around the time that Aquaman 1 came out, she was in the TV show called The Stand. It was based on a Stephen King novel. So big book, going to be a big TV show. And again, Ms. Heard didn't do any press or promotion for that for the same reasons.
And what, if any, plans were there to have Amber Heard on the cover of LA Style relating to Stand before the Depp Waldman statements?
Right. So Ms. Heard was in, and they had done an article about her participation in this TV show, The Stand, the Stephen King novel related TV show. And they were going to give her the cover picture and cover story, and they took that away. I don't know if the article existed, but they certainly took away the cover picture and the cover story.
Okay. How have the Depp-Waldman statements affected press requests for Amber?
There aren't any. So yes, they affected it because there used to be a lot of press requests, and now there aren't any.
Has Amber Heard obtained any roles since the Depp-Waldman statement?
Again, for many years, no, for a good period of time, or a year and a half, 2 years, until she got this small movie called Into the Fire.
Okay. Has Amber obtained any studio movie roles since the Depp-Waldman statements?
No.
How, if at all, have Amber's philanthropic opportunities been affected by Depp-Waldman statements?
Again, she had some passion projects. She was invited to do some charity work, and she also had her own passion projects that she, loved and wanted to be involved with and even travel for. But they decided it wasn't going to be a good idea because every time she appears anywhere, the social media negativity campaign starts up again. So she hasn't been able to do any of her charity work.
What is an endorsement?
So an endorsement is when an actor associates themselves with a product, either for print promotion or commercials, like Jennifer Aniston doing the water, or Matthew McConaughey doing the car commercial. That's a product endorsement. He's paid to say that the product is good and be associated with the product.
How important are those endorsements to the actors in the entertainment industry?
Well, very, very important on two levels. One, they bring a good amount of income to them when they're not shooting a movie, so it's a good way to make money in between film roles. And then also, it shows the studios and the production executives and the financiers that the actor is relevant in the community because they're being associated with the product. So if it's a well-known product, that's really great. If it's a medium product, that's great, and so forth and so on. So you want to be, if you can, and if that's something that you like to do, not everybody does, but if they like to do that, then they can get a lot of value out of those product endorsements because then the studios see that there's a connection with the consumer, not just on the film, but also with product.
Did Amber have any endorsement activities prior to the publication of the Depp-Waldman statements?
Yes.
Please explain.
So Amber was hired by L'Oreal to be a product and endorse their product, the makeup line. And she had a $1.5 million contract for 2 years. And they were able to work. They had 20 days of her work. They had the right to work with her for 20 days. And she started the work. And then when the defamatory statements came out, they essentially put a pause on working with her. So they no longer brought her to photo shoots. They no longer had her do public events for the product. And it basically said, we love you, but we can't work with you right now because it's just too much.
Objection, hearsay.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Have the Depp-Waldman statements affected that deal in any way with L'Oreal?
Well, they put it on pause and haven't done any of the work. So she's not out there in the public eye related to the product. And they have decided to continue working with her at some point once, as I said, this all quiets down, this trial is over, and hopefully the negative campaigns will stop. So they extended her contract, but they did not pay her for that extension.
And has Amber been hired for any other endorsement deals since the Depp-Waldman statements?
No.
Now, did you assess Amber's losses as a result of the Depp-Waldman statements?
Yes.
What did you do to assess those?
Well, first of all, I looked at Amber's career directly. So I wanted to see, as I said earlier, she worked consistently, and then she was on this kind of very large upswing with the big movies, Justice League and Aquaman and all of that, and The Stand with the Stephen King project. And then it stopped, right? So her work stopped. And then I looked at other actors that kind of grew up at the same time frame. Grew up meaning they started their career and had the same time frame to start going from the smaller projects to the well-known director projects to the big movie projects. And I looked at those actors, and I then saw after they
I have
had
not
their
been
stars
following for the last
moment,
30
if
minutes.
you will. I wanted to see
Did I
where
miss
their
anything?
careers went. So I looked at several actors to see, including Jason Momoa.
She's still going on about the damages.
To see what happened in their
Chat, one or
careers
two. Have I
after
missed anything?
such a successful
Yes
film
or
as
one,
Aquaman,
no or two.
came out.
And why did you use that method of analysis?
It's a very common methodology in the entertainment industry to work with what we call comps. I think Ms. Kovacevic even used that word comp. With films, you try to find comparable films. With actors, you look to see comparable actors. So you can kind of, it's not a distinct actual, this is going to happen, but this is the probability with a reasonable certainty that with the right management team that she had and her acting ability and her looks and the press that she was getting and should have continued to get, that her career would have been similar to these other actors.
Have you used that method in other cases in which you've been an expert on damages?
Yes, I have.
Who did you select as comparable actors for your comparison?
Well, I wanted to look at actors that were in superhero films that had done really well at the box office. So I looked at Jason Momoa, her co-star. I looked at Gal Gadot.
Oh, she's now making
in Wonder Woman.
Evidence of Amber's
I looked at Ana de Armas, who was in
Blade Runner.
Thank you, Blade Runner. I looked at Zendaya, who was in Spider-Man, and I looked at Chris Pine, who was in Star Trek and also Wonder Woman. About the similar age range. All attractive actors, all with good acting skills, all able to do stunts. So there are not that many actors to look at who do superhero characters. So it was a small pool to work from, but I took a wide range from those actors, both men and women, to see what could potentially happen to Miss Heard's career.
Do you consider all of them to be identical for purposes of measurement?
Well, absolutely not. I mean, no two actors are identical. You can only look at that within a range of characteristics and work history, management team, and so forth.
And we've heard from Mr. Banya. Did you review Mr. Banya's Q-score analysis regarding the comparables you used?
Yes, I did.
And what, if any, opinions have you formed in reviewing Mr. Banya's analysis regarding the comparables you selected?
So Mr. Banya looked at calendar years to assess. So what happened in December of,
Have I seen Joker? I saw
2017 or 18 or 19, what happened in June, what happened in a very specific time frame, which works on some statistical analysis. But when you're talking about actors and their relationships to Q scores are related to the actor's viability in the consumer's mind, if you will, how well known or how much they're coming up in conversation. And so Mr. Banya did not look at time periods of the actors that I compared them with to the film when it came out. So like right after the success of their big film, what was their Q score?
I don't know.
But moreover, he just looked at them in a year range. So it doesn't coincide from actor to actor just because you look at it over time. You have to look at it specifically after each of those individuals'
psychological
box office success with a particular film, you look at the Q score high or low during that, and then you look at how low it drops, say a couple months afterwards, and then if it comes back up, if they have another film or another event that brings them into the limelight again. So it's not about time, it's related to a specific activity or event, and he did not do that.
Okay. What did your comparison show in terms of films that those actors had been in since their breakout roles?
Oh my goodness.
I'm talking about the comparables.
In terms of their, I'm not quite sure I understand.
It's like they're comparing houses in a market.
What happened with these other actors after they had their
unrelated to Q scores.
Right.
Oh, okay, sorry. So all those actors' careers, the ones I mentioned, they all either were a steady rise or even a meteoric rise in terms of where their career went after their Star is Born moment. Then they got some other good films, and maybe they got another film that performed extremely well. So it was a range, but they all were on an upward trajectory without a doubt.
Oh my gosh, they hadn't started cross-examination.
And what does this mean for Amber?
Have they started cross-examination yet?
With a reason, I mean, the way that the kind of industry works is usually unless there is a force majeure or some really negative event,
someone says
her career should have followed that same upward swing in about the same time frame, give or take 6 months to a year.
Oh, they haven't started.
It would be very reasonable to believe that her career would have been on an upward trajectory.
They're not going to finish with her today.
Within the range
is going to go
of those
tomorrow.
other actors.
What, if any, comparisons did you make respecting endorsement deals of these actors with Amber?
Oh my good.
Again, all those actors that we've talked about all did multiple endorsement deals after their big movies or after their big series of movies. You know, Jason Momoa is on, you know, Rocket Mortgage and Harley Davidson, as well as, you know, 5 or 6 other companies. Zendaya is Lancome and fashion and water and jewelry, and Gal Gadot and Chris Pine and Ana de Armas. They've all done either a couple or many, and all of them have associated with
Yawning
a large
is
brand.
Contagious.
Unlike
It's a
Amber,
known
who hasn't
fact.
even been able to work on the one contract that she had. She
Speaking
certainly
of
didn't get
drones,
around.
I really want to go fly my
So
drone.
what did your analysis show with respect to Amber Heard's losses, but for the Depp Waldman
I'll bring it down
statements?
to a soccer game.
They were significant. If we follow the trajectory of her, you know, colleagues.
Well, let's start with at Aquaman 2.
Oh God, let's end.
What would
with
she have
something.
realized there?
Well, as I stated earlier, so from Aquaman 1 to 2, it went from $1 million to $2 million, right? So that was a pre-written contract. It doubled. So the agents were very excited after the success of Aquaman to go and negotiate a much higher fee like they did for Jason Momoa. They weren't able to do that. So in that instance alone, it was more than likely a $2 million loss just from that movie alone.
So 2 to 4, you'd said before?
It could have been 4. it could have been
Objection
6.
leading.
The stuff is in USD.
What about other films?
Got away in time. Oh gosh.
So once as Amber's agent, Ms. Kovacevic, I was doing okay. Ms. Kovacevic said that
They've been keeping
once
themselves
you
busy.
get
Don't
that
ask.
quote
One's
of
on my
$2 million
iPhone right
from
now, but he's
Aquaman
playing
2, that
a
kind of
learning
was like
game
the
for kids.
baseline for any other movie she would have done. So any other studio movie would have started from there, and depending on
He just said no,
the success of
not anymore.
Aquaman and how much
How
press
many
she did,
hours
maybe
has
she
Elaine
worked on
wasted today?
another
They had only 8
great
hours.
director, independent film, whatever studio film,
What evidence have they made
and
today?
had it jumped to $4 million with the
Boring.
renegotiation, that then would have been the basis. So any future studio film that she would have done, any big budget film would have been the basis at $4 million, and then most likely have gone up from there if she was able to get others, which she should have, just like the other actors.
Stone
Let's
Gamer.
talk about
I saw
TV
the
for a
name.
minute. What would those losses have included?
Okay, cool.
Well, On the Stand, which was about the same time as Aquaman, but got the press and the promotion got cut off because of the defamatory
This
statements
might
in
be
the
too boring to
campaign.
continue with.
She got paid $200,000 an episode on The Stand. So on a TV series of 9 episodes, it's $1.8 million. So if she had, again, done other TV shows, it's very likely that whether she worked with a streamer or with one of the networks, that fee would have gone up from there. Her agents would have been able to use the leverage of the success of Aquaman 2 to put her, if she had done another television show, given rise to even a higher episodic fee. Some actors go up to $1 million an episode. Jason Momoa's in his TV show got $1 million.
She-
So
I mean,
there's
she's
an
comparing
exponential range
Amber
of where she
Heard
could have
to
gone.
Jason Momoa. Who is Jason Momoa?
What about endorsements?
Endorsements.
Same thing, all the other actors were doing over the course of a couple years period, anywhere
James
from
Momoa.
5, 6, 7 other
American
endorsement deals. And Ms. Heard realistically should have gotten endorsement deals in other categories. L'Oreal is makeup, so probably not in makeup, but maybe water or clothing or jewelry or wellness, or it could have been anything else. And so she too should have,
that's Jason Momoa.
with a reasonable degree of certainty, gotten other contract deals based on the success of the films that she's been associated with and the TV shows she's been associated
And what would that
with.
have translated into in terms of dollars?
So in terms of dollars, okay, so if it was $1.5 million for L'Oreal for a 2-year contract, and let's give her 4 other $1.5 or $2 million deals, which all those other actors, especially the ladies, have gotten, then you're looking at an additional $8 million of income over time. I'm not saying this is in one period. We're looking at as far back as the defamatory statements of 2020 to now, which is almost 2 years. And again, as I said earlier, even when this is quiet, it will take 3 to 5 years for her to rehabilitate her career if she can. So we have to look at it as a period of a minimum of 5 years. So when I say $8 million for endorsement contracts, it would have been over time.
What, if any, losses relating to production or film activities?
Jason and Amber Heard's lack of chemistry.
Well,
That's what I
again,
just read in the news.
These other actors that we looked at, and there's a wide range of them. Some of them did bigger films and some of them did gigantic films, but it is very reasonable to assume that once you are in an Aquaman style film, you'll either continue to do those, right? Some of these franchises,
when are they
as we
even
know, go
breaking
4,
for
5,
the
6
afternoon?
films, or she would probably have been in another studio film that had nothing to do with Aquaman. But again, so over the course of 5
I want to
years,
go
it's
check out
very
Sussman now.
reasonable
Let me
to
just go see what's
consider
the
that
latest
she
in
would have been in
Sussman.
at least one film a
Oh, my
year
goodness.
at a minimum of $4 million, because that's what her precedent would have been had she renegotiated. And it's important to note that in her Justice League contract, if there is a Aquaman 3, her price is set at $4 million. So it's very reasonable to assume
Her price
and to
is
believe
set.
that if she did a film a year for 5 years,
She'd get $20 million.
at a minimum of $4 million a year without any negotiation, which probably would have happened. But let's just say that baseline, that would be another $20 million over that time frame.
What, if any, opinions do you
What, if
have
any?
about Amber Heard's
Drink it.
earning power over time?
Oh, it goes up, obviously, because she's a star.
That
Rising
it
star.
would continue to rise. It's customary in the industry, as I've talked about earlier, that the negotiations, especially with her agents at William Morris, her fees would have gone higher.
Oh,
So I'm
yes.
just using the baseline without any ability to foresee in the future that I already know she got negotiated for $4 million from Aquaman 3. So if we use that as a baseline minimum, but it very well would have gone up had her agents done the work that they wanted to do.
So combining all of these opinions and calculations that you've had, what, if any, range are the losses you are estimating for
50
Amber
to $100
Heard
million.
for the Depp Waldman statements?
Loss of revenue,
Right, so
loss
again,
of
it's really
endorsements,
important that I look
loss
at
of
and
compounded
hopefully you
interest over
understand this,
time.
that it's over time, right? So
Loss
let's
of
just say a
well-placed
minimum of 5
investments with that
years that
50
we're going to
million.
talk about these losses, and it could be more.
50
But
to
at
100 million.
minimum, if you look at the film, the television, and the endorsement contracts, it's very likely that Ms. Heard should have earned between $45 and $50 million over that time period.
Are all your opinions to within a reasonable degree of probability or certainty?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess,
please
ladies and
take the
gentlemen.
break.
Do not do any outside research and do not discuss this case with anybody.
When
Sit
you,
down.
Yeah, you can step down.
when
That's
are you
fine.
coming back?
I'm
4
sorry.
o'clock?
No, that's okay. That's all right. I appreciate it, ma'am. Go ahead.
Well, when did they say they're coming back?
Is minor court is still in session, please?
$50 million is what Amber is claiming were her losses. Alleged losses. I think Johnny might be exaggerating at 50
All
million.
right, so let's come back at 4 o'clock. We can do that, all right?
Thank you, Your
4
Honor.
o'clock.
All right, so here's the question. Oh, let me take these off. Oh my, focus, dramatic focus. People, it's not just that it's a sunny day outside. Kid needs, did you go biking yet? You want to go biking? Okay. I don't think I mean, I think I'm gonna watch that cross-examination this afternoon. That's not much. Just imagine $44,000 million. She'd have to, and yeah, outrageous. So we got maniacal. I can't read that. WF Davos and UN WHO Global. Dude, I don't even know if I can read this. I should read this. Dude, we're already on this. I'm gonna go to Twitter just to see. I don't think I'm gonna come back to this today. Because I don't think the cross-examination might, between cross and redirect, this is the last witness of the day. And it's boring as all, it's more boring than watching. It's boring. Let me just do one thing. I'm going to stop screen share and see if there's any news from Jack, who was detained. I'll say temporarily by the account of it. I believe he has been released and he's okay. But let's just go see what the deal is. We are following what's going on at Davos as well. Talked about it very, very, lengthily last night. Okay. Oh yeah, look at those balloons. That was tremendously painful. And I missed a half an hour of it. Not painful literally, painful spiritually, metaphorically. Okay. It was painful because it was just boring and offered nothing. Breaking, detained to Davos. Let's see this here.
I don't know. I don't think so. It's pretty heavy.
Okay, this is interesting. What's going on here?
Well, I was just waiting for Campbell to back. I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah, that's Jack.
It's pretty heavy.
Nobody's telling this person to stop
Excuse me,
recording.
can I ask you why you're detaining this journalist?
Can you put the phone away, please?
Oh,
Can
they
I
just
ask you
told.
why you're detaining this journalist?
I don't answer your question.
Is it not we're
Please
not
put your
able
phone
to
away.
report here?
Please put the phone away.
Okay. Can I ask you guys
Yeah,
why
you
you're
can.
being
Can you?
detained?
Yeah, can you please stop filming? Then we can talk.
Why do I need to stop filming?
Because I ask you to. It's my personal right because I don't like to be filmed, and
Okay.
it's a right in Switzerland. If I don't want to be
But should I
filmed,
ask why he's being detained then? I won't point the camera at you then. I won't film you, but I would like to know why this journalist is being detained on public property.
what's detained? Can you explain
How
the
come
word?
he's being surrounded right now? Is he
Uh-huh.
allowed to leave the area?
We're just making a normal police control because it's web. Everything is
Is there
very
a reason
sensitive.
he specifically was targeted?
There is a reason because we have to have a reason to control that.
It looks like he's wearing a little cone hat, but
I don't have to tell you that. Why are you asking me that?
Because this is
A journalist.
There's many journalists here, and I
Being
want to know why
detained.
he specifically is being detained.
There is a reason, but everything is clear now, and we're about to leave in just a few
there
seconds.
is a reason.
Okay.
That's
Could you
even more.
please
Look at
now,
the.
can I ask you please to delete your
Well, if you asked her to delete it. Am I still live? Am I still live, people? Oh, I got it here. I'm gonna end up and you want to come say hi? Okay. I may have to go, people. Delete. Well, so I'm still live, right? Because it went black for a second. Okay, we're still here. Let's go see the comments on that. Just so he's been released. Apparently, there was a reason, and the reason is now taken care of. We don't need to play that again. So we don't need to play that again. Let's just see what the comments are. What's my problem? Okay, also the WEF has their own police force, apparently. Wow, what a world and what a time to be alive. Yeah. That's not terrifying at all. This is so weird. Is it all legal? He was detained. It does not look like he was arrested, but and there's a reason. I'd like to know what that reason was. I doubt we're going to get it. The logo of WEF police looks like, okay, was there a logo of the WEF? Let me see if I can enhance. Oh, there is an enhance here. Look at this. Oh my goodness. This is actually there. Thank you. Go upstairs. I'll be up there in 2 minutes. The World Economic Forum police. That's not scary. 2022. What are those things on that? Holy crab apples. That's very interesting. And what's the next one here? Now, I don't know much about anything, but I don't. Oh boy, he's not happy. Someone in this thing here. Okay, well, they actually have patches. They have embroidered patches. They have actual embroidered patches that were made, obviously, beforehand that carry what authority? World Economic Forum police. Wow. Now, Jack has been pretty reliable, so I don't think that photo is photoshopped. All right, people. I'm going to duck out because I don't think this afternoon is going to get any more entertaining than what we've seen this morning, and I don't think it's going to get any more interesting. Cross-examination. They're going to come back at 4 o'clock, give or take 4:05. They're breaking it. I think they end at 5:30. And so an hour and a half for cross-examination and redirect for an examination in chief that lasted nearly 2 hours. Don't plug that in there. Interesting observation as well, by the way. Hold on 1 second. Aggregate knowledge of the interwebs. No, seriously, don't put that in there. That jack doesn't go in there. Kid's gonna stick an earphone jack in a plug where it doesn't go. Hold on, let me get back to that. Here, this. It goes in here. Go here. You can put it on. Let me see this here. Is it on a Velcro patch? It is. That's what it appears to be. Okay. I can't zoom in any more than that. What does the one on top of it say? Okay, I know that that's in a language that I don't understand. It says Cantus Police. Okay, well, that's very interesting. On a Velcro patch. So you can take it off, put it on. Very interesting. Now, I don't know much about law enforcement, but that looks greasy. That looks weird. That looks interesting. Okay, people. Ricada, Legal Bites, Emily D. Baker, Nate the Lawyer, Joe Neerman Good Logic, Law and Lumber, DUI Guy, Ian Runkle. There's other. Go watch the rest of it. I'll be listening. Maybe as I'm biking, I'll be listening to a trial. Thank you for joining me today on this day of my 43rd birthday. I hope it has been educational. I hope it has been fun. I hope you have gotten something out of it, and you are now slightly more informed and entertained. More entertained than you were this morning. Oh, and it just went yellow now. It was green all day. It was good all day. Maybe it was the WEF discussion that got them that got the algorithm going. Go enjoy the day. I'm gonna go get some exercise. I'm gonna go watch my kid play soccer, fly a drone, have a barbecue, have a martini, and then back at it tomorrow, people. Go. Thank you for everything, everyone. This morning was by the way, this morning was as good as court ever gets. See the chat. Oh, here we go. Happy birthday, Viva. Have a fantastic evening. Thank you very much, Robin. Okay, I hear my wife coming back downstairs. Let's do it. Thank you all. The court does not get more exciting than what we saw this morning. Except when they were reading the verdict for Rittenhouse. That was not exciting. That was nerve-wracking. All right. Enjoy the day, people. Thank you for being here, and I will see you all tomorrow. Peace. Booyah. You know what to do.